Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
So we're going to ask everybody to sit down now.
Thank you.
What's the matter?
Oh, I told you.
Yeah, but we're going to have the people in the room take their seats. We're going to relax. We're going to do a little bit of yoga. In case anybody wants to, we can do a little bit of yoga sitting in a chair. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And we're all getting ready to move things along. We have 264 people tonight to testify at a standard of 3 minutes per person. That's 13.2 hours. I don't know if anybody else can tell, but that means that we are going until 4 in the morning if everybody speaks. So we are splitting up the time frame as people running the meeting. So Representative Walker's doing the first hour, Senator McCrory's doing the second hour, I'm doing the third hour. And we have
Et cetera,
et cetera, et cetera.
And then
So
we
the-
come back and fill in.
Yes, exactly. So that's what we're going to be doing. They're changing names, getting people promoted online.
What does that mean? What's promoted mean?
Promoted means that they're going from attendees to panelists.
Yes. So we have two categories, attendees.
And,
Are you?
and at the end of the session, Tony and I go out and do a comedy routine.
On
And
what it's like
it
to
takes us about 4 weeks after session to talk
Twice.
to each other. We do stop talking to each other at some point for a little bit of time, mostly because
tired.
we don't know who we like at the end of the session. We love all of you.
Yeah.
We're not certain about back here.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. So how's the weather?
Taylor.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just I'll look away. I won't make you nervous.
They're
They're not
part of the
gonna be
deaf
here.
community.
till 4.
They're not going to be here till 4. So we have Jeffrey Braven and Ann Nutt and Jennifer Perez Carbella.
Jennifer,
Jeffrey is not here now. My understanding is that those from the American School for the Deaf will be here at 4 because they're still in school. So when everybody sees us bringing them up at some point, they are in school, and we're letting them stay in school until the end of the school day
all
because we
right.
think that that's good.
We're close.
She's not yet ready.
No, but I just want, so if Jennifer Perez, she's what? Oh, she's on remote. I got it. No, Jennifer's here. Oh, keep the humor up because it's been a long week, okay? I like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yep. Yep. Don't start yet. I gotta wait. I gotta get the thumbs up from the team. Are we ready? Okay, all right, okay. Good, okay. Other house rules are whenever you get to the mic, the number one thing you do before you start telling us your testimony is you have to give your name so that CTN can put your name underneath you so that when because I hope everybody understands that they are on TV and they are on YouTube. So, there are going to be people watching us, best behavior. And also, you have 3 minutes, please. And if we will let you know when the 3 minutes up. And we're not trying to stifle you. I know everybody has a lot to say, but we just want to go home before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, but we're going to make sure that we hear everybody because everybody's important. Okay. Okay, Jennifer. Jennifer from the 80s, go right ahead. Oh, wait, you got to press the button right there. Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. There we go. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and members of Appropriation Committee, my name is Jennifer Perez Caraballo, and I am a proud parent of an elementary school child in Hartford and myself a Hartford School graduate. I am here today to testify on the governor's proposed budget. I need this legislature to approve an additional $545 million increase in K-12 funding. I also strongly advocate for updating Connecticut's education cost sharing formula to reflect student needs more accurately, including adding a weight for special education students to ensure more equitable funding. As someone who learned English as a second language, it deeply disturbs me that 25 years later, I still attend school events where there is no translation available. I have actually found myself helping parents whose children have attempted suicide due to intersections of poverty, identity, and the harsh realities of our community. And these families struggle to communicate with school staff who are aware of these incidents but cannot speak the language of the parent. And I am in Hartford. No family should face this additional barrier during their most vulnerable moments. I think we can all agree on that. Currently, 1/3 of Hartford's budget is spent on special education, yet many students still aren't receiving the services they need. Meanwhile, our district faces a $30 million deficit next year. This means larger class sizes, fewer teachers and support staff, and fewer resources for all students as special education costs continue to rise. And I want to bring it home a little bit because terms like special education or special needs often lump together children with vastly different experiences. Those on the spectrum, those requiring mobility assistance, individualized care, or any other specialized support. And so when we discuss funding, we combine all of these needs into one large budget line, failing to address their specific requirements. And anyone who has had the pleasure of raising, caring, or teaching a child with unique needs knows that supporting them takes more time, more resources, and more emotional energy, and all of that equals more dollars. Society isn't always built to meet these needs. And in some cases, such as the national attacks on transgender individuals, which come down to trans kids in Hartford, right? It actively works against them. And the child in my life is one of the smartest and most talented and vibrant individuals I know. But they use they, them pronouns, which qualifies them for individualized education program and IEP, that's right. But only if we can get a therapist to diagnose them as different. And so supporting my child means providing gender inclusive bathrooms, counseling, and a full-time social worker who can address their emotional needs. Teachers also need training and better support students, needs training to be able to better support these kinds of students. But due to budget cuts, our school lost its full-time social worker and now only has a part-time social worker, if that, available. This makes coordinating care nearly impossible, turning what would be an everyday support into an overwhelming challenge. And so this constant frustration turns into a crippling fear when I think about my child's future in today's political climate. I am no different than every other parent in this room. I want the best for my child, and it's the systems in place that have been having me fail short. You have the power to change this. Connecticut has the means to fund our schools with a $400 million budget surplus last year and a $4.1 billion to its reserve fund. Will you help me bridge the gap? Or will you leave us to our own devices, proving that our stories really don't matter in this space? The ball is in your court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. And Jennifer, you are representing the Family Child Care Council?
No,
Oh.
that was me being
Okay. Mirel Discola?
Hi, do you want me to turn my camera on?
Yes, please.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Dear Senator Austin and Representative Walker, and honorable mentions of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Meryl Descola. I live in Oakdale Marvel, and I'm a 10th grader at Arts of the Capitol Theater in Willimantic, an East Con Magnet School. I previously attended Moriarty Elementary School, which is a Norwich Public Schools magnet. I am asking for your support in creating a long-term equitable funding plan for East Con Magnet schools and schools across Connecticut. Moriarty Magnet Elementary helped me find my personal passions. I can still remember the day I was shown the magic of music, sitting in my choir director's room and getting awarded a solo at the upcoming concert. We put together the piece Fireflies by Owl City, and while I stood up on that stage, I felt a feeling in my chest I've never experienced before. I knew what it was like to perform. I grew up dancing, but this was unlike anything I'd experienced before. And I know an 8-year-old poorly singing Fireflies wasn't, a show-stopping moment. It was in my head, but it was incredibly life-changing for me. And if it weren't for the school's art fundings, I wouldn't have discovered this passion that stuck with me the rest of my life. Now I go to Arts of the Capitol Theater High School for the arts, and I don't think I would have been here today if I'd gone to a traditional public school without the same kinds of opportunities. The initial reason I chose here was because of the artistic life I wanted to live, but another one was because of my experience with my peers. I mean, I've always been kind of an oddball, so to speak, and I was made acutely aware of this in middle school when I went to my town's local public school. And though the staff did a wonderful job of keeping the teasing generally tame, I still felt a lot of judgment, and I was embarrassed to say or wear or do what I wanted to. But ACT is an environment that I've noticed prioritizes self-expression. I've had the confidence now to present myself how I've always wanted to. This school is full of unique individuals with varying experiences and styles and personalities, so not only is it a home for a plethora of different faces and lives, it's a place I can discover myself without feeling the intense scrutiny I once did. I've also noticed a bunch of my peers come from similar backgrounds, and for many, including myself, losing this tight community, we formed, and returning to an environment where we don't feel appreciated or accepted is the worst case scenario. My high school's also opened doors I wouldn't have had access to previously. At ACT, I can take acting, choir, dance, show performance, and academic classes all in the same day. And there's other arts like filmmaking, creative writing, costume design, technical theater, music, and so many more. Though through the school's acting program, I was even able to kickstart my own career. With my teacher's guidance, I was signed to an agency and booked my first modeling gig. Being in a positive environment also improved my grades. I grew up excelling in academics, being given prestigious awards and such, but when public middle school rolled around, I managed to make honors, but I was absent for much of the school year. I was disengaged, and I turned in many of my assignments late. I felt like a big, ugly red spot on this bright blue canvas, and then I went to ACT, and my grades started to improve, I became more engaged in my community and classes, and this last semester, I even went above and beyond and got exemplary in all my classes. I credit all this to the opportunity that ACT has given me to pursue my creativity. Instead of having to practice my arts at home, I can do it at school, and it gives me more time to study. Plus, I can release my artistic energy throughout the day versus letting it bubble up for 8 hours. Just take a moment to imagine how full of life our society could be if we taught our youth that their dreams were possible. Imagine if we gave them a school where they could go to master those passions, a school where weird kids like me with creativity bursting at the seams could improve the skills they held so dear. I want my future kids to have that opportunity just like I do. Funding magnet schools isn't just another bill for the town to sort out. It's a rite of passage for kids who want to do more, who want to break beyond the shackles of our humble state and follow the path they know have to be more than just fantasies. Reduced funding means fewer resources, fewer programs, and fewer opportunities for students like me to succeed. Lack of sustainable funding puts our magnet schools at risk, and for many, losing our school's community is the worst possible outcome. And when I said follow your dreams a second ago, I didn't mean nightmares. Without a long-term funding plan, our classroom resources will be reduced, which limits my ability and other students from CT from learning and thriving. In many ways, change begins with the youth, so please continue to work on developing a long-term funding plan for magnet schools and all schools in Connecticut, not just for the power of education that I know we all believe in, but for the significance of art, expression, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. You spoke very fast.
I'm sorry.
I so appreciate that. Up next, we have Bill Murray. Is Bill Murray here? Do you speak that fast? No, I don't. Goodness. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Chairperson Austin. My name is Bill Murray. I'm a retired teacher from Danbury, and I'm president of CEA Retired. I am here to speak on the governor's proposed budget, specifically the proposal to increase the insurance cost share for retired teachers. I served on the Teachers Retirement Board for many years, both as an active and as a retired teacher. I was former vice chair of the board and a member of the insurance committee that established the current insurance plan. Previous to the current plan, the retired teachers had a self-funded Medicare supplement plan. When that plan was in effect, often the state did not meet their one-third required obligation. Our healthy $140 million carefully managed fund was depleted and on the verge of bankruptcy. The state proposed they would pay their one-third cost obligation for a cheaper Medicare Advantage plan. We agreed, and we worked to get the best plan we could for the money. That was about 6 years ago. The proposal in the governor's 2-year budget plan is to reduce the state's contribution from 1/3 to 1/4 of the cost of the insurance plan. That puts a 2-year, $25 million added burden on our retired teachers. We did what we were asked to do. We took a lesser plan with a promise the state would contribute their 1/3 required share. I ask that the state continue to pay their agreed share. Connecticut, like the rest of the country, is experiencing a shortage of certified teachers. In our state, there was a shortage of 500 teachers this year. There is a serious problem recruiting and retaining good teachers. Putting a $25 million additional burden on retired teachers isn't going to help the problem and certainly isn't sending a good message to our colleagues, college students who are considering becoming teachers, and our retired teachers who have served the state. Please don't change the cost share formula. Thank you very much.
Next, David Day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Austin, Walker, and ranking members of the Appropriations Committee. I am David Day, Director of Operations for Goodwin University Magnet School System. It has been over 30 years since the initial filing of the Sheff versus O'Neill case, and the state is still struggling to provide access to high-quality education regardless of zip code. The urgency of this issue cannot be overstated. Too often we find ourselves divided and competing for limited funds. I often ask myself, why? Why do we continue to struggle to provide all schools with the necessary funding to ensure every student can thrive? 40 years ago, 2 artists, Lionel Richie and Michael Jackson, came together to inspire the world to improve. They worked across music genres and our nation sang, "We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving." I could not sing it. So 40 years later, I must ask, can we start giving today's children the necessary resources to ensure their brighter future? This is a choice you're making. Today, I am here to support the Sheff Movements Coalition's position to fully fund education for all students in the state. Your role in this decision-making process is critical. While we are encouraged by the tremendous work the governor and legislators did last year surrounding student-centered funding, more work must be done. The governor's budget proposal is promising, but concerns remain, including using CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index, to create a tuition cap based on the previous 2 years starting in fiscal year 28. In essence, regional school choice and Goodwin University magnet schools cannot adjust local tuition rates for 4 years. However, my most significant concern is ensuring that magnet schools are not overlooked in whatever plan is agreed upon during this budget process. Like RESC, Goodwin University Magnet School System cannot access additional funding locally and requires increased state financial support to avoid unintended negative consequences such as larger class sizes, reduced programming, and an inability to help the state meet the Sheff case's CCP demand requirements and overall the Sheff stipulated agreement. In summary, without the support of legislators, local school districts, and increased state funding, Hartford area magnet schools will be penalized. Families could become disheartened, discouraged, and disillusioned as their choice for high-quality education erodes. What would it look like if today's youth and families concluded that they could not make it here, while the state runs a campaign about you can make it here? This is a choice you're making. Should zip codes matter when there is a need for access for high-quality education? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for not singing. Next, we have Seisha Johnson? Seisha. Okay, I'm sorry. Is it SE or SA? SE. SE, oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Seisha Johnson, and I come to you wearing multiple hats today. I am a fifth grade teacher for the Goodwin Magnet School System, and most importantly, a mother of a fifth grade scholar at Riverside Magnet School and a sixth grade scholar at CTRA Middle Grades Program. I'm asking for your support in funding the Goodwin University Magnet Schools so that we might continue the work of dismantling the negative effects of segregation that have plagued our school systems. Our scholars have the benefit of learning and thriving in schools that combine the rich diversity of our Connecticut cities and towns, preparing them to create the social change in our world we so desperately need. I am confident that our scholars will be leaders in their communities because of the experiences and interactions that are an everyday part of our school communities. As a mother, I couldn't be more at ease knowing that my two children will be future change makers because of the positive culture that makes up their schools.
As a scholar at Riverside Magnet School, I have many close relationships with my friends. Most of my friends live in different towns, and I would not have met them if I didn't have the opportunity to go to a magnet school. I think all scholars should have the chance to go to a magnet school so they can learn and join together as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you. And excuse me, ma'am, would you please restate your name on the microphone, please, for us, so we know? Yeah.
Savannah White.
Savannah White. Okay. Didn't you hear me? I said everybody had to give their name when they came up to the microphone. Thank you. Next, Anya Shaw.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anya Shah, and I'm a sophomore at Connecticut River Academy in East Hartford. I've come back to the Capitol for the third time, not to advocate for a school, but for a second home. This is my 8th year as a part of Connecticut River Academy, which I am so proud of. I would like to advocate for my school as they have done for me and my educational rights. Throughout elementary school and middle school, I was a student with an IEP plan, but as a freshman in high school, I was taken off. My first year of high school, I struggled to keep up with my classmates because I needed support. Legislatives. Imagine being given an assignment that is due by the end of class. The clock is ticking and you're only 2 questions into a packet of 15 questions. You see all of your classmates leaving while you're rereading the 3rd question for the 5th time. This is the reality for me and so many students across Connecticut. My school's educators noticed my struggles and fought for my rights. A referral was started for me to have a 504 plan. I was provided a team full of resources to help me and my immigrant parents get the education plan that I was entitled to. If it weren't for the invested educators at CTRA, I would still be struggling to keep up with my classmates. Without special education teachers, social workers, and school counselors, students like me get left behind, which decreases the success rate of schools. You have the power to change future education rights. You have the power to help students like me get noticed. You can change our lives. The question is, will you? I got lucky to get the education plan that I deserve. But what about the students that couldn't due to the lack of funding and resources? Those students will grow up believing that there's something wrong with them. They will blame themselves for the rest of their lives. These students study for hours and hours and still are unable to reach their potential due to the lack of support. These students are misrepresented without proper resources and are seen as lazy in some cases. Step into our shoes and consider how it feels to work tremendously hard and yet looked as if we don't care nor try. These false stigmas must be destroyed, and only you have the power to do so. The educators at Connecticut River Academy do so much for us by volunteering their time and funding their clubs and activities themselves. They provide us with an outlet when going through rough patches, but they need your help. School funding is needed for magnet schools because it helps these schools create bigger and better communities of diverse student interests, including sports. Magnet schools provide opportunities for scholars that are not usually available at their neighborhood schools. For example, dual enrollment classes that allow students to earn college credits, smaller class sizes, and no tuition. Don't take this away from us. Magnet schools are a crucial resource for families striving for success and breaking cycles of educational disadvantages.
And you gotta sum up. You gotta sum up.
Families want their children to succeed and break the generational curse of failure. Teachers want to provide the best opportunities for their scholars. I'm not the president of the United States, but I am the president of my class, and this voice represents all of Connecticut River Academy. This is our time to shine.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You ever thought of performing arts? I hope so. You do good. Thank you. Noah Rivera and Tashwana Flores. I butchered that so badly. I'm so sorry. Connecticut River Academy, some of those students participate in our juvenile justice committee here.
Hi, my name is Tashana Forbes, and I am a sophomore at Connecticut River Academy. I come here today to talk to you all about the journey and experiences I've had while being in CTRA. I've been on a long road with Goodwin University Magnet School System as I've attended Riverside Magnet Elementary School, CTRA Middle School, and Connecticut River Academy. Being connected with each school has given me a new experience every time. They taught me new skills, allowed me to embrace my inner self, and created a safe, welcoming environment to learn different skills and expand on new ideas. When we had to go through COVID quarantine, funding for new resources, materials, and computers ceased, and resources were limited. When the school went through this downturn, it caused scholars to have limited access to different techniques and methods that individuals, including myself, would benefit from. Although the school did have its downs, I still had the abilities to learn at a consistent pace. Getting more resources and materials allows scholars to be able to learn even more rapidly and be able to understand, be engaged, and interact with peers more, which will allow an easier way to understand concepts and learn. This has caused opportunities to be reduced because these resources and materials would include tutoring, hands-on kits, laboratory equipment, classes that are hands-on to help students gain skills and be successful after high school, that also include culinary arts, tools that are based on trades, and even training materials. Being on this journey with CTRA has allowed me to develop and demonstrate skills that got me into dual enrollment classes, such as pre-AP and soon-to-be AP classes. I've learned efficiently when our classes are hands-on. And if we're able to have access to get more advanced resources for our school to thrive, even more for other students also, so they can learn more and understand better so we can strive as a school together. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
It's on.
It's on.
All right. I am Noah Rivera. I am a freshman at CTRA High. I've been with the school since, elementary school, so Riverside, and then the middle school. So I've been there for, since I started school. In elementary school, and I think a little bit during middle school, I would say I was a little defiant towards a lot of the rules and the teachers. But despite that, they still wanted me to be the best me and, get the best education. And looking back at that, I really appreciate them for that because it's why I'm here today, trying to fight for our school and see them get funding. The high school provides a lot of opportunities for us in the school. The students, they provide pathways that get you ready for college. There's not a lot of schools, at least not schools that I know, that do that. And, for that, I'm very grateful to have gone to the school. My mother wanted me to get a really good education because public schools get a bad reputation. So the fact that I was able to get in here, get a good education, and make a lot of friends too, says a lot. So I do appreciate, I would hope that you guys could support not just our magnet school, but actually other magnet schools that also provide the same amount of resource and education and, people for other people that need it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well spoken. Thank you. Thank you both. Have a good evening. Thanks. Kenneth Crawl? Online. Kenneth.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Kenneth Craw, proud superintendent of the New Fairfield Public Schools in the western part of the state. We have one elementary, one middle school, one high school. We're a town of 13,000 residents, 2,000 students. Small town. I want to talk to you about the reductions for New Fairfield and other districts with their educational cost sharing grants. New Fairfield over the next 2 years is projected to lose close to $1 million. It's one of the largest reductions in funding for ECS of any district. That funding is critical. In the past 2 years here in New Fairfield, we've been through 8 budget referendums in order to get approved budgets each year. So the additional strain of, in this coming FY26 of losing $460,000 in the following year, another additional $460 is significant for a small town like this with little commercial base. The residents really, in terms of their taxes, are the ones shouldering the load, and we are seeing increased need for services for our high needs population. Number of multilingual learners, the number of free reduced lunch, special education students has increased significantly in New Fairfield. I'm concerned from an educational standpoint that our operating budget is the largest expenditure in the town. Will take the hit in terms of these reductions. They'll be passed on, and we'll have to make some difficult choices. 2 years ago, when the town had to cut $500,000, we lost 6 staff members. And so when I think of close to $500,000 a year and reduction of ECS, I'm looking at 5 to 6 educators potentially being lost in our district. And so I'm very concerned about that, and also for other districts losing the ECS funding. I think it's really a misnomer that there are districts that are overfunded out there. And New Fairfield, certainly with the challenges and constraints we have as a small town, I'd argue how critical this funding is. So I won't take up much more of your time, just to thank you and to please consider adding back some funding to hold harmless towns that are losing ECS funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next is Jasenia Hernandez.
She has not logged on.
Okay. Sue Nash. Go right ahead.
Dear members of the committee, my name is Sue Nash, Superintendent from Killingly Public Schools. I am testifying today regarding Governor Lamont's February 3rd press release in which he recommended establishing a high-quality special education program incentive grant. This program would allocate $10 million from the general fund and $4 million in bond funds to encourage in-district special education programming. However, this competitive grant program is not slated to launch until fiscal year 2027. In response to the governor's statement, the commissioner encouraged districts to partner with innovative partnerships within their community to provide high-quality special education services. I want to focus on those innovative partnerships. In Killingly, we are moving forward with just that. We have partnered with an agency called Effective School Solutions, ESS, which has a successful track record of opening specialized programs in other districts. However, their services come at a significant cost. ESS provides clinical staff, marketing, family outreach, and program development essential components in which we need to launch a 20-student therapeutic academy in Killingly. This academy will allow us to bring back many students who are currently placed out of district. The benefit of this program are both financial and personal. Financially, it reduces our out-of-district tuition costs. Personally, for students and families, it means less travel. Many of our students currently commute over an hour each way to their placements. The further they are from Killingly, the more isolated they become from their peers, school, and community. But ESS is expensive. Our contract for next year is nearly $700,000, covering primarily clinical and behavioral staff, which we do not have in-house. There is no other option but to use an outside agency. Beyond that, we also need to hire academic staff, special education teachers, paraprofessionals, purchase furniture, curriculum, and supplies. In total, launching this program for just 20 students will cost over $1 million. Now, you may ask, can't you fund this tuition saving by bringing students back in district? And the answer is yes and no. While we have identified students who could be a good fit for the Therapeutic Academy, not all families will want to relocate their children, particularly if they are having success in their current placements. Currently, we have about 60 students placed out of district. Even if we bring 20 back, the impact on our tuition line will just barely be enough to cover the program cost. So in theory, it makes sense to lean into innovative partnerships and develop in-district programs to reduce outplacements. However, I'm not sure everyone fully understands the overhead costs associated with essentially opening a new school, and that is why I'm here today. With some seed money, many districts, particularly smaller districts, could get these programs off the ground by next year, reducing their special education costs as they work to finalize their budgets. I urge you to consider accelerating the timeline for funding or offering startup grants to help districts implement these critical programs now rather than waiting until 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Diana Gill? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go. No, I will, excuse me. Go right ahead.
So Diana's on Zoom and I'm translating for her.
Okay,
Now I'm here with CSEA, SEIU.
all right.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. My name is Diana Hill and Jennifer will help me with my translation. Okay, so soy una educadora del cuidado infantil familiar en el hogar de Wethersfield, Connecticut. Soy orgullosa miembro de la Unión, un sindicato que representa a 25,000 trabajadores estatales, municipales, de la Junta de Educación, activos y jubilados del sector público y privado, incluidos los educadores en el hogar que participan en el programa de cuidado infantil Care for Kids. Y el día de hoy voy a ofrecer mi testimonio. Jennifer.
Dale, hazlo tú todo en inglés y después voy yo.
¿Segura? Ok. Soy educadora del cuidado infantil en familia en el hogar en Wethersfield. Soy de descendencia colombiana. Tengo un título en educación infantil en mi país, que después de un proceso de acreditación es válido en los Estados Unidos para trabajar en las escuelas públicas. Sin embargo, he elegido quedarme en mi propio programa de cuidado infantil en el hogar porque amo lo que hago y mi programa me permite ofrecer cuidado de calidad a los niños y apoyar a los padres para que puedan trabajar y salir adelante en la vida.
Are you interpreting? Yep, when she's done.
No, oh, I think it's better if you go with me.
Síguelo.
En el momento estoy en el proceso de acreditación nacional de NAPSI con el apoyo de la Unión, la OIC y el Departamento de Desempleo en el programa de Apprenticeship, buscando así tener un programa de alta calidad. Es fundamental que el apoyo que se da a las educadoras para que se puedan capacitar y certificar continúe. Estos programas nos ayudan a brindar un programa más preparado para los niños y ofrecer a nuestros niños y a la comunidad una mejor garantía en estándares. Aquí aunque podría ganar más dinero trabajando en el sistema escolar, valoro la flexibilidad que me brinda tener mi propio negocio. También tengo alta estima a mis colegas educadoras de cuidado infantil en la familia porque sé la dedicación que requiere este trabajo. Lo que realmente me atrae de esta profesión es la oportunidad de ser parte de la vida de un niño en sus años más valiosos. Ver a los niños crecer y aprender y desarrollarse es increíblemente gratificante y me enorgullece ayudarles a construir una bolsa sólida para su futuro. Jennifer, continúa.
Termínalo y después yo lo hago.
Ok, finalmente quiero agradecerles a los legisladores por continuar aumentando los fondos para el programa de Care for Kids. Aquí los fondos aún no son suficientes. Reconozco que en un momento en que muchos sectores están perdiendo financiamiento, es una victoria para nuestro estado. Sin cuidado infantil asequible, muchos padres no podrían trabajar, lo que afectaría negativamente a la economía de Connecticut. Les animo a seguir invirtiendo en el cuidado infantil porque cuando los padres tienen éxito, todo nuestro estado se beneficia. Abordar las necesidades del cuidado infantil de las familias de Connecticut es una prioridad para todos en esta sesión legislativa. Ahora es el momento de actuar para que los padres, los niños y los proveedores tengan los recursos necesarios. Recuerde que los educadores deben ser parte de la solución a los problemas relacionados con el cuidado infantil. Les pedimos que continúen escuchando nuestras voces y busquen nuestra opinión mientras trabajamos en la legislación sobre el cuidado infantil. Juntos podemos construir un sistema sólido que ponga a nuestros niños en primer lugar, beneficie a los padres y garantice que los proveedores reciban una compensación justa y respetuosa. Thank you so much.
Senator Olson, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nucio, and members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Diana Gill, and I am a family child care educator in Weathersfield, Connecticut, and a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a union representing 25,000 active and retired state, municipal, board of education, public and private sector workers, including home educators participating in the Care for Kids child care program. I offer the following testimony regarding the budget for the Office of Early Childhood. I am a family child care educator in Weathersfield, Connecticut. I am of Colombian descent and have a degree in early childhood education from my native country, which, after certification evaluation process, is valid in the United States. Although I am qualified to teach in public schools, I have chosen to run my own family child care program because I love the work I do. My program allows me to provide quality care to children and support parents so they can work and get ahead in life. I'm currently in the process of obtaining national accreditation from the National Association for Family Child Care, NAFCI, with the support of the union, OEC, and the Unemployment Department with the apprenticeship program seeking to have a high-quality program. It is critical that support for home child care educators to train and become certified continues. These achievements help me provide an educational program that prepares the children of my community for school and life with high standards. Although I could earn much more working in the school system, I value the flexibility that owning my own business gives. I also hold my fellow family child care educators in high regard because I know the dedication that this job requires. What really attracts me to this profession is the opportunity to be part of a child's life in the most valuable years. Watching children grow, learn, and develop is incredibly rewarding, and I take pride in helping them build a solid foundation for their future. I want to thank legislators for continuing to increase funding for the Care for Kids program. While funding is still not sufficient, I recognize that at a time when many sectors are losing funding, this is a win for our state. Without affordable childcare, many parents would be unable to work, which would negatively impact Connecticut's economy. I encourage you to continue investing in childcare because when parents succeed, our entire state benefits. Addressing the childcare needs of Connecticut families is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Remember that educators must be a part of the solution to childcare issues. We ask that you continue to listen to our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our children first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Diana Gill.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Thank you both for your testimonies. Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey Raven and Ann Nutt.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and Representative Walker, and is that better? Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. As you know, the American School for the Deaf continues to be a critical place for all deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind students here in Connecticut. And I'm pleased to inform you that since the last time I spoke with you, our enrollment has grown. We previously had 100 Connecticut students. We now have 115. And out of those 15 new students, 13 of them are preschool students, which is opening up 2 new preschool classrooms for us, which is amazing because we've always preached about the importance of early language development and early language acquisition and exposure. And so that new growth is very exciting to see. We look forward to seeing how these students grow and thrive now that they have that early language exposure. So I wanted to share that great news with you both. I also want to share that our Birth to 3 program, since I last spoke to you several years ago, initially had 40 families. We now have 130 families in our Birth to 3 program. So that growth is triple what we've had in years past. And so I think the American School for the Deaf has done a wonderful job here in Connecticut, making an impact on every child with a hearing loss. However, the reason why I'm here is to talk about money. The state of Connecticut, particularly legislative people, have been extremely supportive of the school and have remained committed over the years to giving us those 800,000 incremental increases every year to make sure that our deficit is now closer to being balanced. Now, while that funding has helped us tremendously reach our goal, we are still running a deficit, and our other programs, such as our PACES Therapeutic program, our online academy, those newer programs that we've set up, have helped to offset that deficit in some ways, but I am here to request the same kind of support with the understanding that I originally, about 2 months ago, had said $800,000 was the increase we'd be looking for fiscal year 26 and 27, 2 incremental increases of $800,000. However, we just learned that our health insurance is going to increase by about 30 to 40%. And that was a surprise to us all at the school. And because of that expense, I am now asking for $1.6 million in an increase for fiscal year 26, and then back to an $800,000 increase for fiscal year 27. However, I do want you both to know that we have been in conversations with the state of Connecticut with a partnership program to see if we potentially could be part of that partnership healthcare program and see if we would be able to realize any savings to the school. If that savings is something that can happen, then our request would go back to the original request of $800,000 for fiscal year 26. So I wanted you to know why our requests may fluctuate. It's going to depend what happens over the next few months as we engage in dialogue with different groups relating to health insurance costs. And before I close, I do want you both to know that we have 2 more testimonies from 2 other individuals. One is Latasha Dennis, who is here this evening and was able to attend, but she submitted her written testimony online. She is also president of our Residential Counselor and Teacher Aide and Administrative Assistant Union. And that is a close partnership that we've worked on. It's been amazing. And she wrote a very nice testimony. I wanted to make sure that you have an opportunity to read through that. The other one is from Lorena DeCarlo, who is a parent of one of our amazing students. She was not able to attend today because of childcare, but I wanted to make sure that you also took the time to read through her testimony because it truly talks about the power and the impact that our school has had on her son. So I hope that you'll have the time to read through that. Thank you again for your continued support, and I look forward to continuing the dialogue with you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony, and the success of your agency is wonderful.
Thank you so much, and it wouldn't be possible without your support, so thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
Good afternoon. How are you both?
Great.
Great. Thank you for the time. I'm appreciative of being able to testify before the committee and also ask for the incremental increases to the American School for the Deaf. My name is Ann Nutt. I've been a teacher at ASD for nearly 40 years. In that time, I've taught 3rd and 6th grade, high school, science, and the majority of my years have been in middle school. For the past 4 years, I've been teaching horticulture. Oh, that's my outfit, which is an electives course, and I teach the entire student population. So that's pre-K through 12. It includes the core program, our PACES program, which is the therapeutic support, and the autism program. I feel privileged to have the opportunity to teach the entire range of the student population and get to know them all, as well as their aides and their support staff. I'm also the president of the Federation of Professionals, AFT Local 4230, for the teachers and other professionals, speech habilitations, speech and language therapists, audiologists, counselors, social workers, occupational therapists, and physical therapists. We're all highly trained professionals and work collaboratively together for the best outcomes for our students. We also have been working very collaboratively with the administration, as Jeff has said, and work to develop the rapport, a collegial relationship to bring forth solutions, to feedback and improve communication to make sure our students get the highest quality education and we have a good place to work and are supported in our careers. As you know, it was established, ASD was established in 1817 to provide deaf and hard of hearing students that weren't sufficiently trained and taught in the public schools, and that continues today. We communicate primarily through American Sign Language and other visual means, offer opportunities for the students, offer clubs, sports, interactive activities, technology to help in their educational progress and communication. We help set goals for their future and careers and help them learn how to advocate for themselves and access services so they can have successful careers and fulfilling lives. As I said, this is a calling. It's definitely a calling. It requires heart, but also perseverance and dedication. We communicate through American Sign Language primarily, which, unless you're a native user, takes years to acquire and become proficient. We instruct students who communicate through ASL or home signs or sign language from another country or have no language at all. So we have to meet them where they are. We're extremely innovative, flexible, and creative in our professions. Beyond the very specialized training, there's professional development to keep us up to date with the latest information on the students' needs. We have to spend hours developing materials for our very diverse population and meet with colleagues in school or professionally to continue to learn and grow. I've been in the field of deaf ed for decades and have seen many trends come and go. Currently, the state of education is in crisis all across the nation. And it's also sadly in a state of crisis at Schools for the Deaf and our deaf school as well, to have the ability to educate them as we should, to be inclusive as possible, and it's a dire situation. Also to hire and retain the professionals to be able to support them in their profession and give the support they need to our students. The students and the families are our neighbors. They're in our community. We know them. You probably know people that access the programs. For many in our communities, the only place where their children can go to access the education appropriate for them and have the programs to meet their needs. As it was recognized 208 years ago and acted upon by visionaries in the Hartford community. And it's the first special education institution in the Western Hemisphere. It's influenced all of our lives, everybody in this room, everybody everywhere, believe it or not, and it is still relevant today. And so the appropriations increase we're requesting is critical, support the salaries and benefits and serve the students, support developing critical programs and the futures of students that can be productive and have fulfilling lives and their families' lives and the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wait, what does ASD stand for so that everybody knows?
The American School for the Deaf. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. I wanted you to say that because every time you said everybody kind of, they sort of squinted like, what is that? So I just wanted to make
I'm
sure.
sorry.
That's okay. No, we have to make sure we watch the faces of the audience.
All right.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you.
very much for the
Have
opportunity.
a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye. Next, Hedy Ayers. Online. Oh,
Good afternoon.
saw you last night.
You did. Good afternoon. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Hedy Ayers, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of Development and Community Engagement for Waterbury Promise, a nonprofit dedicated to building a generation of college graduates in Waterbury. I'm here today to register my support for the intent behind Senate Bill 857, an act concerning funding for Waterbury Promise. We are profoundly grateful to the members of our legislative delegation who co-sponsored this bill and are advocating for state funding of $1.5 million in FY26 and FY27 to support our fast-growing program that is frankly a game changer for our city and our state. We ask that you include this requested funding in the upcoming biennial budget. I did testify last night in person at the higher education public hearing, along with several of our scholars, and I'm back today because, as you'll hear, Waterbury Promise support begins while students are in high school and extends throughout their higher education journeys and beyond. While I've submitted detailed written testimony explaining the program's scope of services, our exponential growth, our impact, and why state support is both a wise investment and is critical at this time, I'm here to share some highlights. First, Waterbury Promise is a comprehensive college access and success program that is helping underserved Waterbury students get to college, thrive there, persist through graduation, and be career ready to fuel a robust and diverse talent pipeline for the Connecticut economy. In just 3 years, we are already serving more than 600 scholars across 20 Connecticut colleges and universities, and will grow to well over 800 scholars by this summer. Second, the program includes a generous last dollar scholarship, up to $5,000 per scholar per year of college for all 4 years, and has awarded more than $1.1 million in scholarships to increase college affordability at Connecticut institutions and reduce crushing student debt burden. But we are so much more than a scholarship program. Scholarships alone won't close the higher education gap in cities like Waterbury, nor move the dial on key metrics like college enrollment, persistence, retention, and graduation rates for first-generation students of color who hail from low to moderate income families. But programs like Waterbury Promise are doing just that. Our full spectrum of support is student-centered and focuses on breaking down all barriers, financial, academic, social, and emotional, and more, to attaining a life-changing college degree. By providing college exploration and preparedness programming for high school students, critical college transition support, one-on-one college success coaching, connections to key resources, and invaluable career readiness programs that have led to paid local internships and part-time and full-time jobs, our holistic approach has been a recipe for success. In fact, our program has a 90% college persistence rate and a program retention rate of 89%. But to keep persistence and retention rates high, realize graduation rates of greater than 70% beginning in 2026, and continue to serve well our growing scholar population, we will need to scale up and build out our program in short order. In fact, 478 high school seniors are currently on track to Promise, and we've seen a 25% increase in the number of pre-enrollment packets received over this time last year. Clearly, our powerful message that college is possible has certainly taken hold. Parents often share their disappointment that our program wasn't available when their older children were contemplating what lies beyond high school graduation. The bottom line is that we are working hard every day to advance racial and economic equity in our city while building a diverse and well-educated next-generation workforce for Connecticut. We hope the state will partner with us to keep our future leaders here and help us keep the promise of a brighter future through post-secondary education and completion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Elisa Gengri. Elisa? Yep.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go right ahead.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Alyssa Gingri, and I'm providing testimony for Waterbury Promise Scholars. I support the intent of proposed bill number 857, an act concerning funding for Waterbury Promise to provide essential resources to assist underserved students in Waterbury Public Schools. I ask that you include the requested funding in the biannual budget. While I testified in person yesterday at the Higher Education Subcommittee's public hearing, I wanted to be a part of today's public hearing as well, since Waterbury Promise truly supports students from high school all throughout university. As a first-generation pre-law student, double majoring in economics and mechanical engineering at Yale University, Waterbury Promise has played a critical role in my academic journey. Beyond financial support, the program has provided me mentorship, career readiness, and emergency funding, ensuring that students like me can persist in higher education despite unforeseen hardships. The emergency fund is particularly vital as unexpected financial challenges can occur. Things like medical bills, housing insecurity, financial crises like family crises can all threaten a student's ability to remain in school. Whether a student is working or fully focused on academics, emergencies can happen, and no one should have to put their education on the line due to these circumstances. Waterbury Promise provides a crucial safety net, ensuring that students stay on course towards graduation rather than being forced to withdraw due to these circumstances and financial instability. Proposed Senate Bill number 857 is not just about funding, it's about investing in potential. It's about breaking cycles of poverty and empowering students to succeed. With this funding, Waterbury Promise can truly support more students, expand financial aid, emergency aid, and strengthen career development opportunities to ensure that talented, hardworking students from Waterbury can truly have the backing and support that they need to achieve their dreams. I urge you to support this bill because when you invest in Waterbury students, you invest in a stronger, more prosperous future for us all. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next is Alex Hollister. Online.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Go right ahead.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Alexander Hollister, and I'm providing testimony for Waterbury Promise Scholars. I support the intent of proposed bill number 857, an act concerning funding for Waterbury Promise, which aims to assist underrepresented students in Waterbury public schools. I ask that you provide the requested funding in the biennial budget. As a first-generation student majoring in English and elementary education at Eastern, I've always thought that college would be out of reach, but I've been able to further my education and career with the support of Waterbury Promise. I've had the fortune of receiving the emergency fund during an extreme time of need, and I know that they're there to ensure my success, and they're always going to be one call away. And they are always there throughout all of my life challenges. The amount of mentorship and guidance that Waterbury Promise has provided me gives me the power of persistence. Waterbury Promise has been more than just a scholarship for me. It's a network that consistently engaged with me and offers support during times of needs. Throughout my college career, the program has reached out to see if I needed any kind of assistance, demonstrating their willingness to be there for me and provide resources whenever needed. They have reliably sent out emails with tips that I consider essential to college life and have benefited from over time. As a college student, I have always known that Watery Promise provides emotional support as well. In times of adversity, I know they are always one call away, and receiving the emergency fund during financial hardship has demonstrated that they genuinely care for their scholars. Their confidence in my ability to thrive is one of the reasons I continue to push through and know that I have a strong support system. By funding Watery Promise, you will be giving many people like myself an opportunity to believe in themselves. You'll be a part of why students from Waterbury can look back at the support they've received and know that they have people to support them through thick and thin. Moreover, you'll be part of why the upcoming generation has the privilege of succeeding in meaningful careers of their interests. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, I'm going to call three people up together, Logan Ortiz, Tiffany Ortiz, and Ricardo Ortiz.
We are, oh,
Two proud parents, I think. Oh, wait a minute, we're missing one, somebody. Tiffany?
She's sitting back there.
That's just them? Okay, all right, good. Go right ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Logan Ortiz, and I'm actually currently at a fourth grader at Riverside Magnet School. I have attended Riverside since pre-K 4, and I want to share why I love my school and why going to a magnet school is such a great opportunity. One of the best things about RMS is all the opportunities I have. I get to meet kids from different towns, cities, and backgrounds. By making new friends, I can learn from them and they can learn from me. This helps me understand different cultures and ideas, which makes school even more exciting. I always get to learn from amazing teachers like Mr. Ferrer, Mr. Wynn, Ms. Marcatonio, and Ms. Marino. They make learning fun and help me grow every day. Other great things about magnet schools is the special programs and classes we can take at RMS. I get to explore subjects like music, choir, and STEM and art. These classes let me try new things and help me get ready for middle school in 2 years. Magnet school always prepares students for the future. Both of my parents went to magnet schools, guaranteed, graduated, and then went to college. Now they work in education, and my mom even worked at a magnet school. They always tell me how much fun they have and how many opportunities they got because of it. That's why my goal is to go to college too. Riverside Magnet School is helping me prepare for that by challenging me, encouraging me to be creative, and giving me the chance to learn in exciting ways. Magnet School gives students like me and my sister a great education and more opportunities for success. I hope so. I am so happy to be part of Riverside Magnet School. Thank you.
Thank you, you did very well, very well. Phonetically reading, huh? I like that, that was good. Thank you, have a good day. Next we have,
So just so everybody knows, because we have so many people, when we're clapping, we do this, so that way it doesn't interfere with us going to the next person. It's also, to our deaf community, we let them know that we honor them too by doing that.
next we have Darlene's Morale.
She's a little delayed, Madam Chair. We can circle back to her maybe
Okay.
later.
How about Sandra Bove? Nope. Okay. Is she online? Is she accepting the invite? Yes. Yeah, no. Sandra?
Sandra, if you could try unmuting yourself.
Ed, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good afternoon. Are we all set?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Sandra Bove, a retired teacher, and I'm speaking for myself and as legislative co-chair of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. I'm speaking in opposition to the governor's budget proposal for the Teachers Retirement Board. Retired teachers' health insurance account was instituted by teachers so that when they retire, the fund will help defray the cost of their health insurance. Teachers pay into the account with the promise it will be there when they retire. TRB is charged with sponsoring Medicare Supplement and Medicare Advantage health insurance plans for retired members. In 2018, the teachers' health insurance was in jeopardy due to the state's not meeting its one-third commitment over the years. The TRB then left the long-standing self-insured original Medicare plan and offered retirees a less expensive Medicare Advantage plan and an expensive Medicare Supplement plan. The Advantage plan was the only plan to receive the full promised one-third subsidy. The state does not contribute an equally proportionate one-third subsidy towards the supplement plan. It is not fair to retirees to reduce the state subsidy to 1/4 and to increase withdrawals from the account for the purpose of lowering state expenditures. History demonstrates that this path has negative consequences for present and future retirees. Retirees want an equitable choice between the for-profit Advantage plan and the supplement plan where you and your doctor determine your health care. This requires restoration of the one-third subsidy to the supplement plan. This will help to make it a more affordable choice, especially for the most needy of my fellow retirees who need the supplement plan for health reasons. Our insurance plan should be managed according to its intent to defray the cost of retired teacher health insurance plans. As it is, retirees considering their contributions to the health fund and paying fully their dental and Medicare premiums pay the bulk of their own insurance costs as it is. Understandably, the supplement plan will always be more costly, and many teachers will still have to choose that Advantage plan. The fund is now financially sound. I'm urging that our health insurance account be managed as intended to help defray the high cost of health insurance. The health fund can now support a full one-third subsidy for the supplement plan, as well as a one-third subsidy of the Advantage plan. The governor's proposal of 1/4 reduction is not fair to teachers, retirees, and future retirees. Please do not let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Judy Nicolari. Judy? Yeah. Can you unmute yourself? Judy? Judy, can you unmute yourself? Okay, maybe she stepped
We're
up.
here.
There she
We're
goes.
here.
Yep.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Dear
with-
Chair,
Go ahead.
yeah, dear Chairman Austin and Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Judy Larkin Nicolari. I'm a lifelong resident of Ansonia, and I'm an elected official as a city treasurer. I am testifying today regarding HB 6864 and asking you to fund Proud Academy. Ansonia is one of the smallest and poorest towns in the state of Connecticut. So as a school, as unique as Proud Academy will certainly add to the educational and economic landscape. This will be the first tuition-free public charter school of any kind in my region and draw families from all around the state to our small town. Since my daughter is the founder of Proud Academy, I had the privilege of sitting behind many booths at Valley events such as Rock the Valley, the Ansonia Harvest Festival, and Shelton food trucks. It was truly exciting to witness firsthand the enthusiasm people had from the Naugatuck Valley for a school so progressive like this landing in our town. This would truly put us on the educational map as the New York Times reached out to Proud Academy for a story once this happens. I also attended events with the mayor of the city, Dave Cassetti, was proudly raising the pride flag and transgender flag at City Hall. He has been very supportive of Proud Academy and even let their board of directors use City Hall for an annual board meeting. I am personally excited and proud at the prospect of this school opening up in my hometown of Ansonia. People in town ask me all the time, what's happening with Proud Academy? I guess after today's hearing, I will have an answer for them. So I am asking you today to fund Proud Academy, as this is a groundbreaking school we can offer, not only for our Naugatuck Valley families, but families from around the state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Glenn Lugarini.
There was no picture.
Glenn?
I was thinking.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Dr. Glenn Lungarini, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Schools and the CIAC. CAS-CIAC works directly with more than 170,000 students annually and with nearly every public school principal and assistant principal. CAS has two requests regarding the upcoming budget year. First, CAS is requesting limited eligibility for some of its staff into teacher retirement system. This limited eligibility would include staff who have O92 certifications or higher, employed within 90 days of their last enrollment in TRS, and 10 years invested in TRS. Contrary to testimony that was provided earlier, TRS does allow inclusion of nonprofit organizations, provided such entities or organizations are explicitly named in the legislation. Examples of this currently include the University of Connecticut, Connecticut Technical Schools, and the Goodwin Magnet Schools, and the grandfathered CERCs. The second ask for CAS-CIAC, this past year, we've had a $320,000 allocation through grants from SDE that support the many activities student leadership activities that we have for our member schools. We are requesting a $500,000 annual line item, less than $5 per student, in the upcoming budget. This money has allowed us to work with legislators from both the Senate and the House side to implement and provide programming that has reached a wide variety of our membership, including programs for men in color of leadership, women in leadership, student leadership boards, and State Student Advisory Committee on Education, and other boards that report directly to the State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and have a good day. Thank you. Next, Justin Elliker. And Justin, or Mayor Elliker, where's your phone is over here. One of your team members? The reason why I say is because you sent them a text 10 minutes ago.
You talking to me?
Yeah. It's hers. It's hers.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Always serving the public, Representative Walker. Can I dive in or?
Go right ahead.
All right. Thanks, Senator Austin, Representative Walker. Appreciate very, very long days and nights for you all. Appreciate everything that you do tonight and for our community in general. My name's Justin Elliker. I'm the mayor of the city of New Haven, and I'm here to testify on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 to advocate for the 119K Commission's recommendation.
Note we missed allows
K through 12 education cost sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education for our students across the state. We, I'm sure, agree in this room and beyond that education is one of the most foundational building blocks of opportunity for our young people and unlocks future opportunities in learning, careers, life overall, one's well-being. Conversely, the consequences of a lack of appropriate funding and equitable education are clear. When we underinvest in our students, they pay, and we pay as a society as well, both now and later. We're seeing the impact, the consequences of that underinvestment as 119,000 young people across the state remain at risk disconnected, with 10,000 more young people adding to that number every year. We urge you to increase funding for state education for students across the state and more adequately and equitably fund Connecticut's high-need students. The state's per student foundation amount is currently $11,525 per student, and it has not increased in over a decade since 2013, despite average inflation of 2.77%. Municipalities like ours have increased our local contributions over the last few years. For example, in New Haven, we've increased our local contribution by 50%. But the average New Haven home's tax bill has also increased by approximately 20%. Without additional state support, funding will continue to be shifted onto local municipalities. Cities like New Haven tend to serve a higher population of students of need, as you all well know. 83% of our approximately 19,000 students are considered high-need students, while the average overall state population is around 55%. And yet New Haven spends less per pupil, $20,451 per student, than the state average of $21,143 per student. This underinvestment in our other high needs students has contributed to significant staffing shortages and fewer resources for our students. And, you know, to give you some examples, per our staffing guidelines, New Haven Public Schools would need over 700 more staff in order to have the number of teachers, social workers, librarians to meet our students' needs, which is, we estimated approximately $35 million additional funding. Currently, we have approximately 46 school counselors for almost 19,000 students, across 41 schools, which is a ratio of 408 students per counselor. We have approximately 32 school psychologists, a ratio of 595 students per psychologist, 53 social workers, a ratio of 358 students per social worker. It is clear that we need more support for our kids. And for special education staffing alone, New Haven Public Schools would need more than 148 staff members additional to be fully staffed. In the fiscal year 23-24 budget for the state ended the year with a $400 million surplus in its general fund, $4.1 billion in its budget reserve fund, and over $1 billion set aside due to the volatility cap. And while the fiscal guardrails have been tremendously important to addressing the state's long-term financial unfunded liabilities, our students also need investment now. Even as the fiscal guardrails have a compounding effect, so does education on our students and their future. So we urge you to increase the education funding and update Connecticut's K-12 ECS formula by adjusting the foundation amount for inflation and increasing weights for our low-income students, multilingual learners, and adding a 50% weight for students with disabilities. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank
Good
you
to see you.
for your public service. Next, Stephen Adamowski. Stephen? No? Okay. Next, Peter Casanta. Oh, sorry, Julie Hall, sorry. Julie Hall?
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Hall, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Lumability, and I'm responsible for the Birth of Three program called Kid Steps. My testimony today is in regards to the governor's budget and the OEC funding for Birth of Three system. And based on the testimony that I heard from Acting Commissioner Trueworthy this morning, I have some comments I'd really like to share instead of, I'll leave the other pieces to the rest of my colleagues
read
that are
that.
coming after. So one of the things that I heard today were questions asked about the gap and what the gap payment was. And I heard the acting commissioner address that the rate was going to lead to decrease in dependency on the gap itself as a funding source. The gap was never intended as a bridge between one rate to another. The gap was initiated in the very beginning because it was intended for those services that cannot be paid for through a rate, through a Medicaid rate. Things like service coordination, things like administrative support, those things are still going to be in existence. So withdrawing the gap language is not going to help the system. One of the other things that I heard asked and I was very appreciative of was about the tiered rate system. And Senator Austin, I'm taking a page out of your page book because I heard you say in a select committee to be direct and ask for what we want and not mess around or don't bother coming to your office to talk. And so I'm taking you at your word. I really appreciated the comment about, was this going to make a difference and fix the problem? And the answer is no. I could tell you that without going to a work group afterwards. It is not going to fix the problem the way things are structured in a tiered system. It is fraught with some inequalities. They're not even going to be able to implement in time. Now, here's the other factor is the Birth to 3 programs right now, we're hanging on by a thread. If it hadn't been for the gap payment increasing, I believe it was 3 years ago, many more programs than the 2 that have already folded would have done so. Right now, if we don't look at this from any other perspective, I can tell you that the stakeholders that were in the group advising on that PCG rate study, there was never any mention of a tiered system. And right on page 5 and 6, it outlines that the cost of providing these services is $167 an hour. So this tiered system is only half funding the issue. Now, will it make a difference? Absolutely. And I'm so excited and pleased that the governor has at least included numbers in the budget for this year, but it's not going to be enough to fix the problem. It really isn't. I think that the biggest problem we're going to have is we still won't be able to attract new therapists into the field. And we have a workforce shortage right now. It's in crisis. We have an increasing number of children coming into the program, and there aren't any wait lists in Birth to 3. Our only means is to make sure that every child gets seen. But the problem is then their services get diluted because there's only so much you can do with so many bodies. And until we can bring more people into the workforce, we're not going to be able to keep servicing the needs of the children in our communities. And the real shame here is that we know that 49% of the kids that are in Birth to 3 do not go on to need Part C services in the school system. So by funding us now and taking care of things, we're actually going to be reducing the costs of long-term costs into Part B services. I'm very happy to ask more, share more information at your request. I will say that I'm concerned based on what I heard this morning that you're going to get the full answers from the perspective of what's really happening for the providers in a work group that's not public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your honesty and going direct as Senator Austin requested. I think that's very, very, we remember because she does mention that a lot. We listen to a lot of people. So thank you very much. We're talking about the Office of Early Childhood, correct?
Yes, we are.
That's what I
Birth to
thought.
3 system.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And have a good day. Thank you for your testimony. Let's see. Is Peter Casanta here? No? Yes, there you are. Good. Oh, he did? Oh, I did call his name, didn't I?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is, again, Peter Casasanta. I'm here to advocate for funding for the Magnet School program. I am not only advocating for my daughter's school, but for the program as a whole. My daughter is currently a scholar of Riverside Magnet School here in Connecticut. She is my first experience with the Magnet School system, and I couldn't be happier. I'm blessed to have an older son as well. He, unlike my daughter, went through the public school system here, and I cannot put into words the positive differences that exist between those school systems. The learning, the programs, the diversity, the attention to this that the students receive, the potential that is offered to the students through the Magnet School program is phenomenal. The Magnet School system is setting her up for a future like no other. Thanks to teachers like Mrs. Myers, Mrs. Sendowitz, and others, my daughter is excelling in so many ways there. She is engaged, and she is proud to be a scholar there. I cannot thank the work that administration has done and that this program offers enough. My regret is that I did not know of the Magnet School program previously, as given the opportunity, I do feel my son would have flourished there as well. But that being said, I think about all the other scholars out there that are dealing with greater struggles and cannot afford to miss out on the Magnet School opportunity. due to reduced funding. I am asking you approve the added funding. We really must ensure that the magnet schools continue to be successful. We cannot let the work of Mrs. Sheff and her sacrifices be in vain. Her work should not be undone. Magnet schools are imperative. They are working. The funding is critical. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Leonard Lockhart. Is Leonard Lockhart here? You had it on already. Somebody, there you go.
Good afternoon to the members and leaders of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Leonard Lockhart. I serve on the Windsor Board of Education. I also serve as president of the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, known as CABE, and I'm also a director on the National School Boards Association, hoping to become president-elect in April. CABE is before I begin, I want to thank you on behalf of all of our school districts for the $40 million appropriation that you're putting forth for this particular fiscal year. It really helps a lot of districts that are really in a difficult situation, and as they're trying to balance their budgets and not trying to cut services in this current budget and have to push stuff off until July. So we thank you for the consideration, and we hope that the CGA takes it up and approves it. CABE is appreciative of the priority placed on special education this session. We support removal of the cap of the excess cost reimbursement grant for special education. This was set up to be a safety net for the high cost of outplacements. The disbursements to districts just 3 weeks ago were woefully underfunded to the districts. This means that as we work on next year's budgets, we have to consider further reductions in our programs for traditional students, cutting staff, and eliminating any new and innovative programs. There are districts in Connecticut that have transportation costs for special education that are $40,000 to $60,000 per student. We are supportive of the State Department of Education's review to establish a set tuition rate for outplacement services. We only hope providers don't decide to no longer provide the service if the set price does not meet their business models. Each year, the State Department of Education reports on statewide staffing shortages and special education teachers that have been on the list for years. Correct? The Hartford Area Regional Education Service Center runs a statewide teacher residency program that qualifies teachers candidates for elementary and special education certification that currently has 40 participants. They have more interest, but due to the loss of state funding, they can only fund 25 candidates. That 25 candidates actually had to be turned away. There could have been more special education teachers in Connecticut, and districts need them and need them now. CABE supports holding districts harmless that are slated to lose in the education cost sharing grant formula. With the increase in special education costs, districts are more in need so to not diminish overall district academic needs. The governor's proposal to create a matching grant for personal technology will be a welcome asset to districts that are establishing new protocols on restricting cell phones in schools. LEAP has shown, Learner Attendance Engagement Program has shown results in building trust with districts. Creation of the dual credit expansion grant will allow more students to continue to higher education and seamless track to help the less engaged youth. Federal funds were utilized in the State Department of Education to establish a high dosage tutoring program, and CABE is supportive of the recognition of the need of the continued initiative. And finally, federal funds that supported many districts and mental health needs have left districts with the responsibility to continue program and staffing. The competitive grant for student support is an asset. And as I always state, when we speak to you as CABE in this building, what can CABE do for you to help you with your mission and your goals to make sure that we provide a high quality public education to every single one of our children in the state of Connecticut? Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Hawthorne. Ed Hawthorne. Then the next one is a little panel if the following people are here. Danilo Bela. John Rosenberg, Elise Castellano, or you, Murphy? Let's go. Chop, chop. Trying to get all of you in.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Go ahead. Floor is yours. And tell me your names.
Dear members of Appreciation Committee, my name is Danila Bella and I'm graduated of HLA in the Brooklyn, a sister school of Allen Public Charter School, which has been granted initial approval to open in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm here today to share my story in the hope that it will illustrate the profound impact that a school like Allen can have on students like me. I grew up in the beautiful port city of Mariupol, Ukraine. I had a happy childhood and loved my life. I attended one of the most prestigious schools specializing in mathematics, competed in national science competitions, and was surrounded by wonderful friends. Then, in February 2022, almost 3 years ago, my world changed completely. My country was invaded by Russia and my city Mariupol was bombed relentlessly. Eventually, Russian forces laid siege to Mariupol and occupied what remained of it. To this day, it is difficult for me to describe what it was like to hide and pray for our lives during those days of heavy bombing. In late spring, we began our dangerous journey to the United States. We had to make our way to St. Petersburg, Russia, then to Europe, and finally from Warsaw, Poland, we arrived in New York City. A few weeks after arriving, I enrolled at HLA. I did not speak any English, I did not understand where I was, and felt like fish out of water. The first months were incredibly difficult, but thanks to the dedication of the staff and the teachers at HLA, I slowly began to adjust. I received daily English lessons, extra supper, and great deal of guidance. The school also helped my family find housing, assist my mother with navigating the job market, and helped us with the basic knowledge to build a new life in America. Today, as you can see, I have the confidence to stand before you and share my journey. Now I'm junior at James Madison High School and I remain with the close friends with many of people I met at HLA. In fact, my best friend Artem is here at the audience offering his silent supper. I dream of attending an Ivy League of University and HLA support continues to support me in that goal. As part of the alumni program, I receive college guidance from dedicated volunteers. I no longer have home to return to in Mariupol as my family and I work to make the United States our new home. It is my honor to give back and help others both today and in the future. That is why I argue you to allocate the necessary funding to allow public charter schools so that more students like me have the opportunity to build their future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Great. My name is Elise Castellano. I serve as the Chief Financial and Operating Officer at Hebrew Public, a national network of diverse by design charter schools. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and request your support for funding Olam Public Charter School in Stamford. Olam Public Charter School will provide Stamford families with an outstanding, high-quality public education option. Our mission is to offer a rigorous academic program, a nurturing and inclusive learning environment, and a unique focus on world language and global citizenship. At a time when our world is increasingly complex and interconnected, Olam's commitment to fostering critical thinking, cross-cultural understanding, and problem solving is more essential than ever. Olam Public Charter School is designed to be an asset to the Stamford community. By serving students from pre-K to 8th grade, it will help alleviate overcrowding in local public schools. We are committed to collaborating and partnering with district leaders, families, and community partners to support student success across all of Stamford. Our educational model has already seen such success in other communities, and we are eager to bring this proven approach to Stamford. We recognize that high-quality public education requires investment, and we are committed to using funds responsibly and efficiently. By utilizing private facilities, Olam Public Charter School will reduce capital costs for the district while delivering a world-class education to students of all backgrounds. Our focus is not just on academic excellence, but on preparing students to become engaged citizens, who listen, empathize, and contribute positively to society. I respectfully urge you to approve the necessary funding to support Olam Public Charter Schools opening. Stanford families are asking for more educational opportunities, and this school will provide a valuable and innovative option to meet that demand. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you both. Up next, we're going to go back to Darlenis Morel. Darlenis Morel, number 20. Online. Darlenis. Numbers. Darlenis Morel. Can you hear me? Number 20. There you go. Hi, unmute yourself so you can start speaking.
Are you Darlenis Morel?
No, she is, but she's translating for her.
Oh.
Yes. Darlenis, you got to unmute yourself. Can you tell her to unmute herself and speak?
Darlina, puedes quitar el... Estás tapando el micrófono.
Darlenis, you've got to unmute yourself.
Darlina, abre el micrófono.
Can you unmute yourself? You got to unmute. There you go. Try it again.
Trata otra vez. Presiona el micrófono. Darlina, ¿puedes poner la cámara, por favor? Oh. Ok, Darlina, hay un botón en el lado izquierdo de la cámara, por favor, presiónalo. Es un micrófono.
You're gonna have to try to figure it out, and we'll come back to you.
Darlina, vamos a volver a donde ti, ¿ok? Trata de ver cómo sacas el micrófono.
Next is Marcella Rashadi, online. Marcella,
Yeah, it's Rashidi.
okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Marcella Rashidi, and I'm a third grade teacher at Davis Academy in New Haven. I'm also a member of NFT 933. We belong to Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. I'm testifying on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 for an additional $545 million increase to the K-12 education funding, and to advocate for updating Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs, including adding a weight for special education, specifically caseload caps for special education teachers and related service providers. As a teacher, I have seen what a lack of funding does. Special education is at a critical point. It is eroding as we speak. The very foundation of the services we rely on, that our most vulnerable students rely on, is rapidly falling. And without immediate intervention, we risk failing an entire generation. So what will we do? Will we help our students succeed and help our teachers escape burnout, or will we let it erode? It is reassuring to know that our elected officials are working to hear the real concerns and potential solutions for the special education crisis in our state. Students with special education needs have incredible potential, and educators and service providers have so much to give. Without increased investments and support, needs will continue to go unmet, educators will continue to get burnt out, and young people's potential will be limited. Now is the time for us to take real action by increasing funding and improving services for all children in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Tobias Clark, you're up.
Tobias is going to be joined with Sophia Phillips as well.
Who is it? Oh, go ahead, guys. Let's go.
Greetings, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tobias R. Clark. I currently attend a magnet school, Quinebaug Middle College in northeastern Connecticut. My experience has been amazing. I have had the unique privilege of taking early college experience ECE courses, along with being directly enrolled in college courses with CT State. These are school courses taught by teachers certified to teach at a college level. This allows me and my peers to take these courses in various fields. Being able to take these classes risk-free and without financial burden made me discover what career I would like to pursue, along with part of who I am as a person. It provided me with much-needed guidance, and I know what degree I will be pursuing. Not only that, but I understand the field. The school structure has given me the mentorship I needed for my future. It is uniquely compared to any other school in my district area. Where I live, without this opportunity, I otherwise would not understand a fraction of what I do now after choosing to attend QMC. I would not have exposure to a college environment, nor would I know what workload to expect. I wouldn't know what degree I want to receive, and I am not able to afford individually the classes I am taking. I probably would have spent thousands in college debt in my future without this experience. The opportunity to take ECE and directly enrolled courses with CT State has changed my life. Without a suitable long-term funding plan, experiences like these will be torn away from our generation. If funding was reduced, my school would not have as many of these vital resources. Without these, many of the opportunities I have detailed would be taken away. If there is not proper funding, you would sacrifice these opportunities. Less people would be growing, less people would be learning, and less students would be at their best potential. Quinebaug Middle College has been an inspiration, has uplifted my community, and I hope it can doing so through support with this funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Is Sophia there?
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Phillips. I live in Killingly, Connecticut, and I'm a junior at Quinebaug Middle College High School in East Con Magnet School. With this school, I have the opportunity to take directly enrolled college classes at Quinebaug Valley Community College. Therefore, funding is very important in making this possible. I was instantly drawn to this school because of this course opportunity. The price of college in Connecticut has risen 40% within the past 10 years, and being able to get free college credits in high school is a great option, especially for people who are planning on going to college for more than 4 years. With the degree I'm looking to pursue, I will have to attend college for 5 years. Being able to knock down the price is essential. I'm currently taking Quantitative Reasoning, International Relations, and Composition 2. In the past, I have been able to take Introduction to Early Childhood Education, Composition 1, Introduction to Human Rights, and Mathematics for Early Childhood Educators. Without adequate funding, this chance would not exist. I know there are people in my school community who want to go to college but are low income, so it is hard to make that possible. This opportunity makes it possible for them. Without sustainable funding for magnet schools, my classmates and I will be unable to pursue this opportunity. We all deserve a high-quality education, and funding magnet schools in Connecticut will give students just that. Please help magnet schools like mine in coming up with a long-term funding plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Morale, I hear you have your mic. Can you turn your mic on now? Darlene Morale, you've got to unmute yourself.
Hola, Darlenis, que se puede poner el micrófono.
I can't wait. If she can't figure it out, I can't wait. I've got too many people. So I'm going on to the next one. You guys figure it out, okay? Let me know when you have it figured out. Up next is Kevin Jennings. It's Kevin Jennings.
Good afternoon, Chairwomen Austin and Walker. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before the committee. My name is Kevin Jennings, and I am a resident of Southbury. I began my career in education 40 years ago this fall as a high school history teacher in Providence, Rhode Island, and eventually rose to serve as Assistant Deputy Secretary for Safe and Drug-Free Schools in the Obama administration's Education Department, where I led President Obama's national campaign against bullying in schools. I currently serve as CEO of Lambda Legal, America's oldest legal rights advocacy organization for the LGBTQ+ community, and I'm speaking to urge the legislature to appropriate the necessary funds to create Proud Academy. Connecticut desperately needs a school like Proud Academy. The 2021 GLSEN National School Climate Survey found that 46% of LGBTQ+ students in Connecticut schools have experienced physical, verbal, and/or online harassment, and some even physical assault due to their sexual orientation and/or their gender identity. According to the 2023 CDC State of Connecticut School Health Survey, gay, lesbian, and bisexual students are almost twice as likely to be bullied than their heterosexual counterparts, 18% versus 10% respectively, and almost twice as likely to have skipped school because they didn't feel safe there, 15 versus 8% respectively. A stunning 62% reported often feeling sad or hopeless, which is 2.5 times the rate of heterosexual students, and 14% have attempted suicide, which is 4 times the rate of heterosexual students. I will make a note here that as the federal government continues its ongoing assault on LGBTQ plus youth, this data has all been removed from the CDC website. Sadly, school staff are often part of the problem. According to GLSEN's research, over half of LGBTQ plus students have heard school staff make homophobic remarks, and 2/3 have heard school staff make negative remarks about someone's gender expression. Proud Academy will offer some of the most vulnerable youth in our state an environment where they can feel safe, affirmed, and will be able to thrive and matriculate. Based on successful models in other states, Proud Academy will be an effective intervention to promote student well-being and achievement. I strongly urge you to support the creation of Proud Academy by appropriating the necessary funds, and I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Let's try this one more time. Third time's charm. Darlene's Morale. Go ahead. Can you speak up, please?
Darlena, ¿puedes abrir el micrófono, por favor?
Yeah, but it's not, she's not.
Darlena, habla, por favor.
She's gonna have to go out and come back in. There's something wrong with her mic. She has to go out and come
Okay,
back in.
Darlena, trata de salir y vuelve y entra.
Up next, I'm gonna go to the next person.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to text her, tell her to turn her, go out and come back in, if she understands that. Nicole Island. Nicole, number 34.
Hello.
Go ahead, you got the floor, let's go.
Good afternoon, distinguished committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Nicole Nalen. I'm a certified special education teacher and assistant director at Rehab Associates Birth to 3 program, providing services to children and families in 52 towns across our state. I'm here to tell you that your youngest constituents cannot wait. I am in support of rate increases for the Birth to 3 system, and I strongly am advocating that these increases be implemented in year 1 of the governor's budget. As you know, families have a short but very effective amount of time in Birth to 3, and it's imperative that there are enough programs available with appropriate qualified staff to meet these children's needs. The number of Birth to 3 eligibility evaluations has increased by 49.5% since 2017. In just the last year, 2 programs have had to close due to costs, increasing the demand on the remaining providers. While referrals continue to rise, the number of clinicians available in the system continues to decline due to the difficulty of offering competitive salaries and the benefits compared to our school system or health industry counterparts. For example, in the last few months, my program has lost 2 certified teachers and an occupational therapist to the school system. In addition, the cost of doing business continues to skyrocket, making it nearly impossible for programs to continue to successfully meet the demand of referrals. Please note that there is no wait list for children in the Birth to 3 system. Programs are required by IDEA to take referrals for all children referred to the system for a no-cost evaluation. To remain in compliance with this federal law, we have 45 calendar days from the date of referral to complete an evaluation, an assessment, and create a service plan if the child is found eligible. There is no out-of-pocket cost to families for services when they are eligible. We rely on your funding and insurance billing to meet our IDEA obligations. In fiscal year 24, 49% of the children enrolled in Birth to 3 did not need to transition to preschool special education Part B services at age 3. This is a major cost savings for the state of Connecticut and the individual districts. We know that early intervention is effective. We need the funding now, not next year, to continue to support this federally mandated resource. As you know, a rate study was conducted by PCG using program fiscal data from 2022 And at that time, the actual cost of providing services was $167 per professional hour. The existing rate stands at $120 per hour, and Birth to 3 has not received a rate increase since 2017. Could you imagine not receiving a raise in 8 years? Our programs need the funding to hire new staff and to keep experienced staff within the system so that infants and toddlers can receive these critical services. Again, our children cannot wait. I'm asking that you please approve a single professional rate of $167 an hour and not a tiered professional rate. It is imperative for the stability of Birth to 3 and the continuation of quality service provision for children with developmental delays and their families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, we have a panel of people, number 35, 258, 115, 159, 193, 236, and 156.
Madam Chair, if we could just give them a couple more minutes, they're in the middle of SAT prep, so we've been asked if we can wait till
Okay.
5:15 and
All
we can
right.
circle back.
All right, then I'm gonna go to Abraham Hernandez. Abraham Hernandez, the person, you have a group of people that might be here with you that I'm understanding are with you? Naomi Velez, Tomas Reyes, Rihanna Roman, Luis Rodriguez, Teodosia Crespo, Evelise Crespo, Joseph Rodriguez, Angel Hubbard, Grace Reyes, Victor Gomez, and Adrian Manuel. If you're all here, please come up. Are they here, Maria? Okay. All right. Yeah, come on, sit behind him. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get everybody up here. Go ahead, sir. Let's go. The floor is yours.
Dear members
this
of the
going.
Appropriations Committee, my name is Reverend Abraham Hernandez. I come before you as a community leader, advocate, and executive director of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference and our Faith in Education Initiative. We work with over 300 Hispanic evangelical churches in Connecticut. I'm here today as a passionate supporter of the Taino CoLab Academies and the transformative opportunities they represent for communities of New Haven and Waterbury. Communities view Taino CoLab High School as not just another educational institution. It is a bold, innovative solution to the long-standing disparities in our education system. Built on the community school model, Taino CoLab will integrate rigorous academics with essential wraparound services, including mental health support, mentorship, and family engagement. This holistic approach ensures that students are not only equipped for academic success, but also for life's challenges. At its core, Taino CoLab is about empowerment through education. It's focused on cutting-edge technology, artificial intelligence, and career readiness. It all sets it apart from other learning institutions in our state. Students will have access to biotechnology, media arts, and AI pathways, allowing them to graduate not just with a diploma, but with college credits. Industry certifications and real-world experience preparing them for high-demand careers in our evolving economy. I would like to highlight the following: the overwhelming community support for this initiative that is unprecedented, where we saw more than 3,000 families, 17 organizations, and local leaders like Representative Candelaria and Reyes, who have voiced their strong support for this. Additionally, we received over 1,500 letters of support that we submitted by parents, clergy, and community leaders who believe in the school's mission and its potential to create long-lasting change. As a faith leader, I have witnessed firsthand the barriers of our youth that our kids face, where the goalpost is changed and based on the zip code they live in, they receive the quality of education. We see the lack of opportunity and limited pathways for their success, so Taino CoLab is the answer to all of these challenges. It embodies the values we hold dear: family, community, and the right to choose an education that reflects our culture and moral compass. Tonight, I respectfully urge the Appropriations Committee to approve the charter application for Taino CoLab. This decision, or to fund it, this decision is more than just policy. It is a commitment to educational equity, cultural preservation, and economic empowerment. We hope we can work together to provide our students with an education that inspires, empowers, and transforms their lives. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to advancing educational opportunities for state's children. Together, we can ensure that Taino CoLab becomes a beacon of learning, identity, and hope for future generations to come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Naomi Velez, are you here? Next one, Tomas Reyes, here.
Honorable Chairs Walker and Austin. My name is Tomas Reyes, and I reside at 6 Autumn Ridge in Oxford, Connecticut. As a parent of 3 boys who attended New Haven Public Schools, went on to college, are now working in meaningful jobs, raising their own families, and looking for opportunities for their own children, my grandkids, I am happy to appear before you to support 2 of the best school proposals I've ever seen in New Haven and in Waterbury. I also spent many hours serving as New Haven's Board of Alders president, and when your former colleague, Tony Hart, became mayor of New Haven, I was appointed as chief of staff and served in that capacity for her entire term. So I know a little bit about education and community. I come to your august body seeking your support for the Taino Collab Academy efforts in New Haven and Waterbury, because I see Taino Collab as more than a school. It's a community investment that will recover the funds invested in many ways. By connecting students to service projects and creating partnerships with local businesses, this school will uplift not just the students, but the entire city. Due to the expertise and leadership of LEAD and a stellar collection of other educational experts, this project promises to be unique and well worth your fiscal support. The partnership between the schools and LEAD will result in not only the effective community school model, which I'm sure you'll hear about in more detail later on, but this partnership will provide critical services to the family of the students in the home and in the community, thus ensuring a much more supportive and involved environment in the home to assist the student in achieving success. In closing, let me focus on the facts that both New Haven and Waterbury face challenges like high rates of disengagement, absenteeism, and limited access to innovative educational opportunities. Families in these communities are asking for more choice and opportunity, a school model that prepares students not only academically, but also for life and careers. These proposals that you're considering will go far in the provision of a program with the potential to transform lives, redefine high school success, and create future-ready leaders. I ask you to please consider the good that can come from these schools being funded properly. And who knows, they may become a model for how we service our students throughout the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Brianna Roman. Are you here? Yes. Okay. The next is Luis Rodriguez. Is Luis Rodriguez here? I'll say it again. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, estimados miembros del Comité de Aprobaciones, líderes electos y todos los miembros presentes.
Good afternoon, everyone, elected leaders and all members present.
Es un honor, mi nombre es Reina Román, es un honor estar aquí abogando por una causa muy esencial.
It is an honor to be here advocating for a very essential cause.
Una causa que transforma una comunidad al traer opciones educativas para nuestros niños.
It is a cause that will transform the community to bring options for our children.
Le pido por favor, como residente de New Haven, ayuden a esta causa a través de la apropiación de los fondos necesarios para poder abrir esta escuela.
As a resident of New Haven, I'm asking to help this cause by approaching and providing the funds necessary for it in order to open this school.
Hemos tomado la iniciativa de hablar con 3,000 familias y todos indicaron que sí.
We took the initiative to speak with 3,000 families and they all agreed to say yes.
Queremos la escuela.
We want the school.
Necesitamos la escuela.
We need the school.
Por favor, aprueben los fondos.
Please approve the funds.
Gracias por su tiempo y espero que hagan de esta escuela una prioridad en el año fiscal 2025.
Thank you, and we hope that this becomes a priority for the upcoming year.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Velez is that person
Yeah.
here? Go ahead.
Good evening to all members. I'm honored to be here with you today. My name is Naomi Velez, and I'm here as a culture ambassador and educator and deeply connected in the community. We are grateful that the state has already approved the Taino Collab, and now we need to make it into reality. Taino Collab will offer a unique, community-focused approach with personalized learning, career pathways, and hands-on experience. With strong support from families and leaders, funding Taino Collab will provide our children the future-focused education they deserve. By supporting this project, we're investing the future of New Haven and Waterbury with rich culture and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Luis Rodriguez here?
No.
Is, Tadeusz Crespo?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I said your name wrong, I'm sorry.
Buenas tardes, miembro del comité y apropiaciones.
Good afternoon, everyone, part of the committee and appropriation,
Y a todos los miembros presentes.
and all the members present.
Mi nombre es Teodosia Crespo.
My name is Teodosia Crespo,
Es un honor apoyar este proyecto educativo
and it's an honor for me to support this education project,
de Taino Collab.
the Taino Collab.
Muchas familias en New Haven
A lot of families in New Haven
están apoyando esta causa educativa,
are supporting this education cause.
pues es un beneficio para nuestros jóvenes.
It is a benefit for our youth.
Estoy muy emocionada
I am very excited
que la escuela Taino Collab High School
that the Taino Collab High School
ha recibido la aprobación inicial.
has received initial approval.
Ahora, yo como abuela
Now, as a grandmother,
le pido por favor
I'm asking
que aprueben los fondos necesarios
to please approve the funds
para que nuestros jóvenes puedan disfrutar
so that our youth can enjoy
de estos beneficios educativos,
from these educational benefits
que ayudará a los jóvenes de hoy
that will benefit our youth
y a los del futuro también.
and the upcoming ones, the future year.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evelise Crespos? Evelise? No, huh? Skip. Joseph Rodriguez? Angel Hubbard?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of the Taino Collab Academy High School. As an elected official for the city of New Haven within the Hill neighborhood, representing thousands of families, I stand in solidarity with my colleague, Alder Jose Crespo of the Fairhaven community within New Haven, and Alder Carmen Rodriguez, who is also an elected official of the Hill neighborhood. I am in full support for the school to open, and in order for that to happen, we do need the funding. As a mother of 7 children, I understand the importance of giving them a valuable education. Without one, they will continue to see the conflicts and issues that our community continues to face because of the need for a better education. A quality school is essential for every child to be able to break barriers and being able to get good and great quality jobs. I believe the Taino Collab Academy High School will serve as an instrument to help teach our future generations about innovation, artificial intelligence, culture, how to be civically engaged and understand financial literacy, and much more. As a community that will benefit from this new school, I urge that the state approve this project and allow the development that will not only boost the impact of education in New Haven, but directly impact the crime that will reduce due to folks having the ability to find good paying jobs. We want Taino Collab Academy. We need Taino Collab Academy. By approving the funds this fiscal year for 2025, I truly urge that the state approves this. And again, as an elected official for the city of New Haven, this is something that we truly urgently need. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Grace Reyes? Huh? Victor Gomez? Adrian Manuel? Okay, that's it for that one group right there. We'll come back. Is the third, the other group that I got before, are they ready yet? Is that, no, not that one, Maria, different one. Different one, you guys are killing me. The Crack Academy one, are they ready? What are they doing? SATs? Not yet?
I think we need a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, we'll go down to Leslie Blateau. Leslie?
evening.
Go ahead. the floor is-
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nucio, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and a parent of a 4th grader in New Haven Public Schools, resident of the city of New Haven, current president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, divisional vice president for AFT Connecticut, and the steering committee chair for Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. I'm testifying on the governor's proposed budget and asking for an additional $545 million increase to pre-K-12 education funding, and to advocate for updating our educational cost share formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student need, including adding a weight for special education. So our leaders in this state have certainly made significant progress. You all have made progress when it comes to more equitable school funding, but we still have work to do to ensure that every student has access to the world-class education that they deserve. So here are some specifics for how we can deliver more resources to our communities. Increase the base aid amount to account for inflation, and then ensure that that foundation aid amount is indexed for inflation moving forward. And add additional weights to include students with special education needs, and increase weights for other categories related to multilingual learners, economically disadvantaged students, and concentrated poverty. So I recognize these needs are bold and significant, but we cannot shy away from confronting and reversing the stark reality of the 2 Connecticuts. We have one Connecticut where schools that are majority white are flooded with resources, and students benefit from the wealth their communities are able to generate through property taxes. And then another Connecticut where our students and our schools lack the staffing, facilities, and programming that they should be able to count on. And I want to be clear here. The students, staff, and families in our perennial underfunded schools are brilliant, creative, hardworking, and eager for high-quality teaching and learning experiences. It is the broken school funding system in this state that has left our students behind. This is an issue of racial and economic justice. And to quote the words of my state senator, Gary Winfield, equity requires revenue. And the reality is sustainable funding for public schools is possible. So we can adjust the fiscal roadblocks to ensure that resources make it to communities. So remember, we ended the last fiscal year or 2 fiscal years ago with $400 million surplus, and we have $4.1 billion in the budget reserve. This state has the money to prioritize our students. Governor Lamont must accept that we must adjust the roadblocks to do that. Second, we can ensure that the ultra wealthy and corporations pay what they owe so that additional revenue can come through to continue to fund our programs in a sustainable way. Now is the time to commit to the promise of public education for current and future students. After all, we're in one of the richest states in the richest country in the history of the world. And I'll end with the solution for providing world-class education for all of our students is to resist privatization and instead fully fund our existing and universally accessible public schools. Thank you for the work you do and for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you. The next panel is Lucia Silva, Philo, Jessica Pagani, Patricia Perlash, Erica Parjamaka, Kelly Lopez, Bianca Tavares, Shishmani Gomez, Gabriela Lima, Gurleen Silva, Magriata. Some of you got to get up here. Magriata Piari. That means you got to move fast. Ayana Silva, Danny Salvino, and Yuri Cruz. Do we have anybody? Is Alucia here? Alucia? Okay, guys, you got to help me out here. Okay, Jessica Pagani. Erica Kajamarka.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Erica Cajamarca, and I am here today to ask for your support in funding Denbury Charter School. This school is not just another option, it is a necessary step toward ensuring high-quality education for all students in Denbury. Our children deserve a school that will prepare them for success, and Denbury Charter School has been carefully designed to do just that. The program is strong, the need is urgent, and the demand from families is clear. The building is ready, and the students are waiting for the opportunity to learn in an environment that meets their needs. I urge you to fully fund Denbury Charter Schools so that our community can benefit from the resources, opportunities, and support that this school will provide. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you do.
Kelly Lopez. Will be followed by Bianca Tavares, if she's here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Lopes, and I appreciate your time today. As you know, Denver is the only large city in Connecticut without a public charter school, and this is putting strain on our education system. Charter school provide an important choice for families. Denver Charter School will be incredible resource for our students. The building is ready, the program is strong, and the only thing missing is funding. Please support and help our students' success.
Thank you. Bianca Tavares? Here? Not here? Bianca Tavares? Shmani Gomez? Shmani Gomez? Gabriela Lima? Gabriela Lima? Gurleen Silva? Give me a name, guys. Magriata Piera? Come on, let's go. Go. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Valerio, and I'm from Danbury. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to testify in support of Danbury International Charter School. Our high school in Danbury is overcrowded, making it difficult for students to receive the individualized attention they need to succeed. Adding a new school of choice would create more opportunity for students while alleviating the burden in the current school system. Danbury Charter School is fully prepared to open, but without funding, families who desperately need another option are left waiting. This is critical moment to invest in our students' future. I urge you to fully fund this school and ensure that every child in Danbury has access to quality education they deserve. Thank you.
And what was your name again, sir?
My name,
Yes,
John Valerio Pereira.
thank you. Is Gabrielle Lima here? No. Is Gerlene Silva here? Are you? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sayani. As a parent, I want to show my strong support for Danbury Charter School. This school offers the IB program, which is one of the best in the world. It helps students to get ready for college in the future by teaching them to think critically, understand the world, and reach their full potential. Right now, many families in Denver don't have access to this level of education. Schools are overcrowded and many students don't get the personalized learning they need. Denver Charter School would be a great option, making sure students get the high quality education they deserve. The school is ready to serve students, and while the miss is the funding, I urge you to approve this funding to Denver Charter School. Can finally open and give the child better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Piera? Not here?
He just spoke.
Oh. Oh, okay. Ayana Silva?
230, number 230.
Danny Severino? Okay.
Ok. Hola, queridas autoridades. Mi nombre es Dani Sevillano.
Good afternoon, authorities. My name is Daniel.
He sido maestro y he estado involucrado en el área educativa durante muchos años en mi país.
I've been a teacher and I've been involved in the education system in my country.
Y desde que llegué a Danbury, que es mi nuevo hogar,
And since I arrived to Danbury, that is my new home,
me he dado cuenta de la deficiente educación que tienen los estudiantes con escuelas sobrepobladas.
and I have noticed the deficiency in education with overcrowded schools.
Por lo cual me he visto envuelto en apoyar a esta causa de abrir nuevas opciones educacionales.
As I've been forced to be involved in opening new opportunities for education.
Y me parece increíble que año tras año haya mucha gente que esté gritando que quiere una nueva escuela.
And it is just amazing and incredible for me that year after year, we keep asking for this.
Y que no se pueda hacer.
We're still waiting.
Entonces, como padre de familia, yo les pido que pues se haga algo al respecto.
As a parent, I'm asking you to please do something in regards to this situation.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from this group that I have missed? Go. Go, come on. Please give me your name.
Braulia Guzman.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Braulia Guzman, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Danbury is one of the fastest growing cities in Connecticut, and yet it remains one of the only large cities in the state without a public charter school. Families in our community need more educational options, especially as our district faces severe overcrowding. Danbury Charter School is ready to open with a strong college and career preparatory program designed to set the students up for success. This school will provide students with a high-quality tuition-free alternative, ensuring that they receive the education that they deserve. I urge you to fully fund Danbury Charter School and give our students the opportunity that is right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we're done with that group. No? Okay. Hurry up, let's go. I'm trying to figure this out because every time I call a name, I'm not getting it. So, go ahead.
John Taylor.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm John Taylor. I'm the CEO of Elevate Charter Schools, the management organization for the Booker T. Washington Academy in New Haven, and the CSDE-approved Danbury Charter School in Danbury. Since its approval by the Connecticut State Department of Education in 2018, the Danbury Charter School has faced significant challenges in securing funding, despite its popularity amongst Danbury residents who are eager for increased school choice options. When parents who express interest in enrolling their child in school ask me why the school hasn't opened to date, I really don't know what to say. Over the past 7 legislative sessions, the school has not received the required funding from the legislature, with opponents of the school raising concerns about the financial impact the opening of the school would have on the Danbury Public Schools. However, we firmly believe this concern is unfounded due to the hold harmless provision of the ECS formula, which safeguards alliance districts from funding decreases. In fact, the worst case scenario, the Danbury Public Schools would retain approximately 70% of the funding for students who attend the charter school after accounting for special education and transportation costs, which are statutorily required. Moreover, evidence from other cities in which charter schools have opened show a positive trend. The funding allocated for remaining students has actually increased, contrary to the fears expressed by some in Danbury. School choice is a fundamental aspect of public education in Connecticut, allowing families to choose what is best for their children. The introduction of the Danbury Charter School would not only provide families with more educational options, but also enhance the overall funding and resources available for all students in the district. In line with the will of the community, as you just heard, we must embrace this opportunity to expand educational options and support the Danbury Charter School. It is essential for fostering a diverse and comprehensive educational landscape that benefits every student in the Danbury community. I implore you as members of the Appropriations Committee to fund the Danbury Charter School, not just to enhance educational choices for our families, but to reignite the community's faith in our democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from that group? All righty. Now I'm going to go back to Mr. Adamowski, number 25.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Osteen and members of the Appropriations Committee for the opportunity to weigh in on this. I'm here to support the Proud Academy Charter School, which is a funding item in the second year of the biennium budget. I want to express my support from 2 perspectives. As a retired Connecticut superintendent of schools and lifelong educator, I have witnessed the challenges that most LGBTQ plus students face in their public schools. In many cases, they are the object of ridicule and harassment in and out of school, isolated from the mainstream of school life. They simply, despite the best efforts of their teachers and school administrators, do not feel safe in and out of school. This unhappiness often manifests itself in dejection, depression, low academic achievement, and is reflected in the national data on the high suicide rate of LGBTQ plus students and Connecticut's attendance data. The recent report of the Dalio Foundation on Disconnected Youth identifies the needs of LGBTQ population of students as a focus for further investigation and intervention. Charter public schools in 4 other states highlight how and provide examples how a school tailored to the social, emotional needs and experience of LGBTQ students can restore and foster mental health and well-being, inclusion, participation, leadership, and higher academic achievement, literally saving lives. As an elected member of the Ansonia Board of Alders, I can attest to the strong support for this school within all levels of local government in our community. Testimony at hearings conducted by the State Board of Education dramatically illustrated the desperate need of many students and their families for this choice. Ansonia Derby and the Naugatuck Valley in general, despite being home to several distressed cities and aligned school districts, is a choice wasteland with no public school charter choices currently available. In governmental terms, your inclusion of funding for Proud Academy in the biennium budget would be a small amount of money that would do a great deal of good for an underserved population of students. Looking forward to a brighter future for LGBTQ plus students of our state, the practices of Proud Academy will help inform Connecticut school districts in their effort to meet the needs of all students. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on this small but important proposed expenditure in the biennium budget.
Thank you. We're going to go now to another panel, and that is Hansa Samarkun, Josiah Rosa, Olivia Stewart, Stella Mayer, Morel Descola, Keith Sienna, Nemyanzi Edwards. Pianza? I'm sorry if I apologize in advance if I say your name wrong. Is Pianza here? Josiah Rosa, Josiah? Olivia Stewart? Okay, Josiah, go ahead. Floor's yours. Josiah?
All right. Hi, Rosa. Hi, hi. And Enfield.
Josiah, camera off. You're vibrating. Josiah, can you? There you go. No, not your mic. Your camera. Olivia Stewart, can you go, please?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Olivia Stewart and I live in New Britain. I'm currently a junior at the Academy of the International Studies High School in Bloomfield, which is a CREC magnet school. I'm asking for your support in creating a long-term equitable funding plan for CREC magnet schools across Connecticut. My parents chose for me to attend preschool at the Academy of International Studies because we lived in a predominantly white town that lacked diversity. My family chose CREC Magnet to put me in a school system that looked like the real world. CREC gave me the opportunity to get an education and be in an environment that reflects diversity and inclusivity. I have remained at CREC for my entire education and will graduate next spring. Being a student here has given me the opportunities that I would not have otherwise, such as access to international travel, a non-biased curriculum, and the examples set by the IB Learner Profile traits. I have always had a space, whether that be in elementary, middle, or high school, to be a leader and develop my skills as a person. I have learned how to work with others, share my experiences and ideas, and listen to others with an open mind. My school has helped me grow both personally and academically by connecting me with an environment that encourages me to improve every day. My teachers, coaches, and peers drive me to apply myself in every aspect of my life. My freshman science teacher, Dr. Soar, has always been a great resource for me. Not only did he encourage my success in class, but he consistently supports me and other students, even though I no longer take his course. He is always willing to help me and provide support of words of encouragement when I need it most. Without a sustainable funding plan, magnet schools like mine, with incredible teachers like Dr. Soar, face serious challenges. Potential reduced funding means fewer resources, fewer programs, and fewer opportunities for students like me to succeed. A long-term funding plan is essential to ensure that all students in Connecticut, regardless of where they live, have access to a high-quality education. I urge you to continue working towards a sustainable and equitable funding plan that supports correct magnet schools and all public schools in Connecticut. Investing in our education today means a stronger future for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josiah. Oh, you're trying to reconnect. Stella Mayer. Stella,
Yes, hi, I'm here.
go ahead.
Okay. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Stella Mayer. I live in Hartford. I'm 16 years old and in my junior year of high school at CREC's Academy of Aerospace and Engineering located in Windsor. I've been a part of CREC since kindergarten, and throughout my time, I've seen how CREC cultivates anti-prejudice environments and cultures firsthand. My family chose CREC because of what it offers: diversity, support, and opportunities that I would have never had in my hometown of Hartford. As the daughter of South Sudanese and Tanzanian immigrants, my parents sought a better future for me and my brother, one where education wasn't just a privilege but a pathway to success. While at a CREC school, I have met people from all walks of life, people with different cultures, experiences, viewpoints, and ideas. This nurturing environment has helped me grow as a person, teaching me how to communicate, collaborate, and connect with others, no matter who they are or where they come from. Beyond diversity, my school supports me through clubs that allow me to explore my interests, academic support that keeps me on track, and emotional support that makes me feel safe and valued. Whether it's teachers staying after school to help students understand difficult material, or counselors checking in and guiding high schoolers through the college process, CREC ensures that every student has the tools that they need to succeed. But none of this is possible without proper funding. Funding is crucial, especially for my school and others like it, which is STEM-based. These fields shape my future, our future. If we don't invest in them enough, we are limiting the potential of students who could go on to be scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs. CREC has given me the education, experiences, and support that I need to achieve my goals. It has shaped me into the person I am today. Every student deserves a chance to learn in an environment where they feel seen, heard, and empowered. Please support a long-term, student-centered, equitable funding plan to not only support CREC magnet schools, but all schools across Connecticut. Every student deserves the chance to succeed, and equitable funding is the key to making that happen. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Josiah Rosa, can you unmute and speak? Josiah Rosa? How about Morel Discola? Morel Discola? Oh, there you go, Josiah. Go ahead, try. Can you try now? Josiah, can you speak now? Let's try Heath Sienna. Heath Sienna.
Hello, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sienna Heath and I live in Killingly. I am currently a sophomore at Arts at the Capitol Theater Magnet High School in Willimantic, which is an EastCon magnet school. I am asking for your support in creating a long-term equitable funding plan for EastCon magnet schools and schools across Connecticut. I chose to attend Arts at the Capitol Theater because I have always been in love with the arts, especially acting. Being a student here has given me opportunities that I would not have otherwise, such as being able to connect my core curriculum learning to the arts, taking in skills public schools don't teach about the arts that can help aid me in future jobs, and teaching me the importance of different perspectives and skills within a community. At ACT, I can use my passion for music, dance, and acting to help me learn more about the world around me. I've learned more about history by reading plays than by reading historic documents. Also, as a future therapist, I can learn about emotional qualities and how to observe these in other people within my acting skills. The community at a magnet school where everyone has similar interests is tighter than anything. No matter what happens, we will always have each other's backs. This has helped me learn how to rely on those around me and how different majors and pathways have to rely on each other too. EastCon's Arts at the Capitol Theater has helped me grow both personally and academically by giving me a space to learn my passion and express myself in a way I could never at a traditional public school. I have a stronger connection to my fellow peers and teachers because of our shared experiences and love for the arts. I've become more open to trying new things, helping my community inside of school and out, and talking to new people. My hope is that I can continue this wonderful schooling experience and allow others to experience it as well. Without a sustainable funding plan, ACT and other magnet schools will lose their ability to give us such a wonderful education. Less funding means less opportunities. Students like me won't have access to many tools or our schools provide to give us a better learning. Please continue to work on developing a long-term funding plan for magnet schools and all schools in Connecticut so students like me can continue our learning. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Nemyanzi Edwards.
Good evening. Honorable chairs and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Namyanzi Edwards and I live in New Britain. I'm a senior at the Academy of Aerospace and Engineering High School in Windsor, also known as AAE. Yesterday, I expressed my belief in the importance of your support for HB 6866 before the Education Committee, and I'm here to continue sharing that message. Please support HB 6866 to preserve and expand funding for CREC magnet schools and to implement a long-term educational budget to support students statewide. From kindergarten at CREC Discovery Academy to my experience at AAE, CREC has provided me with exposure to a diverse community from students to staff while delivering a transformative education. The international potlucks and events that are organized at school where I could showcase my traditional Ugandan dances without fear of discrimination are among my favorite experiences. From my middle school career, having the chance to learn computer aid design, design elaborate robots, and while being taught by teachers of many ethnicities and cultures was phenomenal. As a result of being in such an encouraging engineer-friendly environment, I never lost my passion for engineering and will pursue industrial engineering at Columbia this fall. It has been evident since the start of high school that my teachers and administration are approachable and supportive. I value the opportunity to take advanced courses, including dual enrollment at UConn at no cost to my family in engaging settings where I feel included as a future leader in society. Over the past 3 years, I've served on the CREC Student Senate, and as time has passed, I am grateful to be present in the conversations about positive advancements within CREC. This reflects CREC's commitment to fostering an equitable learning environment where students have the opportunity to succeed. Respectfully, I ask that you enable magnet schools to continue offering outstanding opportunities to students around Connecticut who are seeking resources outside of what their local district provides. Please support the notion to supply adequate funding for long-term sustainability of quality education that, on a daily basis, brings together students from a variety of backgrounds. And keep your promise of investing in the future of all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josiah Rosa, can you speak now? Josiah Rosa. Okay, we're going to go on to, I think we're all done with the 35, number 35, 35B. If you can speak, please do so. If not, I'm going on to number 38, Matthew Laskowski.
Can you hear me?
Hear you, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Chairwoman, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, ranking members, Representative Summers, and Representative Nuccio, Stanford delegation members, Vice Chair Representative Paris, Representative Corpus, and Representative Delaney, and all the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Matthew Laskowski, and I am an Associate Superintendent for Stanford Public Schools. I'm also a Stanford resident and the parent of 2 children who attend Stanford Public Schools. I'm testifying today in support of funding for the recently approved Stanford Big Picture Learning Academy State Charter School. I recognize that my testimony may seem unusual given that I am part of Stanford Public Schools' senior leadership team, and I am speaking in support of launching a state charter school. However, the funding and opening of the Stanford Big Picture Learning Academy will provide a much-needed school option to serve our school community. Stanford Public Schools is an urban, high-needs district that serves a culturally and socioeconomically diverse student population of more than 16,000 children in grades pre-K through 12. Located in Connecticut's second largest and fastest growing city, Stanford Public Schools is the 5th largest school district in the state. More than half of our students qualify for free or reduced price lunch. More than 18% of our students are designated as multilingual learners who require intervention and support to attain English language proficiency, and nearly 17% of our students qualify for special education services. In order to best serve this large and diverse community, we have been strategically increasing our high school pathways and innovative programs as a means of increasing access and opportunity to ultimately improve our local graduation rates. We also recognize that it's critical that we not only improve graduation rates, but prepare students with relevant skills to be successful in higher education institutions, the workforce, or other pursuits in order to live a life of their own design. To directly address this work, we saw input from our community. This occurred by way of empathy interviews that included speaking with students and families from a variety of backgrounds and neighborhoods. After analyzing this feedback, a common theme arose. Students and families were craving a smaller school option that would focus on students individually and provide a welcoming and nurturing environment to encourage them to reach their full potential. This feedback led to the design of the Stanford Big Picture Learning Academy. As our school district explored funding sources, we connected with Dr. Charlene Reed of the Stanford Charter School for Excellence. Through this connection, we jointly wrote the state charter application, which received initial approval by the State Board of Education in January. I urge you to support the funding of the Stanford Big Picture Learning Academy Charter School, as it will provide our community with a strategically designed school option developed to meet our unique needs. It has support from both our local school district and the existing K-8 charter already here in Stanford. For these reasons, the Big Picture Learning Academy is positioned for success and will benefit our community significantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night. Next up is Alex Chu.
Good evening, Chair Austin, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and the Appropriation Committee. It's good to see you all. My name is Alex Chu. I'm the Executive Director of Reach Out and Read in Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in opposition to the proposed elimination for funding for nonprofit library programs in fiscal year 26-27, specifically the support that helps to sustain Reach Out and Read, Read to Grow, and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. For over 3 decades, Reach Out and Read has been giving young children access across Connecticut a foundation for success by integrating book and literacy education into pediatric primary care. We partner with over 600 doctors, nurse practitioners, and other medical professionals who incorporate book prescribing and reading guidance as a routine part of well-child visits. This evidence-based approach is backed by over 20 peer-reviewed studies showing that families served by Reach Out and Read are more likely to read aloud to their children, engage in meaningful language interactions, and foster positive long-term educational outcomes. In Connecticut, Reach Out and Read has been proud to serve roughly 1 out of every 3 children, or 80,000 children and families each year, 65% of whom are families in poverty or those who might otherwise have limited access to books. State support has been vital in our effort to expand our reach and to ensure equitable access to services. If existing state funding is eliminated from the FY 26-27 budget, we estimate a reduction in service to roughly 17,000 children across Reach Out and Read programs, undermining early childhood literacy gains and putting countless young learners at a disadvantage before they even enter school. These proposed cuts come at a critical time in our collaborative efforts with Read to Grow and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Over the past 2 years, our 3 organizations have piloted unique approaches that serve families across Connecticut. We are now entering the next stage of this work, where we are actively partnering with the state library to create a replicable early literacy model that fits each community's needs, based on each organization's strength. Our complementary approach is especially vital for underserved towns where robust library services are lacking. Our evolving partnership with the state library reflects a shared goal of addressing gaps in literacy support statewide by identifying which model or combinations of models will have the greatest benefit in any given setting. This collaboration also includes leveraging existing state library programs, such as digital navigators and Libraries Without Borders, to ensure every community has a holistic network of literary resources, whether in small rural towns or larger urban centers. On behalf of Reach Out and Read in Connecticut, I respectfully urge you to reconsider the governor's proposed elimination of funding for nonprofit library programs in fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27, and continue flat funding over the next biennial budget cycle. By continuing your investment, you ensure that we can build on a promising statewide pilot, maintain critical services for children in need, and strengthen cross-sector partnerships that benefit all of Connecticut's communities. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to working with you to ensure every child in our state has the resources needed to build a solid foundation for reading and learning.
Thank you so much. Next, we will have Marissa Velasquez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marissa Molika Velasquez, and I serve as the program facilitator for the East Haven Family Resource Center. And I am also the advocacy chair for the Family Resource Center Alliance. Our alliance represents 57 FRCs across the state of Connecticut. We are all dedicated to serving our communities. Family resource centers are a vital community hub housed in public schools that provide comprehensive services to our families, including early childhood education, health resources, and family support. The governor's proposed budget eliminates dedicated funding for family resource centers across the state of Connecticut. FRCs have been placed in a new competitive student support grant, which consolidates 6 Connecticut State Department of Education grants into one and reduces their combined funding by 13%. This decision threatens to dismantle the essential services that thousands of Connecticut families and schools rely upon. Without this funding, many centers may be forced to reduce services or close entirely, leaving families, school systems, and communities without support. Investing in FRC is an investment in our future for our children, communities, and the strength of our state. These centers not only support individual families, but also contribute to the broader social and economic health of our state. I urge legislators and community leaders to recognize the invaluable roles that family resource centers play in our state of Connecticut. It is imperative that we advocate for the restoration of dedicated funding to ensure that FRCs can continue their mission of fostering strong, healthy, and self-sufficient families. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Now I'd like to go back for Darlinas Morale. See if we can get this to work for you. Okay.
Buenas tardes. Saludos, gobernadores y representantes. Mi nombre es Darlenis Morán. Soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil en el estado de Waterbury, Connecticut. Soy miembro de la OIC Local 2021. Representa a miles de trabajadores de cuidados de la proveedora a domicilio. Quiero ilustrar por qué es tan importante y necesario el financiamiento a Care for Kids. Consideremos pagar adecuadamente a los trabajadores debido dedicarme a este trabajo porque me apasiona cuidar y educar a los niños. Con mucho esfuerzo construí el programa de cuidado infantil que siempre soñé y crecer en un hogar donde los niños podrían jugar, aprender y crecer en un ambiente seguro y lleno de amor. Pero todo cambió cuando a las 2 de la madrugada un incendio destruyó mi hogar. Perdí no solo mi casa, de mis sueños, sino también mi negocio. Lo había dado todo por mi hogar y por mi programa, pero en un instante todo desapareció. Ahora estoy luchando por esta pérdida, mientras trato de encontrar la manera de salvar mi negocio. Como mucha otra proveedora de cuidado infantil en la familia, no tenía ahorros suficientes para afrontar una emergencia como esta. No gano lo suficiente para poder ahorrar y había invertido todo en mi hogar y en mi programa. Ahora tengo 30 días, según las reglas de la Oficina de la Primera Infancia, para encontrar un nuevo hogar donde pueda seguir trabajando. Debido a esto, mi esposo también tuvo que dejar su trabajo temporal para ayudarme a encontrar y una vivienda donde podemos vivir y yo pueda continuar cuidando a mis niños. A causa de esta tragedia, ya perdí uno de los niños porque su mamá no podía esperar a que yo encontrara un nuevo hogar. Ahora tengo miedo de perder otro niño y quedarme con un solo niño en mi programa, lo que había aún más difícil salir adelante. Las proveedoras de cuidado infantil recibimos un pago justo. Podríamos ahorrar para emergencias como esta. Con un salario adecuado, no tendríamos que vivir con miedo de perder todo sin poder recuperarnos. Estoy agradecida de que nuestro sindicato haya logrado aumentar en nuestro pago, pero necesitamos más apoyo. Espero que los legisladores agreguen más fondos al programa Care for Kids para que todas las proveedoras podamos seguir cuidando a las familias que dependen de nosotros. Les pido a los legisladores que escuchen nuestras voces y trabajen para mejorar las condiciones del cuidado infantil de los niños y la familia. Y las proveedoras merecemos un sistema que funcione para todos. Muchísimas gracias por escuchar mi testimonio y espero que ayude a las demás.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nucio, and members of Appropriations Committee. My name is Darlene Moran, and I am a home-based family child care provider in Waterbury. I am also a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001 Family Child Care Council, which represents thousands of workers, including home-based providers in Care for Kids program. I want to illustrate for you why it is necessary that we fund Care for Kids and that we consider paying providers adequately. I chose this work because I love caring for teaching children. With a lot of effort, I built the child care program of my dreams and created a home where children could play, learn, and grow in a safe and loving environment. But everything changed when at 2 a.m. in the morning, a fire destroyed my home. I lost not only the house I had dreamed of, but also my business. I had put everything into my home and my child care program, but in an instant, it was all gone. Now I am grieving this loss while trying to figure out how to save my business. Like many other family childcare providers, I did not have enough savings to handle an emergency like this. I don't make enough money to save, and I had invested everything into my home and my program. Now, under the Office of Early Childhood rules, I only have 30 days to find a new place where I can continue my work. My husband had to leave from his job to help me find a secure rental home where we can live and I can keep my business open. Because of this tragedy, I have already lost one of the children in my care because their mother couldn't afford to wait for me to reopen. She was afraid of losing her own job. Now I am afraid I will lose another child and be left with only one, making it even harder to recover. If family child care providers were paid fairly, we would be able to save money for emergencies like this. With better wages, we wouldn't have to live in fear of losing everything and not being able to rebuild. I am grateful that our union secured a raise for providers, but we still need more support. I hope legislators will add more funds to the Care for Kids program so that all providers can continue caring for the families who depend on us. Addressing the childcare needs of families of Connecticut is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Please remember that providers must be part of the solution to the problems around childcare. We ask that you continue to hear our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our kids first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Darlene.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate your testimony. I'd like to go back to and call for Jasnia. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Hernandez.
We have an Autumn Hernandez in the queue, but we don't have an Autumn Hernandez on our list. So we could assume it might be number 11, but if Autumn Hernandez could just unmute themselves so we can identify you.
Hi, I'm not Jasnia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you speaking this evening?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So next will be Paul Seltzer. Okay, Paul.
Yes. Co-chairs, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley, Kushner, Exum, and Paris, ranking members Summers, Annuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Paul Seltzer. I'm a graduate teacher at Yale and executive board member of Unite Here Local 33, the Union of Graduate Teachers and Researchers at Yale, and a resident of New Haven. I am testifying on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27 to advocate for the 119K Commission's recommendations to update Connecticut's K-12 education cost-sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. As a graduate teacher at Yale University, I know that the quality of the education I provide for my students is directly affected by the staff support and resources I can access. That is why 2 years ago, my coworkers and I organized and won our union, Local 33, as well as an industry-leading contract that provides protections around teaching work. I want every teacher, staff member, and student in this state to have the resources they need to work and learn with dignity. Per staffing guidelines, New Haven Public Schools would need at least 700 more staff in order to have the number of teachers, social workers, librarians, security staff, etc., to meet the needs of our students, or approximately $35 million to be fully staffed. $35 million to be fully staffed. We have approximately 46 school counselors for almost 19,000 students. That's a ratio of 408 students per school counselor. The recommended ratio is 1 to 1.5 per pre-K through 8 school and 1 per 250 high school students. Meanwhile, in fiscal year 2023 to 2024, the state ended the year with a $400 million surplus in its general fund and $4.1 billion in its budget reserve fund. The state has the money to prioritize our students, teachers, and staff. The state should adjust its fiscal guardrails in order to do that. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I strongly encourage your support.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Julie Goldstein. Hi, Julie.
Yes. Representative Exum and co-chair or Senator Austin and all the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Julie Goldstein, and I'm honored to speak before you here today. I come to you as wearing a lot of different hats. As a member of the Board of Directors of Connecticut Network for Children and Youth, I'm coming to speak on behalf of the board. We support early childhood social emotional learning and after-school programs in Connecticut. I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives of 241 Care, which is a sports-based youth development program that provides out-of-school time programs across the state, up to 2,500 kids annually. And I also am a master's level education research professor. I'm here to make a comment and mostly to express opposition to HB 6864. So my comment is also as a former magnet school principal and the former Magnet Schools of America board member representing New England and the Atlantic states. I want to implore you to continue to fund all magnet schools at the highest potential level. It's something you should know is that our US senators, Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal, whenever they get the opportunity, they are the ones that write the letter to their Congress encouraging them to increase appropriations at the national level for magnet schools. So they are they're our champions. Thank you. But they are the ones that are leading the way for everybody across our nation to get funded for magnet schools. And as a Connecticut magnet school principal, you should know that magnet schools are the ones that lead the way in terms of school climate, school growth and achievement, and attendance. And they're what makes Connecticut possible, as far as our future. So that's my comment, but I'm here primarily to express opposition to the state budget and start by saying that children make up 1/3 of our population, but they're 100% of our future. I appreciate that your role as a subcommittee chair is focused on ensuring that our state funds serve as the best possible investment for our state's future, Connecticut's students. So thank you for your service. In his proposed budget, I want to draw your attention to something that's very minute. It's something you may not ever have noticed. It's something that other people are testifying. But Governor Lamont eliminated the after-school grants as a line item and bundled it with 4 other programs, allocating a sum reflecting a 13% reduction for these programs. That's equal to the amount that was recommended in 2017. If approved as it stands, this decision threatens to contribute to child poverty, as it will result in a widening of our state's opportunity gap for the children primarily of working parents and low-income households across the state. So I urge you to insist that after-school grants be restored as a separate line item reflecting the governor's originally allocated funds. I need to say a couple more things. I need to let you know that this is written explicitly in state statute section 1016X in detail for the State Department of Ed to allocate funds using a rigorous application program. And I need to let you know that also as a previous classroom teacher, school social worker, and administrator, I've witnessed the power. I don't think that I need to explain that to you. But I do, I guess, just to speed up, after-school programs contribute to student learning by giving those kids a seamless opportunity to stay in school with their friends. They do well academically, they are leaders, and based on research, because of their sense of belonging and connection, they add to the school climate. So after-school programs may seem like a separate add-on to a school day. They are absolutely connected to student learning. In previous years of closing, for every child enrolled based on the After School Alliance, which by the way highlights Connecticut's legislation that I just mentioned as a leader in policy for after-school grants, even with that, for every child enrolled, 3 had no access to an after-school program. And I wish I was here to advocate for an increase in this investment, but I hope what I've shared has called your attention to a revision that called the student supports line, ironically means a reduction in services also for the neighborhood youth services and the family resource centers, and in turn creates a weekend education system. Restore after school program grants as a fully advocated separate budget line item. Thank you for listening to my testimony and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony, really do. Next, we'll have Tiffany Stewart.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tiffany Stewart, and I'm here to reference Senate Bill 868, an act concerning funding for junior achievement of Greater Fairfield County to address the crisis of disconnected youth. The challenge is significant workforce readiness gaps. Junior achievement is uniquely positioned to mitigate this crisis by providing a cost-effective, data-driven solution to school districts and our community partners. To address this challenge, we use 3 modes of delivery, the first being in-class learning, where students build foundational knowledge in different topics such as budgeting, savings, credit, debt management, career exploration, and entrepreneurship. The next, immersive experiences, where students participate in exploring career opportunities and tackling real-world scenarios by implementing what they have learned. And lastly, our focused workforce readiness activities, where students help students align career aspirations with strengths and interests. We're able to achieve this work at a high level through our strategic partnerships with school districts, community organizations, corporate partners, and volunteers. We currently reach about 14,000 students in the Greater Fairfield County area. Junior Achievement is actually celebrating 75 years in the Greater Fairfield County area this year. We center our work on an outcomes-driven based approach. Both nationally and locally, our outcomes include student engagement and growth mindset, transferable skills and competencies, educational and academic attainment, and access to networks and opportunities. We're positioned to have impact that builds career awareness, bridges resource gaps by alleviating budget constraints for school districts, particularly in our high-need areas in Connecticut, like Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Ansonia. It engages disconnected youth through tailored programs that inspire at-risk students to pursue meaningful opportunities. We are committed to strengthening the workforce pipeline and economic mobility so that participants and young people leave prepared to contribute as skilled, confident professionals. Request for consideration from Appropriations Committee is for $287,500. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I remember junior achievement. It's part of that a long time ago. Thank you. Next I have Caitlin Galbraith. Sure I did not say that correct.
Thank you, Representative Exum, members of the committee. Thank you so much for providing us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caitlin Galbraith. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the National Service Office for Nurse Family Partnership and Child First, and I'm here to advocate for full funding for our programs. But you want to hear from Ruth Ann, who is one of our parent ambassadors, so I'm going to cede my time to her.
Thank you. One moment.
We were a panel. Yep.
Can you just say your name when you start, please?
Be helpful. Absolutely. I'm Caitlin Galbraith, and this is Ruth Ann Buckler. Oh. Yes. Oh, you're fine.
They have no caffeine.
They're tired.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Ann Buckner, and thank you for the opportunity to share my story and for holding the space to discuss the crucial work of Nurse Family Partnership. I'm here as both a mother and an advocate. When I found out I was pregnant, I was overwhelmed and searching for support. My first OBGYN appointment left me feeling judged and unheard. On my way out of the appointment, I came across a pamphlet that said, "Pregnant, do you want a free nurse?" And that moment I thought, yes, I need someone in my corner. That decision changed my life. My Nurse Family Partnership nurse gave me what I've been missing: compassion, guidance, and unwavering support. She helped me advocate for my health, which uncovered a life-threatening condition that could have been devastating consequences during childbirth. She also stood by me as I found the strength to leave an abusive relationship and access postpartum resources. Because of this program, I am now thriving. I've earned multiple college degrees. I am married. I'm raising a confident and phenomenal daughter. I've broken free from the cycles of poverty and abuse. But my journey didn't just stop there. The support I received from Nurse Family Partnership gave me the confidence to use my voice, not just for myself, but for others. I now serve as a Nurse Family Partnership Parent Ambassador, representing Connecticut on a national level. I have had the opportunity and the pleasure for advocating for policies that impact children and families here in Connecticut through platforms like Raising Strong, Connecticut's Office of Early Childhood Parent Cabinet, and my upcoming trip to Washington, D.C. Connecticut is being represented across the nation, and I'm here today to ask that you ensure that Nurse Family Partnership remains a vital part of the continuum of care. When you support Nurse Family Partnership, you're not just funding an initiative, you're planting seeds for stronger families, safer communities, and brighter futures. As you finalize the budget, I urge you to continue funding Nurse Family Partnership. I stand here today as proof that when we invest in families, the returns extend far beyond what we can measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Denise Davio. You may want to tell me how to say it.
Good evening. I'm Denise Daviau, and I'm the CEO for Lumability, formerly known as SARA Inc., and we are the largest nonprofit in the state for birth to three services. Last year, we served over 2,000 children and families, many within the districts of those here on appropriations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. And I want to say, while providers appreciate the fact that there is some money in the budget for birth to three, it is certainly not enough. To prevent the state's birth to three system from collapsing, and when I say collapse, I am not exaggerating, we need three things to happen. First, we need to see rate increases in both 26 and 27. We cannot wait till 27. More birth to three providers will stop delivering services if that happens. Two have already stopped because we just don't have the funding. Secondly, the gap payment, the general administrative payment, cannot be faded or taken away. That helps to cover the many indirect costs we have for birth to three services. Any rate increase we get, if you take the gap away, will be negated. We'll be back where we started and even worse off. Third, the tiered system being proposed is not adequate. Representative Exum, I appreciated your question this morning to the Office of Early Childhood staff. They didn't give a lot of the details. Again, the devil's in the details. The tiered system would be very cumbersome. It would not meet the costs we have, and there would be a lot of inequity associated with it. We could have two speech and language pathologists who have the same education, the same skills, the same experience, but they may be able to bill at a different rate because of credentialing the Office of Early Childhood is deciding they need to have in order to bill at a higher rate. That is not the way to run a system. And a little bit of background about birth to three. Unlike other providers, we have not received rate increases in the last several years. We haven't since 2017. We received very little ARPA funding, unlike other human service providers. As a result, we can't get and keep the staff we need, the clinicians, the special educators. So we are not getting to children. That's a hard thing to say. Our dedicated staff are burning out. They're trying their best to get to children and families, but we just can't. We have too many vacancies. That means we are not getting to children at a time we can make the most difference in their lives. And that potential is lost. Their brains are developing at the fastest rate, and that time can never be captured again. It's very important we get to those children. I know that a big focus for the legislators this session is early childhood education and special education. Birth to three is both of those. You need to fund it at where it all starts. So please remember, when you're in those budget negotiations, we need to have funding in both years, 26, 27. We need to keep the gap, and we should not be going with the tiered system. And I want to, the last thing I want to say is I want to share a story about a family we were supporting. They were in Connecticut receiving birth to three services. They moved to Florida, and the birth to three services were so subpar compared to Connecticut, they actually moved their family back to Connecticut. That speaks to the incredible quality of the birth to three services here, thanks to our staff and our partnership with OEC. That is deteriorating due to the chronic underfunding. So please fund us at the level we need in order to continue these incredible services. Thank you for your time and service. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I have great appreciation for birth to three. So thank you so much for your testimony.
So good to hear. Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Reyes. Maria Reyes.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hi, Maria. We're ready for your testimony.
Yeah. And the pig. Ah, no me veo. ¿Me escuchan?
Yeah, we can hear you. Un momento, por favor.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí,
Ok, pero no.
pero un
No.
momento, por favor.
Ok, ok.
Puedes comenzar.
Ok, pero no me veo, no me ponen la cámara.
María, más que comienza si puedes.
Ok,
Gracias.
ok. Senador Oster, el representante Walker, senador Sommer, el representante Nuncio y miembro del Comité de Administración Gubernamental y Elecciones. Mi nombre es María Reyes. Soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil, familiar en el hogar. En Huereberi. También soy orgullosa presidenta del Consejo de Cuidado Infantil y CIU, local 2001, que representa a miles de trabajadores, incluidos los proveedores a domicilio del programa de Care for Kids. Gracias por invertir en la educación de la primera infancia y en Care for Kids durante esta temporada presupuestaria. Estoy aquí para afirmar e invertir en el cuidado infantil familiar. No se trata solo de ayudar a los proveedores y a los niños, sino que fortalece nuestra economía, nuestra comunidad y nuestro Estado. Durante 17 años he ayudado a criar generaciones de niños y he criado a nuevos proveedores a crear su propio negocio. He visto crecer y abrir su propio programa de cuidado infantil a muchas educadoras. El cuidado infantil familiar impulsa la economía local porque reinvertimos nuestra ganancia en nuestra comunidad. Empecé en el 2005, cuando se invitaron a una reunión en una escuela pública local, donde un grupo de mujeres movilizó a otra para ver el cuidado infantil como una oportunidad no solo para cuidar a los niños, sino para fortalecer nuestra ciudad y lograr la seguridad económica de las mujeres. Ampliando el acceso de cuidado infantil, creando eventos culturales que perduren hasta hoy. Anualmente, como hacemos un desfile anual que se llama el Gathering en Huereberi. Este desfile ahora representa a 180 países y une a familias y comercios y comunidades enteras. Los proveedores colaboran con los padres para diseñar trajes tradicionales para sus hijos, quienes desfilan con orgullo, y además las empresas locales se benefician del aumento en la participación y actividad comunitaria. Vivimos donde trabajamos e invertimos, donde vivimos y somos educadores, propietarios de pequeñas empresas y contribuyentes económicos. Apoyar el cuidado infantil familiar no es solo una calidad, es una estrategia. Somos trabajadoras que fortalecemos a las ciudades y pueblos que hacen que Conérico sea grandioso. Gracias por reconocer nuestro valor. Ahora sigamos haciendo crecer e inversiones. Abordar las necesidades de cuidado infantil, las familias de Conérico, es una prioridad para todos en esta sesión legislativa. Ahora es el momento de actuar para que los padres, los niños y los proveedores tengan un recurso de necesidades. Recuerdes que los proveedores deben ser parte de la solución a los problemas relacionados con el cuidado infantil. Que continúe escuchándonos nuestras voces y busque nuestra opinión mientras trabaja en la legislatura sobre el cuidado infantil. Juntos podemos construir un sistema sólido que priorice a nuestros niños, beneficie a los padres y garantice que los proveedores reciban una compensación justa y respetuosa. Gracias por escuchar mi historia, María Reyes.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nusho, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Maria Reyes, and I'm a home-based family child care provider in Waterbury. I am also the proud president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001 Family Child Care Council, which represents thousands of workers, including home-based providers in the Care for Kids program. I ask that you invest in early childhood education and care for kids during this budget session. I'm here to affirm that investing in a family child care is not just about helping providers and children, it strengthens our economy, our communities, and our state. For 17 years, I have helped raise generations of children, guided new providers to create their own businesses, and watched children grow and open their own childcare programs. Family childcare boosts local economies because we reinvest our profits back into our communities. I started it in 2005 when I was invited to a meeting at a local public school, where a group of women mobilized others to see childcare as an opportunity not just to care for children, but to strengthen our city and achieve economic security for women. Because of our dedication to children, we have increased the numbers of providers, expanded access to childcare, and created cultural events that endure to this day, such as our annual gathering parade in Waterbury. This parade now represents 180 countries and brings together families, businesses, and our entire community. Providers collaborate with parents to design traditional costumes for their children who march proudly. In addition, local businesses benefit from the increased community involvement and activity. We live where we work and invest where we live. We are educators, small business owners, and economic contributors. Supporting family child care is not charity, it is strategy. It creates jobs, supports working families, and strengthens the cities and towns that make Connecticut great. Thank you for recognizing our value. Now let's continue to grow this investment. Addressing the child care needs of Connecticut families is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Remember that providers must be part of the solution to child care issues. We ask that you continue to listen to our voices and seek our input as you work on child care legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our children first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Maria Reyes, Waterbury.
Thank you so much. And thank
you.
you so much, Maria, for your testimony. Now I'd like to go back. I'm sorry, Santa Shaw, I skipped over you. If you could please give us your testimony at this time.
Good evening, Representative Exum and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Connecticut Project Action Fund. The Connecticut Project Action Fund applauds Governor Lamont's significant investment in early childhood education. His decision to include increased funding in House Bill 6864, along with allocating $300 million from this year's budget surplus to early childhood programs, demonstrates a vital commitment to our family's economy and future. While the governor's proposed investment makes an important down payment on the future, the early childhood education sector needs immediate investment to maintain the critical progress made over the past few years through ARPA funding. Over the past 4 years, Connecticut benefited from over $110 million in ARPA funds for early childhood education subsidies for parents and $16 million in stabilization grants for providers. This strategic allocation was crucial in sustaining childcare and furthering the goals established by the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel Plan. However, as these funds are set to expire, we face a significant financial gap that threatens to undo this progress. The looming fiscal cliff presents an immediate threat to the sustainability of childcare in Connecticut. The expiration of ARPA funds risks leaving families with rising costs and fewer options while imposing unsustainable financial strain on providers. Infant and toddler care, which are already the most expensive and hardest to find, will be disproportionately affected. With the phase out of these funds, the state needs to invest $110 million over the next biennium to go towards subsidies in order to sustain slots that were created through ARPA funding. Specifically, we need $45 million in fiscal year 26 to cover rising costs, maintain increased provider rates, and begin transitioning from ARPA-supported programs. For fiscal year 27, an additional $65 million will be necessary to continue these efforts. The governor's budget for the Office of Early Childhood underscores Connecticut's enduring dedication to early childhood education. Additionally, the Connecticut Project Action Fund extends its appreciation to the Appropriations Committee for its continued commitment to investing in the education of children in our state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will have Cynthia Gentry.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Gentry, and I am here on behalf of support of the Chef Movement Coalition, as well as Bill 6864 to support funding for Connecticut magnet schools. I am the proud parent of 2 scholars at Goodwin's University, Connecticut River Academy, which is also known as CTRA. I'll start with my 8th grader. My 8th grader has been at Goodwin since 6th grade. This year, she has built a sea perch. For those who don't know what that is, that's a robot that swims. She did the cutting of the PVC. She done the soldering, the wiring, all that by herself. As well as this come March, next month, she will be going into her 2nd season as a part of the Hartford Riverfront Recapture Crew Team. And that is available because it's through Goodwin University provides transportation for their scholars to go to practice. So that is available through Goodwin University. Now, the true story is my senior, Aaron. Aaron has been, at the age of 5, he has had an IEP, which of course include a behavioral improvement plan, and was in self-contained classrooms. Even with all that in place, Aaron will often get dysregulated. His anxiety would get the best of him. I spent more time on the phone and in the school system more than I did my own job. So Aaron is at the middle school, even at a self-contained classroom and at a school of 700 scholars. How he wasn't thriving, he was not succeeding. How was he going to go to a high school of 2,300 kids in a self-contained classroom? At that point, I was concerned. I really didn't see a future for my son, and that's hard to say for a parent. My son went into Goodwin University at 9th grade. He had an IEP behavioral improvement plan, but there was no self-contained classroom because they don't offer that. So that was some concern. That's 9th grade year. And it's also keep in mind, my son did not have social skills. 10th grade year annual PPT, they took him off his IEP, his behavior improvement plan. And let me tell you, I almost had a heart attack because I was not prepared and ready for that. 10th grade year, he is now social. He is doing intramural basketball. 11th grade year, he's not only doing intramural basketball for CTRA, he also was doing basketball for our district school. So he was doing both of them. Again, for someone who didn't have social skills, that is what he's doing. Now we're in his senior year. Now, the one thing I can tell you, I didn't think we were going to be here, but my senior year, my scholar is now a senior. He has participated in the Hartford and Junior Achievement CAP Gemini program. He has also volunteered with Junior Achievement to go speak to the 2nd graders. And let me tell you something, this was a scholar who wasn't talking to anyone. Also, in part of his capstone, he's doing a capstone with Goodwin. I was not introduced to a capstone until I went to obtain my master's. So to sit and watch my senior, my son, who has struggled and had an IEP and behavioral issues from age 5 up until Goodwin, he is doing his capstone project on why businesses should be eco-friendly. Thank you for your time.
That is remarkable. Thank you for your testimony and good luck throughout the senior year. That's fantastic. Thank you. Next we have Jim Williams.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jim Williams, and I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in Connecticut. I would like to thank the leadership and members of this committee for providing me with the opportunity to highlight our support for the governor's proposed funding for early care education, school meals, and to request modest funding for schools to implement cardiac emergency response plans. We support all efforts to ensure affordable access to quality early care and education for children from low income and other under-resourced families. This proposed budget addresses this. We support the statewide expansion of healthy school meals to the greatest extent possible. This budget does this as well. We would like to see an appropriation of $521,000 for schools to implement cardiac emergency response plans. A cardiac emergency response plan is a written document that establishes specific steps to reduce death from cardiac arrest in schools and school-sponsored athletics. Currently, Senate Bill 1350, introduced today in the Education Committee and scheduled for a public hearing next week, contains that funding to help schools, particularly our most needy schools, Title I, to implement these life-saving plans. These funds will be used specifically for activities and equipment that further promote the cardiac emergency response plan, including but not limited to the purchase of AEDs and AED maintenance, materials, the purchase of CPR training kits, or CPR training for students and staff. In conclusion, I hope that you will help to champion the public funding of $521,000 for schools to implement cardiac emergency response plans with a priority in targeting high-needs schools. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next, we have Rebecca Dunn.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Becca Dunn, and I'm here to talk to you about funding for Birth to Three. I'm the president of the board of Lumability, which is the largest nonprofit provider of Birth to Three services in the state. I'm also the mom of two boys who received Birth to Three services. My son Asher is 6 years old, and he has Down syndrome. He received Birth to Three from practically the day he was born. My younger son is Xander. He's 4, and he received Birth to Three services for a delay in speech. Asher's Birth to Three providers were truly a lifeline for us. When he couldn't take a bottle and I had to go back to work, they helped us teach strategies and techniques to help him learn to do that. They helped teach us how to help Asher learn to sit up, to crawl, to walk, to climb, and to run. They supported us as we learned how to help Asher find his way of communicating so that he could let us know what he needed. Asher is now in kindergarten and he is thriving. He keeps up with his peers on the playground. He climbs, he runs, he loves it. He plays basketball. He's really good at basketball. He's learning to read. He's currently working on sounding out 3-letter words. We're very proud of him. And he really loves school. And I know that the support we received when Asher was in Birth to Three set him up for success that he's having now in school. My younger son, Xander, his story is different. He worked with a speech provider in Birth to Three. And when he was about 3 months shy of his 3rd birthday, that provider closed down because they could not financially sustain their Birth to Three program. So Xander lost 3 months of vital speech therapy when his Birth to Three provider closed down, and we then had to wait until he started preschool at age 3. I'm here to ask you or to tell you that while we are so grateful to be included in the governor's biennial budget, this plan is not enough. Birth to Three businesses cannot afford to wait until fiscal year 27 for a rate increase. Delaying may force more Birth to Three programs to withdraw from their contract due to financial strain, like Xander's program did. When Xander started Birth to Three, there were 19 programs in the state, only 19 offering Birth to Three services for all the children in the state. Now there are 17 because 2 of them have closed their doors. We need a rate increase for fiscal year 26. And the gap, the administrative payment services that are given to children, it's not a substitute for the rate increase, and we need both in order to be able to sustain and provide these vital services to children. I'm asking you as a board member of an agency that provides these services, but also as a parent, please make sure that Birth to Three is adequately funded. These services save money. 49% of the children in Birth to Three in fiscal year 24 who transitioned to preschool did not go into special education, right? 49% of those kids. That saved the school district and the state money. Birth to Three is the time to be investing in our children. Please invest in our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next, we have Caitlin Kerchenik. Caitlin Kerchenik. Eluzio Silva Filho. Eluzio Silva Filho. John Rosenberg. He went. I have that he, no, John Rosenberg went already. So we're going to skip to Lizbeth Mesquita. Lizbeth Mesquita. I'm sorry. Maria Amado? Amado?
Muy buenas tardes. Senador Austin, representante Walker, senador Summers, representante Nucio y miembros del Comité de Apreciaciones. Soy María Amado, soy una educadora, una proveedora del cuidado infantil familiar. Soy miembro del sindicato de CCA-CI Local 2001, un sindicato que representa a más de 25,000 trabajadores estatales, jubilados y también privados, a los que correspondemos nosotros los programas de cuidado infantil familiar, que participamos en el programa también de Care for Kids. Como educadora, defensora y orgullosa representante de la Asociación Nacional para el Cuidado Infantil Familiar, NFCC, estoy dedicando mi carrera a garantizar de que los niños y las familias de Connecticut reciban una educación infantil de la más alta calidad en un entorno seguro y saludable. Quiero comenzar expresando mi gratitud a la legislatura para priorizar la financiación del cuidado infantil a través de Care for Kids. Es un momento en que muchos programas están enfrentando recortes presupuestarios. Esta inversión no es solo financiera, es una inversión a futuro de estos niños que serán los adultos del mañana y que nos van a representar en el Estado. Representan a las familias trabajadoras y también esto es una ayuda para estabilizar la economía del Estado. Las proveedoras educadoras del cuidado infantil familiar no somos solo cuidadoras, somos líderes en este campo, dando forma y construyendo el sistema del cuidado infantil en Connecticut, tal como existe hoy. Cada día desempeñamos un papel fundamental en nuestras comunidades, asegurando de que los niños tengan un entorno seguro, enriquecedor y educativo mientras sus padres trabajan. Queremos que el Estado reconozca y respete el trabajo esencial que realizamos, no solo como maestros en nuestros programas, sino en la construcción de una base más sólida para la educación infantil en todo Connecticut. Nuestro trabajo impacta directamente en la vida de los niños, quienes representan, como lo dije anteriormente, el futuro de nuestro Estado. En mi programa seguimos la filosofía Montessori, ofreciendo un enfoque educativo holístico que fomenta el desarrollo cognitivo, social, emocional y físico de los niños. Enfatizamos el aprendizaje individualizado, la confianza en sí mismos y la independencia, habilidades esenciales para un futuro. Mi staff y yo trabajamos incansablemente para crear un entorno estructurado y enriquecedor que prepara a los niños para el jardín de la infancia. Más allá de mi propio programa, he estado profundamente comprometida con el fortalecimiento de la profesión de la educación infantil en Connecticut a través de mi trabajo con NFCC. He guiado y apoyado, y lo sigo haciendo, a más de 60 proveedoras en el proceso de acreditación nacional. Un paso esencial para elevar los estándares de calidad dentro del cuidado infantil familiar. La acreditación es un proceso riguroso, pero garantiza que las proveedoras cumplamos los más altos estándares de calidad en salud, seguridad y desarrollo profesional continuo. En 2023 tuve el honor de ser galardonada como la educadora del año a nivel nacional en los programas de cuidado infantil familiar en el hogar. Apoyar programas como Care for Kids, el Estado reconoce la invaluable contribución de los educadores en el hogar y garantiza que más niños tengan acceso a una educación temprana de alta calidad, accesible, equitativa y equitativa. Los insto a que a continuar priorizando la financiación del cuidado infantil, reconociendo que las proveedoras, educadoras como yo y muchas otras, somos la columna vertebral de la educación infantil y de la economía de nuestro Estado. Atender las necesidades del cuidado infantil de las familias de Connecticut es una prioridad, pero todo en esta sesión legislativa ahora es el momento de actuar para que los padres, los niños, los proveedores, los educadoras podamos tener los recursos que necesitamos. Recordemos que las proveedoras es la parte de la solución del problema relacionado con el cuidado infantil. Le pedimos que continúen escuchando nuestras voces y soliciten nuestra opinión. Mientras se trabaja en esta legislación sobre el cuidado infantil, juntos podemos construir un sistema sólido que ponga a nuestros hijos en primer lugar. Esto va a beneficiar tanto a los padres y va a garantizar que las proveedoras recibamos una compensación justa, equitativa y respetuosa. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio. María Amado, Hartford, Connecticut.
Thank you very much.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nusho, and members of the Appropriations Committee, I am Maria Amado, and I am a family child care home provider in Connecticut and a member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a union representing 25,000 active and retired state municipal board of education, public and private sector workers, including family child care home providers, participating in the Care for Kids child care program. As an educator, advocate, and proud representative of the National Association for Family Child Care, NAFSE, I am dedicating my career to ensuring that Connecticut children and families receive the highest quality early childhood education in a safe and healthy environment. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude and encouragement to the legislature to prioritize child care funding through Care for Kids at a time when many programs are facing budget cuts. This investment is not just financial, but it is an investment in the future of our children, in working families, and in the economic stability of the state. Family child care providers and educators are not just caregivers, we are leaders in this field, shaping and building the child care system in Connecticut as it exists today. Every day, we play a critical role in our communities, ensuring that children have a safe, nurturing, and educational environment while their parents work. We want the state to recognize and respect the essential work we do, not only in our programs, but in building a stronger foundation for early childhood education throughout Connecticut. Our work directly impacts the lives of children who represent the future of the state. In my program, we follow the Montessori philosophy, offering a holistic educational approach that fosters children's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development. We emphasize individualized learning, self-confidence, and independence, essential skills for their future. My team and I work tirelessly to create a structured and nurturing environment that prepares children for kindergarten. Beyond my own program, I have been deeply committed to strengthening the early childhood and education profession in Connecticut. Through my work with NAFSE, I have guided and supported over 60 providers in the process of their national accreditation, an essential step in raising the standard of the family child care. Accreditation is a rigorous progress, but it ensures that providers meet the highest standards of quality in health, safety, and ongoing professional development. In 2023, I was honored to be recognized as the National Educator of the Year by NAFSE. By supporting programs like Care for Kids, the state recognizes the invaluable contributions of home educators and ensures that more children have access to high-quality, affordable, and equitable early education. I urge you to continue to prioritize childcare funding, recognizing that providers and educators like myself and many others are the backbone of early childhood education. Investing in us is investing in the success of Connecticut's children and family. Addressing the childcare needs of Connecticut families is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers can have the resources we need. Remember that providers must be part of the solution to childcare issues. We ask that you continue to listen to our voices and ask for our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our children first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Maria Amado.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Jill Johnson.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony. My name is Jill Johnson. I'm the Executive Director and Principal at Explorations Charter School in Winsted. I'm here to testify on the governor's budget proposal and the impact that it would have on public charter schools. Charter schools need and deserve an increased weighted funding to more closely reflect weighted funding levels of traditional public school districts. Our students need additional support that this proposal is not yet offering. Explorations is the only rural public school in Connecticut, and we've experienced financial challenges because of that. We serve 92 high school students from 15 different towns covering 3 counties. And since the majority of our students come from outside our local host town, the transportation that we help to provide to so many of them takes a significant toll on finances. Public charter schools receive no transportation assistance or reimbursement, so we pay the costs of transportation using our operating budget. An increase in the weighted funding formula for charter schools would help us to continue to provide transportation for our most vulnerable students. We have been forced to divert our already limited funds from the classroom to make sure children can get to school. If we truly want to make sure all of our public school children are provided the best education possible, we need to make sure that we invest in them all, and invest fairly. I understand that money is tight in all of the state budget, but we cannot continue to shortchange charter students. These are public school students and deserve equitable treatment. We serve such a wonderfully diverse student body. 38% of our students receive special education services, with another 27% having 504 plans for educational accommodations. Our students want the same thing as their local peers, a quality education and a bright future. Often the schools in our students' home districts were not meeting their needs, so their families sought out another option. Having the ability to choose is an amazing thing, but we need to stop underfunding the schools who educate students whose families utilize their right to choose. I am encouraged to see that the governor's proposed budget would provide for full phase-in of the weighted funding of the ECS formula to district public schools. However, the lack of a weighted formula increase for public charter schools means that high-need students in charter schools are receiving nearly half of the weighted funding of their local district counterparts. We hope that the state leaders work together to deliver a much-needed weighted funding increase for our state's charter schools to ensure the education of all students is fairly funded. Charter schools are public schools and are working for so many of our families. It is time to treat us all as equals. Thank you so much for your time. It is truly, truly appreciated.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Sokolowik.
Hello. Yes. Hey. Greetings, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joseph Sokolowik. I'm a member of the Bridgeport Board of Education, the Vice Chair, and also the Chair of Finance. I'm here tonight to ask you to reject and amend the governor's budget proposal that not only shortchanges education funding this year, but flat funds the ECS next year. This year is most important to fund education because we are living in tough times for public education. Public education is under attack like never before. We have a wealthy leader wanting to dismantle leadership in education that is in place to look out for the needs of our most vulnerable, impoverished students. A leader more interested in supporting the status quo and protect the wealthy to the detriment of the poor. A leader that supports transferring public education dollars to entities that do not serve all students equally. A wealthy, out-of-touch leader that thinks investing more money in our urban education institution is not going to help solve problems. A leader who lives in a wealthy enclave where the children's education is funded by a far higher rate. Those people he looks down on. Yes, I could very well be talking about Donald Trump and America, but I am referring to Ned Lamont and the state of Connecticut. We live in 2 Connecticut's, one where Ned and the wealthy reside and one where the rest of us live. A Connecticut where the white patriarchy are interfering with the elected governance of the boards of education in the 2 largest impoverished districts due to budgetary issues caused by the systemically racist and biased way we fund our schools through property taxes. We live in a Connecticut where the governor's hometown and its restrictive zoning keeps out those they deem undesirable and protect their school system. A school system that spends $27,093 per pupil compared to my hometown of Bridgeport, which spends $18,565 per pupil. We live in a Connecticut where the wealthy governor dares to come to my hometown and say the money that money will not solve problems of Bridgeport, even though if funded at the same level as Greenwich, Bridgeport children would have an additional $165 million for their education. A governor who pushes a false narrative that money is not getting to the classroom because it's going to highly paid administrators. When you look at the data, Bridgeport and Greenwich had the same number of administrators before Bridgeport started yet another round of layoffs that have resulted in over 300 cuts in the last decade. It's time that we tear down the racist infrastructure of segregation in education between the rich and the poor. We have over $5 billion in reserve. We have millionaires and billionaires in Connecticut not paying their fair share of the tax burden and keeping our impoverished citizens from living in their neighborhoods. It's high time Connecticut institutes a wealth tax and drops the fiscal guardrails and funds education at the needed deserve at the level at the level it deserves to be funded. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Susanna Holzenbeck.
Good evening. Thank you, Representative Exum and honorable co-chairs and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Susanna Holzenbeck, Executive Director of Read to Grow, the Connecticut-based nonprofit organization dedicated to improving early literacy outcomes for young children, particularly those in underserved communities. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of fully funding the nonprofit library programs line in the state library budget. Early literacy is a critical building block for lifelong learning and success, yet many children in our state lack access to the resources and support they need to develop essential reading skills before entering kindergarten. Read to Grow works to close this gap by providing books, educational resources, and direct support to children and families across Connecticut through our Books for Babies, Books for Kids, and Bookmobile programs. The state library's nonprofit library programs line ensures our ability to collaborate with partners like Reach Out and Read and the United Way of Central and Northeastern Connecticut to ensure that we are reaching as many of Connecticut's children as possible. 35,000 babies are born in 23 birthing hospitals in Connecticut each year, and Read to Grow currently reaches nearly 27,000 newborns annually across Connecticut through our Books for Babies program. You or someone you know who has given birth in Connecticut likely received our Welcome to the World Baby Board book. We receive hundreds of surveys annually where parents share feedback like, I didn't know I could read to my baby. My baby stares and stares at the baby faces in the books you sent us. And I think it's great. There's a program in the hospital that gives you support right away when your baby is born. It is such an overwhelming time, and having your book to read to my baby was so calming to us both. Funding through the state library has been instrumental in enabling us to scale our impact and reach more children and families. In the past year alone, thanks to the legislature's support, we have expanded our innovative Books for Babies program to reach 5 additional hospitals. We are now only 4 hospitals away from achieving universal reach and partnering with all 23 birthing hospitals in Connecticut. Without state funding in the coming years, we will not be able to expand to the final 4 hospitals. We know that when families have access to high-quality literacy materials and are empowered with the knowledge of what reading, singing, and talking with their babies and children does to support their child's brain development, they are more likely to establish routines and daily habits focused on sharing stories and engaging in rich conversation with their children. Our programs show this impact clearly, as 70% of Read to Grow families report reading daily to their children, compared to the statewide average of 48%. Read to Grow serves more than 60,000 children annually, many of whom are in low-income households or rural areas where access to books and educational programs is limited. These state funds support our efforts in distributing thousands of books each year, hosting literacy-focused events, and partnering with local organizations to improve access to early learning materials. Our Books for Kids program provides books to any family with children in Connecticut, and any organization that serves children can request books for their programs. Our Bookmobile travels everywhere in the state, bringing high-quality books and a magical literacy experience to children in rural and urban areas in every county. Without this funding, our ability to serve vulnerable communities, particularly those facing economic and geographic barriers to literacy resources, would be significantly compromised. The return on investment in early literacy is immeasurable. Studies consistently show that children who develop strong reading skills early on are more likely to succeed academically, graduate high school, and pursue higher education. Investing in literacy today yields significant benefits for our state in the form of a more educated and engaged workforce, reduced reliance on social services, and a stronger economy overall. In addition to the profound societal benefits, funding the nonprofit Early Literacy Library Line is a direct investment in the future of Connecticut's children. I urge you to continue supporting this vital program by fully funding the nonprofit library line in the state library budget. Your investment will have a lasting impact on the lives of thousands of children and families in Connecticut, creating a more equitable, prosperous, and literate future for our state. Thank you for your time and consideration and continued commitment to the children of Connecticut.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Up next, we have Ryan Beach. Okay, we'll move on. May I have Mary Beth Lang up next?
Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Lang. I am a retired teacher. I taught elementary students in the Bridgeport Public Schools for 41 years and retired in 2011. I'm here today to ask that you consider Governor Lamont's budget carefully. He is asking to decrease the state's contribution to the Teachers Retirement Board's health insurance program from 1/3 to 1/4. I urge you to strongly oppose this change. Currently, active teachers contribute 1/3, retired teachers contribute 1/3, and the state is supposed to contribute 1/3. And while the active and retired teachers have always made their full contribution, unfortunately, the state has not. Additionally, this year, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Medicare Advantage plan offered by the TRB went from $36 a month in 2024 to $94 a month, which constitutes a 38% rise in costs. At the same time, the COLA for the pension rose only 2.5%. Reducing the state's contribution would result in a greater burden shared by retired teachers and could result in even more costs being shifted to active teachers. In addition, in 2018, member contributions increased from 6 to 7%. And while the state employees receive 100% tax break on their pensions, teachers receive only 50%. At a time when schools are facing teacher shortages, proposals like this send the wrong message. There are currently more than 500 open teaching positions in the state of Connecticut, which reduces the contributions to the TRB pension and health insurance accounts. If this body is truly interested in recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers, it needs to commit to preserving and fully funding the state's 1/3 contribution to the TRB health insurance program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Rosa Santana.
Dale, Rosa, puedes empezar.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Sí.
Ok. Buenas noches, senador Austin, representante Walker, senador Sommer, representante Nucio y miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones. Mi nombre es Rosa Santana y soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en New Britain y una orgullosa miembro de CSEA SEIU Local 2001, un sindicato que representa a 25,000 trabajadores estatales y municipales de la Junta de Educación en activos y jubilados del sector público y privado, incluidos los proveedores a domicilio que participan en el programa de cuidado infantil familiar Care for Kids. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre el presupuesto para la Oficina de la Primera Infancia. Soy proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en New Britain, Connecticut durante los últimos 2 años y medio. He cuidado a 17 niños desde los 2 meses hasta los 5 años. Estoy aquí hoy para agradecer por aumentar la financiación del programa Care for Kids. Este apoyo es esencial para nuestros niños, familias, proveedoras y toda nuestra comunidad. Quiero que los niños de mi programa se sientan como en casa, porque en muchos de esos casos pasan más tiempo conmigo que con sus propios padres. Algunos de estos llegan a las 6 a.m. y no se van hasta las 6 p.m. Por eso mi objetivo es brindar un entorno amoroso, seguro y enriquecedor donde se sientan valorados y apoyados. Comencé a trabajar en este campo como sustituta de Cruz O'Neill, quien me mostró lo importante que es este trabajo. Vi cómo los padres le confiaban su regalo más preciado que tienen, sus hijos. Cuando tuve a mi propia hija, traté de volver a trabajar, pero después de un solo día me di cuenta que no podía soportar estar lejos de ella. Ese día decidí tener mi licencia de cuidado infantil familiar para poder cuidar a mi hija y ayudar a otras familias. Cuando a mi hija la diagnosticaron con autismo, me sentí aliviada al saber que no tendría que esforzarme para encontrar un centro que comprendiera sus necesidades. Sé que no todas las familias tienen esta opción, por eso también cuido a otros niños del espectro autista, para apoyarlos a mejorar. Aprendí el lenguaje de señas y ahora se lo enseño a todos los niños de mi programa. Ver a estos niños crecer y desarrollarse me llena de alegría y orgullo. Pero el cuidado infantil especializado tiene un costo muy alto. Requiere de capacitación adicional, materiales especializados y personal adicional para brindar la atención necesaria y de calidad que estos niños merecen. En este momento, mis ingresos no son suficientes para contratar la ayuda que realmente marcaría una gran diferencia en mi programa. También he notado que cuando los niños cumplen 3 años, Care for Kids reduce su apoyo a las familias, a pesar de que muchos padres ya están luchando para pagar su parte del costo. Para evitar que los niños se destabilicen al tener que buscar otro cuidador, incluso he bajado las tarifas de mi programa. He cuidado a estos niños desde que nacieron. ¿Cómo yo podría rechazarlo después de este cambio? Como proveedoras, a menudo aceptamos recortes salariales para apoyar a nuestras comunidades. Si podemos hacer estos sacrificios, seguramente los legisladores pueden ayudar a cerrar la brecha aumentando la financiación. El trabajo que hago es esencial. Brindo educación temprana y un espacio seguro para niños que a menudo luchan por encontrar programas que satisfazcan sus necesidades. Sé que muchos padres están aquí hoy para defender a sus hijos y quiero decir que cuando el Estado invierte en programas como Care for Kids, está invirtiendo en el futuro de nuestros niños y en el sistema de apoyo que necesitan para crecer y prosperar. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nucio, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Rosa Santana, and I am a home-based family child care provider in New Britain, and a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state municipal board of education active and retired public and private sector workers, including the home-based providers who participate in the Care for Kids child care program. I offer the following testimony on the budget of the Office of Early Childhood. I am a family child care provider in New Britain, Connecticut. Over the past 2.5 years, I have cared for 17 children from 2 months to 5 years. I am here today to thank you for increasing funding for the Care for Kids program. This support is essential for our children, families, providers, and our entire community. I want the children in my program to feel at home because in many cases, they spend more time with me than with their own parents. Some arrive at 6 a.m. and don't leave until 6 p.m. So my goal is to provide a loving, safe, and nurturing environment where they feel valued and supported. I started working in this field as a substitute for Cruz O'Neill, who showed me how important the job was. I saw how parents trusted her with the most precious gift they have, their children. When I had my own daughter, I tried to go back to work, but after just one day, I realized I couldn't stand to be away from her. That day, I decided to get my child's care license so I could care for my daughter and help other families. When my daughter was diagnosed with autism, I was relieved to know I wouldn't have to struggle to find a center that understood her needs. I know that not all families have the option, which is why I care for other children on the autism spectrum as well, to better support them. I learned sign language and now teach it to all the children in my program. Watching these children grow and develop fills me with joy and pride. But specialized care has higher costs. It requires additional training, specialized materials, and additional staff to provide the quality care these children deserve. Right now, my income isn't enough to hire the help that would really make a difference in my program. And I've noticed that when children turn 3, Care for Kids reduces its support to families, even though many parents are already struggling to pay their share of the cost. To prevent children from being destabilized by having to find another caregiver, I have even lowered my rates. I have cared for these children since they were born. How could I turn them down? As providers, we often take pay cuts to support our communities. If we can make these sacrifices, surely lawmakers can help close the gap by increasing funding. The work I do is essential. I provide early education and a safe space for children who often struggle to find programs to meet their needs. I know many parents are here today to advocate for their children, and I want to say that when the state invests in programs like Care for Kids, it is investing in the future of these children and the support system they need to grow and thrive. Addressing the childcare needs of the families of Connecticut is a priority for everyone in the legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Please remember that providers must be part of the solution to the problems around childcare. We ask that you continue to hear our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our kids first, benefits parents, and ensure that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Rosa Santana, New Britain.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the translation. We will move on to Iman Coburn.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eamon Coburn, and I'm a member of Unite Here Local 33, as well as a resident of New Haven. I'm speaking to testify on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 to advocate for the 119K Commission's recommendations to update Connecticut's K-12 education cost-sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. I'm a third-year law student and a teaching fellow in Yale University's Political Science Department. As a teacher, I see firsthand the power of education to give students new opportunities and allow them to learn with their peers. And although I teach at the undergraduate level, I know that this is even more true in K-12 education. But schools and teachers need money to serve this function. Here in New Haven, our public schools are facing a significant funding shortfall. According to staffing guidelines, we are more than 700 staff, or about $35 million, short of having a fully staffed school district. And I particularly want to emphasize the impact of the shortfall on students with disabilities and other needs. New Haven Public Schools requires nearly 150 additional special education staff to meet staffing guidelines. I'm one of 3 children, and my sister has significant disabilities. My siblings and I attended public schools, albeit in New York, and I will never forget how hard my sister's teachers worked to help her learn and make her feel included in the classroom. The opportunity to attend well-funded public schools made such a big difference in her life and in all of our lives. All students, regardless of their needs, deserve the same opportunity. The proposed increase in K-12 education funding can help ensure that students have this chance. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I strongly encourage your support.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Cruz O'Neill. Okay, we'll go from there. The next time person we have is Emily Montenegro. Next person we have is Shaida Taylor. Okay, Maria Robles.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Sí. I'm sorry. I don't have my. Oh, okay. Uh, un momento, por favor.
Ok.
Hola María, puedes empezar, gracias.
Ok, gracias. Buenas noches, senador Olsen, representante Walker, senador Summers, representante Nucio y miembros del Comité de Apropiaciones. Mi nombre es María Robles, soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en el hogar de Meriden, Connecticut, y una orgullosa miembro del CSEA-CEIU Local 2001, un sindicato que representa a 25,000 trabajadores estatales, municipales y de Junta de Educación activos y jubilados del sector público y privado, incluidos los proveedores en el hogar que participan en el programa de cuidado infantil de Care for Kids. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre el presupuesto para las oficinas de primera infancia. Durante los últimos 2 años, he dirigido el único programa de cuidado infantil las 24 horas en mi comunidad, apoyando a los padres que trabajan en turnos nocturnos como enfermeros, cuidadores personales de mayores, empleados de almacenes de Amazon en todo el estado. Los trabajadores de tercer turno dependen del programa como el mío. Quiero agradecer a los legisladores por aumentar la financiación del programa Care for Kids. Este apoyo marca una gran diferencia tanto para los proveedores como yo, como para las familias a las que servimos. Elegí este trabajo porque me permite cuidar a mis hijos y a mi esposo, mientras construyo seguridad económica para mi familia y contribuyo a mi comunidad. Antes de abrir mi programa, viajaba de Meriden a Waterbury durante 3 meses para tomar cursos de educación infantil temprana y cuidado infantil familiar. Durante ese tiempo descubrí mi pasión por la educación infantil y encontré alegría en el apoyo de los niños y sus familiares brindando un cuidado de calidad. En los últimos 2 años he cuidado aproximadamente 52 niños, desde bebés de 4 semanas hasta niños de 12 años. Mi programa también beneficia a la comunidad al proporcionar empleo, ya que tengo 2 asistentes que ayudan a cuidar a los niños durante el día, 2 sustitutos que cubren cuando es necesario, una persona encargada de limpieza del hogar y otra responsable del patio y los exteriores. Además, contrato plomeros, trabajadores de mantenimiento y otros profesionales según se necesite. Estoy orgullosa de ser dueña de una hermosa casa con un sótano grande, terminado, donde los niños pueden dormir de manera segura durante la noche y un patio trasero donde los niños pueden dormir de manera segura durante el día. Todas las mañanas me despierto a las 5 a.m. para preparar las comidas y las actividades antes de que los niños se despierten. Ofrezco un cuidado personalizado que apoya el desarrollo de cada niño y trabajo estrechamente con los padres, asesorándolos sobre nutrición, desarrollo infantil y el cuidado de los niños con discapacidades. Me enorgullece crear un ambiente acogedor donde los niños puedan prosperar. Los proveedores de cuidado infantil familiar pagamos impuestos sobre nuestros ingresos, contribuyendo al mismo fondo de dinero que el Estado reinvierte en el sistema de cuidado infantil. Al apoyar a los padres, trabajadores, creamos empleos y pagar impuestos. Los proveedores de cuidado infantil familiar somos esenciales en la economía de Connecticut. Si bien el aumento reciente de fondos es un paso en la dirección correcta, aún quedan muchos por hacer para lograr una verdadera estabilidad económica. Un desafío.
¿Puedes dar un sumario? No, she's cut off. All right, I will go for it. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nucio, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Maria Robles, and I am a home-based family childcare provider in Meriden and a proud member of CSCA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state municipal board of education active and retired public and private sector workers, including the home-based providers who participate in the Care for Kids childcare program. For the past 2 years, I have run the only 24-hour childcare program in my community, supporting parents who work overnight shift as nurses, caregivers for older adults, and warehouse employees at Amazon. Across the state, third shift workers depend on programs like mine. I want to encourage and thank legislators for increasing funding for the Care for Kids program. This support makes a difference for both providers like me and the families we serve. I choose this work because it allows me to care for my children and husband while building economic security for my family and supporting my community. Before opening my program, I commuted from Meriden to Waterbury for 3 months to take courses in early childhood education and family childcare. During that time, I discovered my passion for early childhood education and found joy in helping children and their families by providing quality care. In the past 2 years, I have cared for about 52 children, ranging from 4 weeks old to 12 years old. My program also benefits my community by providing jobs. I employ 2 assistants to help care for the children in the day, 2 substitutes who provide coverage as needed, a cleaner who maintains the home, and another person responsible for yard and exterior. Additionally, I hire plumbers, maintenance workers, and other professionals as needed. I am proud to own a beautiful home with a large finished basement where children can sleep safely overnight and a lush backyard where toddlers can play and explore during the day. Every morning, I wake up at 5 a.m. to prepare meals and activities before the children wake up. I provide individualized care that supports each child's development, and I work closely with parents, advising them on nutrition, child development, and caring for children with disabilities. I take great pride in creating a nurturing environment where children can thrive. Family childcare providers pay taxes on our earnings, contributions to the same pool of money that the state reinvests into the childcare system. By supporting working parents, creating jobs, and paying taxes, family childcare providers are essential to Connecticut's economy. While the possibility of recent funding increase is a step in the right direction, more needs to be done to achieve economic stability. One major challenge is the lack of affordable health care. This issue is personal to me because my husband was diagnosed with cancer in the past. Although his health has improved, he still has physical limitations, and I worry every single day that the cancer might return. The cost of healthcare is a heavy burden for many family childcare providers, and it must be addressed. Addressing the childcare needs of families in Connecticut is a priority for everyone in the legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Please remember that providers must be a part of the solution to the problems around childcare. We ask that you continue to hear our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our kids first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Maria Robles, Meriden.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we'll have Patricia Nicolari. Patricia Nicolari. Okay. We'll move on to that was 191. I'll ask again, see if they're online. Okay, Patricia Nicolari. So we'll move on to Jennifer Perez.
Hi. I'm online. All right. Good evening, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and the honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jennifer Perez, and I am the chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education. I'm here to speak on behalf of students, staff, and families of Bridgeport Public Schools. As a proud product of the district, it pains me to see the continued struggles that our students face due to insufficient funding. Before the COVID relief funds, our district was forced to make millions in cuts. These cuts have had devastating effects on our schools, resulting in the loss of paraprofessionals, essential programming, and extracurricular activities. Thankfully, with ESSER funding, we were able to temporarily restore some of those lost resources. However, as those funds have now expired, we are once again in a position where the state must step up with additional funding if we are to maintain the services we currently offer, and importantly, expand the support we need to provide. The reality of the situation is the additional funding is essential not only to keep our programs running, but to meet the growing needs of our 19,704 students. Currently, 19.4% of our students require special education services, and 31.2% of our students are multilingual learners. These students, along with all other students in our district, deserve the resources and support they need to succeed. Without increased funding, we will be forced to make even more cuts, further harming our ability to provide the necessary resources and services. Already, the district has had to eliminate over 80 positions this year, and more cuts are on the horizon if we do not receive additional financial support. This is a deeply concerning situation, as further job losses would place a greater strain on our staff, many of whom are already working tirelessly, often going above and beyond to support our students. Our dedicated teachers and support staff give their all each and every day, but cannot carry the weight of these cuts without it affecting the quality of education we can provide. Losing more staff would further undermine our ability to deliver the critical services that our students need to succeed. Our students deserve an equitable education, and they cannot continue to be shortchanged by a system that fails to adequately fund their needs. As someone who grew up in Bridgeport Public Schools, I know firsthand how the lack of resources has affected our students' opportunities. It is long past time for the state to invest in education equitably and sustainably. And Senator Olsen said earlier, I'm quoting her, "You can't maximize funding when you don't have enough to begin with," in regards to Bridgeport's funding situation. So thank you, Senator Olsen, for recognizing that. I urge you to prioritize funding for Bridgeport Public Schools and other distressed districts so we can ensure that all our students, regardless of their backgrounds or needs, receive the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we will have Patricia Nicolari. Please turn your mic on. There you go.
Is it on?
Yep,
Oh.
perfect.
Dear Chairwoman Austin and Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee, my name is Patty Nicolari and I'm the founder of Proud Academy. I am also a retired teacher and principal as well as part of the LGBTQ community. Our mission at Proud Academy is to educate and empower LGBTQ youth and their peers to thrive as evolving learners and as their most authentic selves within a safe and affirming learning community. I am speaking today about HB 6864, and a primary purpose of that is to ensure that all municipalities receive adequate funding to support essential services such as education. The bill further aims to outline specific financial allocations for various towns, particularly those facing economic challenges. Ansonia is one of those towns. I was born and raised in Ansonia and never realized how economically disadvantaged we were until I got to college and met people from Greenwich and Westport. While I live in New Haven, Ansonia will always be my hometown. With this opportunity for Ansonia in your decision-making hands, please know that the Naugatuck Valley does not have any tuition-free public charter schools. Proud Academy would be the first. We will ensure that all students are welcome regardless of race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity expression, socioeconomic status, or ability. We are confident we will meet students' needs from the Valley and across the state as families are reaching out to us as far from Farmington, Fairfield, Washington Depot, Newtown, Oxford, Ansonia, Derby, Waterbury, Woodbridge, who are willing to drive their child an hour to attend Proud Academy. Families have also reached out from Texas, Florida, Indiana, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania for their child to attend Proud Academy. At a time when there is a massive teacher shortage, we have no problem. Teachers have been reaching out to us for a year from all over the United States to teach at Proud Academy. So I stand before you today with an enormous opportunity for the state of Connecticut to add to the educational landscape in a powerful way. Proud Academy will be the first of its kind in New England and fifth in the United States. There are 4 other schools that presently exist like this and 5 more hoping to open. While Connecticut is one of the safer states to be a minority, We've heard from many parents, and you'll hear from one today, how Connecticut needs improvement and offering choices for their children. In summary, I am here today to ask you to fund this groundbreaking school so that we can offer another excellent opportunity in education to the families of Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I am going to call a panel up from the Family Resource Center. The following names, please. Donna Cavallo, Karen Bradford, and that'll be the first panel. Please turn on your microphone. Sorry. Thank you. It's all good. It's been a long night.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Donna Cavallero, the coordinator of the Plainville Family Resource Network, and I am here to speak on behalf of Plainville's FRC and also 57 state-funded FRCs across Connecticut. We are urging you to restore the dedicated funding line for FRCs in the state budget to ensure continued access to vital services that support families and children throughout our communities. FRCs are essential pillars in fostering early childhood development, family engagement, wraparound services for children and families, and community support. We specialize in offering tailored services that meet the unique needs of each community. We avoid duplication and maximize impact. Our core services include family engagement, social and emotional learning, support for families and home child care providers, early detection and intervention for developmental delays, utilizing the screening tool Sparkler to identify children and ensure that they enter school prepared for success. High-quality educational experiences are offered through play-based learning opportunities designed to foster cognitive, social, and emotional growth. Parenting support by facilitating workshops, personal visits, and group meetings. Eliminating the dedicated FRC funding line in the governor's proposed budget would have devastating consequences for the families we serve. Without this crucial support, thousands of Connecticut families would lose their access to essential services that help children develop skills, help to increase parenting skills, assist adult learners in achieving educational and workforce goals, and strengthen the community well-being. We respectfully ask that you reinstate the dedicated funding line for FRCs in the state budget to ensure that these vital programs continue to thrive. Investing in FRCs in Connecticut is Connecticut's future, providing families with the tools and resources they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Karen Bradford, and I am the coordinator of the Silver Lane Family Resource Center in East Hartford. I'm a resident of Vernon, which has a family resource center at Maple Street School, where my own children went to elementary school. I'm also a former employee of the Tolland Family Resource Center, where I was a parent educator for nearly 8 years. The governor's proposed budget consolidates FRCs with other CSDE grants into a competitive grant with a reduction in funding. We ask you, the committee, to restore our dedicated line item at an increased amount. Currently, the Family Resource Centers receive roughly $111,000 per center per year. For background, when the FRCs were created and given a line item over 30 years ago, it was $100,000 per site. In 2023, appropriations granted us an increase of $500,000 each year of the last biennium, and we are very thankful for that increase. But for us to be sustainable and to grow operations, we are asking for an increase of $20 million for the biennium, which equates to roughly $287,000 per center per year. At our current levels, we have no additional funds to address the increased prices of supplies and utilities. Many of us are just barely surviving. We want to be thriving. In the past, East Hartford has had 3 family resource centers with a total of 12 employees. Due to budget cuts in 2017, all communities with more than one FRC were ordered to shut down a site. We have not been able to replace staff members as they have moved on to new opportunities. We currently operate 2 centers with a staff of only 6, 3 of which are part-time. Our small but mighty team offers home visits, play and learn groups, developmental screenings, and parenting workshops. We make hundreds of resource and referral connections each year. We do all this work on a very lean budget, often purchasing supplies out of our own pockets. Increased funding will enable us to retain our amazing staff as well as grow our team, allowing us to expand our programming and support even more East Hartford families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both for your testimony. Up next, we'll have a second panel, and that will consist of Gail Nolan and Makita Waller.
Good evening. I'm Gail Nolan of Bloomfield. I'm the director of Laurel Family Resource Center in Bloomfield. And wanted to thank you all for your thoughts and already questions to the SDE from Douglas McCrory and Tammy Exum for asking about our line item. The Connecticut FRC, as you heard, is 57 family resource centers in our state, and the governor is proposing to remove the dedicated line item to combine us with other programs. When in fact we partner with a lot of those programs and need all of the funding for all of the programs to do everything we do in our communities. They help FRCs retain skilled professional staff. Directors in our programs must have a master's degree and site coordinators a bachelor's degree. Our funds allow for sustaining existing services with the goal of expansion and much needed services. We do want to ask this year for an increase in our line item. We're asking for an increase up to $20 million. Years ago, we used to have 4 staff in one center. Now we only can afford 2 because the funding, as you've heard, has stayed constant for the 37 years we've been in existence. We used to have 8.6 million, I believe, at our top and 74 centers in Connecticut, but they've been cut. For comparison, I'm also the chair of the board of directors for the National Family Support Network, which is a network in each state. They are up to 42 states at this point. They were started in 2011 with only 8 states. So FRCs are ramping up across the country, and Connecticut is falling behind. For some other comparison, Kentucky, who started in 1991, they have over $67 million of funding from the State Department of Education and the Cabinet for Health and Family Services. They have 888 centers, one at almost every school. Massachusetts, our neighbor, was founded in 1995. They have 38 FRCs with a budget of $33.8 million. The Connecticut FRC Alliance works together with all of the directors to promote comprehensive, integrated, community-based systems of family support and child development services located in public school buildings. We are flexible in communities to run the mentioned programs, and we refer to existing programs in our community. You can visit our Family Resource Center Alliance at ctfrc.org to see some of our stories and follow our Facebook. Thank you.
My name is Nikita Waller.
Nikita, your mic.
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Nikita Waller. I am here from the Family Resource Center, but I'm in the capacity of being a parent of a 16-month-old son by the name of Jaden Kenneth. My story real quick is that my son was in a NICU. So the journey here was very scary. But when I came out, I wasn't able to have a baby shower. So when I came out a couple of months after, it was the Family Resource Center. They had actually did a baby shower for me, and I didn't have much, but they pulled everything together. So again, I'm very grateful to what the Family Resource Center has done and what they consistently have done for myself and Jaden. So I just wanted to share that. You know, there's ways to plant seeds, and then you have to sprinkle those seeds and be the product of that. And I think that's what mostly all the Family Resource Centers are actually standing here for. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, both of you.
He's adorable.
He's very adorable. Thank you again. And up next, we'll have Maria Coquillas Menos. Maria Coquillas Menos. Okay, so I don't think that she's here. Okay, so we will move on to Tammy Gawash.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I am Tammy Gawash, Executive Director of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. We are a state organization exclusively representing retired teachers of Connecticut. I am here to urge you to oppose the governor's budget proposal regarding the reduction of the state contribution to the health fund from 1/3 to 1/4. Retired teachers pay the majority of their health insurance costs. When they were active teachers, they paid into the fund, and now as retired teachers, they pay their share of the insurance plan cost, plus the dental and Medicare premiums. As teachers age, they may want to choose the supplement plan, which better meets their medical needs. However, since the supplement plan is more expensive and does not get the same 1/3 subsidy as the Advantage plan, many cannot afford it. It is unfair that retirees are not getting an equitable subsidy for the supplement plan. Since the health fund is now financially sound, should it not be used to correct this inequity? It was discussed in the TRB budget this morning that the individual teachers would not be affected by the reduction. The fund had been nearly depleted in the past because the state had not funded their promised 1/3 subsidy. Retirees and active teachers were affected. Active teachers' payment to the fund was increased, and a lesser Advantage plan was introduced, and the TRB applied the 1/3 subsidy amount based on just the Advantage plan and not the costly supplement plan. ARTC has been advocating to get the 1/3 subsidy for the supplement plan to make the insurance plan choice more equitable, but have been told the fund would not be able to support it. The proportionately correct 1/3 subsidy toward the supplement plan for the smaller number of members who choose it would be far less draw from the fund than the $25 million proposed subsidy reduction. Finally, I am hoping the state will help correct the inequity between the Advantage and supplement plans rather than reducing the state's 1/3 obligation. That reduction will draw down the health fund and undermine achieving a fair, equitable choice between the Advantage and supplement plans. I urge you all to keep the state's promised 1/3 subsidy to the teachers' health fund. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. We will move on to Robert Rader.
Hi. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, I am here to discuss 6864 in support of funding Proud Academy. I realize what an awesome responsibility you have for putting the budget together, and certainly understand the very good works that so many of the people who are here tonight were able to talk about. My name is Bob Rader. I reside in Glastonbury, and I am the chair of the Proud Academy Board of Directors. I retired in 2022 after nearly 26 years as the executive director of CABE, the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, where I hope I made a difference in helping school board members see the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Since I retired, I've been working to help Proud Academy establish a public charter school for LGBTQ students, their peers, and any other students who wish to go to what will be an extraordinary school. Just as a reminder, the school's enrollment will be through a lottery, so Proud Academy will provide a high-quality education not only for LGBTQ students and their allies, but for any students who want to be educated in a safe, secure environment where there will be more support and mental health backing. Today, I ask you to include funding for a school that will help strengthen Connecticut's commitment to some of our most vulnerable students. These are terrifying times for many families and students in the LGBTQ+ community. Today, exactly 1 month after a new president was inaugurated, members of the gay community are fearful. Imagine how you would feel if you or your child were the target of new policies that take aim at transgender individuals, those that don't fit into a binary category, and children needing gender-affirming care. Anxiety, distress, feelings of victimization, and other indicators of worry will only increase as the president's executive orders take full effect. We know these feelings have direct negative outcomes for our gay students and their allies, and certainly for our LGBTQ community as a whole. My son, for instance, is trying to plan a honeymoon and is afraid to travel out of the country because he is transgender and doesn't know what kind of issues he will face when he tries to come back in. We may not be able to change what is happening in Washington at this point, but this sudden growing avalanche of intolerance is incompatible with Connecticut values. We honor all of our citizens. And as we have done in the past, Connecticut must continue to lead in standing up for our members of our gay community, including our students and their allies. We have the opportunity to show the rest of the nation how this is done. Proud Academy can offer a unique model for other states to follow. Students from many of our communities in other states are yearning for a school where their LGBTQ identities are respected and supported. Under the leadership of Proud Academy founder Patty Nicolari, we have even founded a group to coordinate with other schools across the country, the National Alliance of LGBTQ+ Students. We want to lead. You can help ensure that gay and transgender students have the choice of being educated in a school especially established to help them grow without bullying, shame, or harassment. Our school will help.
Mr. Rader, could you summarize, please? Thank you.
In summary, I think it's time that Connecticut step forward again and show the rest of the country that we're going to protect not only the members of our gay community, but our students and their allies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Kristen Dianello. Kristen Dianello. All right, we will move on to Steve Tracy. Steve Tracy. Okay. Next, we would have Sandra Williams. Sandra, I'm being told, submitted written testimony, so we will move. You want me to hold? Okay. Thank you. Jill Johnson. Jill Johnson? She went over. Okay. All right. Thank you. So Zaida Hernandez? Zaida Hernandez. Moving on, Andrew Feinstein. Andrew Feinstein. Moving on, Millie RC, I cannot pronounce that. What is Millie Arciniegas?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, Ranking Member Senator Summers, and Representative Nucio, Education Subcommittee Chairs McCrory and Zoom, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on the governor's proposed budget for elementary and secondary education. My name is Millie Arciniegas, and I am the Executive Director of Hartford Parent University. The mission of the Hartford Parent University is to mobilize parent power and encourage greater family involvement in developing a lasting learning partnership in which parents support their children in achieving academic and personal success, advance their own achievement, and promote educational equity. For the past 30 years, I have not seen the state do the right thing as it relates to the equitable funding, as it relates to the equitably funding neediest school districts like Hartford to ensure students have the proper education programs and resources for them to be able to succeed in school and in life. We simply cannot go on like this. Hartford Public Schools faces a $30 million deficit in fiscal year 25-26. Special education is currently facing a crisis due to a lack of funding, rising costs of special ed, a shortage of teachers, and other challenges. This has resulted in a net decrease in revenue over time for the district and causing major compliance issues within the special education children population. We propose adding a weight to the state's funding formula for special education in fiscal year 2025-2026 and going forward to support the rising needs and costs of special education students. This funding will help the district ensure our special education students will receive the education they deserve, while also freeing up additional funds to fully staff Hartford Public Schools, provide equal access to AP courses like other communities, and provide all students in Hartford with all the support and opportunities available to children like in other districts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding House Bill 6184.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we'll have Joshua Stanley.
Good evening, Co-Chairs Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley, Kushner, Exum, and Paris, Ranking Members Summers and Nuzio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joshua Stanley. I am the Secretary Treasurer of Unite Here Local 217, and I am a resident of New Haven. As the Secretary Treasurer of Local 217, I represent cafeteria workers in many public schools across Connecticut, including those who work in New Haven's public schools. I am happy to report that we have reached a tentative agreement with the New Haven Public Schools that will provide our members with living wages, access to healthcare, and retirement security. I'm proud that the New Haven Public School system has made the choice to invest in these workers as they provide a vital service for students. These are essential workers who worked in kitchens throughout the pandemic, and they are workers who now serve many children the only meals they will get for the day. In addition to leading Local 217, I am also a movement leader who has been deeply invested in working with New Haven Rising to end economic inequality in our state. Cities like New Haven suffer from deep and enduring scars of segregated development. Generations of youth are denied fair opportunities that would give them hope. The same neighborhoods that have child poverty rates are the ones that have the highest unemployment rates during the Great Recession, COVID infection rates, homicides, and eviction rates. We cannot overcome this terrible history of segregated development if hungry kids go to underfunded schools with underpaid and overworked staff. The state has a responsibility to uplift the working class and confront these injustices. It must invest more in our schools. On the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27, I'm advocating in support of the 119K Commission's recommendations to update Connecticut's K-12 education cost-sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Penny Graves.
Good evening, elected officials and committee members. My name is Jenny Graves, and I am a preschool special education teacher in New Haven, vice president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, a resident of North Haven, and a parent of a special education student. I am writing to testify on the governor's proposed budget for an additional $545 million increase to pre-K-12 education funding and to advocate for updating the education cost share formula to include a weight for special education. As a special education teacher, I have seen this teacher shortage crisis lead to teacher and service provider caseloads double over the last several years, leaving our students to receive less and less individualized instruction and subpar academic and social emotional support. As a union leader, I see a retention crisis with more and more of our special educators leaving New Haven from work overload burnout to go to the suburbs for higher salaries, more resources, and lower student caseloads. But what I really want to share with you today is my experience as a parent. My son attended New Haven Public Schools from preschool to the 5th grade. He has an IEP for dyslexia and ADHD. I fought tirelessly for him to receive the bare minimum of support, interventions, modifications, accommodations. His special education team was dedicated and caring, but the sheer number of students they were serving, the lack of paraprofessional support, and the lack of resources and training, my son's achievement gap continued to grow. I ended up making the gut-wrenching decision to move him to our home district of North Haven, where he immediately received a very tailored intervention and a structured reading program specifically for dyslexia, small class sizes, and it revolutionized his school experience. He's a sophomore in high school now, made the honor roll last marking period, and unfortunately, I don't think he would be where he is today if he remained in New Haven, a district who loved my child but could not afford to do more. The difference in special education opportunities presented to my son in schools a mere 10-minute drive away demonstrates the inequities between urban and suburban districts. Zip codes can no longer determine educational outcomes for students. It's disgraceful that our children are paying the price for a broken system, especially our most vulnerable population. We need special education costs to be included in the ECS formula so that all students in Connecticut with an IEP or a 504 can receive an equitable and world-class education. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Elaine Baldley.
Hi, thank you for my testimony and everybody's testimony. My name is Elaine Bosley. I'm the director of Reach Out, which is a Birth to 3 agency in the greater New Haven area. I am also a pediatric occupational therapist who's been providing services for 30 years. As my colleague stated before, early intervention works. Half of the kids that we see do not enter into special ed services when they turn 3. And I think we've heard a lot tonight about special education, and I know it's a focus of the legislature this year. There are 17 birth to 3 programs covering 169 towns. We've lost 2 programs. The next RFP is projected to be in 2 years. So you've got 17 programs for these next 2 years, and we are all struggling. I heard some questions this morning at the appropriations about whether some of these increased state funds that early childhood education centers were getting, were they actually creating more slots for kids? We're different. We have to keep providing those slots. Any child that comes in under IDEA law, there's no waiting list. We have to see those kids. So we get more and more kids, and we have less and less staff. It just leads to children getting less services and high staff burnout. So for example, in 2017, children on the autism spectrum got an average of 39 hours of service a month, and it's currently 11 hours a month. So it's making a huge difference. I appreciate the funding increases that are in the governor's budget, but I'm really concerned that it's not starting until 2027. My agency was in deficit last year. It's in deficit this year. We've been an agency for 30 years, ever since Birth to 3 started. And I have money left over from before we were a fee for service, and it's running out. And I want to keep providing services. I do have serious concerns about the tiered system reimbursement. I was on the rate study steering committee that was with DSS, OEC, ICC, and providers. There was never a discussion of tiered rates brought up in that steering committee. As the tiers stand now, master and doctoral level therapists and teachers with 20 years experience will be reimbursed at the entry level professional lowest rate. And no one in my entire agency, including myself, who've been a therapist for 33 years, would fall into the highest recommended professional rate. Nobody. So I think I have some serious concerns about that. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I appreciate your time, and I'm willing to answer any questions if you have any.
No questions, thank you. All right, next we have Almanzar Smil. Okay, Almanzar Smil. No, okay. Greg Florio. It's online, okay.
Good evening to the honorable chairs, ranking members, and all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Greg Florio. I am the Executive Director of CREC, the Capital Region Education Council, which for nearly 60 years has helped serve the Hartford area with high-quality educational programs and services. I also work with the other 5 Connecticut RESCs to provide those same quality services across the state of Connecticut. I want to thank this committee. For last year, the Connecticut General Assembly's leadership was critical in advancing a more sustainable and equitable educational funding formula for school choice programs, including those run by regional education service centers. I also want to condemn the governor for including those funds in his budget recommendation. However, his budget, in a sense, flat funds RESC magnet schools for the next 2 years. So on behalf of CREC and the other RESC magnet providers, I'm asking you to please include an incremental increase of $15 and $20 million each year for all RESC magnets in the biennial budget. If there is no appetite to add funds to this account, I am then asking you to consider removing the tuition cap, which is the only mechanism that RESCs have, as we do not have a local tax base to raise revenues to maintain our programs. Another ask I have is that you consider reinstating the $1.5 million in the as a budget line item to support the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. There were funds in this year's budget that were removed at the end of the process last year that supported a very successful residency program that has placed nearly 135 teachers in 35 school districts, providing them the coursework that they need to become certified teachers, advance in their careers, and diversify classrooms. One other ask that I have is that, as the previous speaker said, birth to 3 funding. I too go back to the beginning of birth to 3 and can say that over time it has been a roller coaster for providers in terms of funding levels. As an educator and someone who watched those programs develop over time, I can assure you that as we're trying to look at reducing special education costs in our state, there is no more effective way to do that than early intervention, and birth to 3 programs provide that. And finally, as a regional education service center, we were created in the 1960s to look at regional issues that impact education. I, on behalf of my other colleagues at the RESCs, tell you that we stand ready to work with the state in assessing the special education needs as they exist across all the districts in the state of Connecticut, are in a great position to assess those needs and work with our colleagues to implement in-district, multi-district, and regional solutions that will help mitigate special education costs going forward. I thank you for your time and wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Delage.
She's going to be testifying also with Jennifer Cox.
Okay.
Good evening, honorable chairs and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your continued service. My name is Dr. Kristen Delay, and this is Dr. Jennifer Cox, and we are the directors and owners of the New England Center for Hearing Rehabilitation. We are a hearing and speech clinic in Mansfield, Connecticut that provides statewide audiological and oral rehabilitation services to children with hearing loss. Part of what we provide is early intervention services through our Birth to 3 Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. Combined, we have 45 years of experience working with deaf and hard of hearing children in Connecticut. We have also served on the Connecticut Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Task Force in multiple capacities. We're one of the 3 original deaf and hard of hearing programs serving Birth to 3 statewide. We would like to comment on the governor's budget, specifically the need to increase funding for Birth to 3. At this time, Connecticut Birth to 3 is at a crossroads. You've heard from multiple Birth to 3 programs tonight. We're here with the same goal. The state of Connecticut performed a comprehensive fee study in 2022 and concluded that Birth to 3 programs are paid 39% less than what is needed to cover costs. According to this study, we need an increase from $120 an hour to $167 per professional hour just to break even. And this rate needs to be implemented this year. We cannot wait till 2027. Rates have not increased in 7 years, despite the increasing cost of travel, education of professionals, and the cost of doing business. 2 respected early intervention programs in the past 2 years have closed, citing financial reasons.
We have had a 300% increase in the number of children enrolled in the past 4 years, and we want to continue to provide Birth to 3 services. However, as you've heard from other programs this evening, we cannot hire, maintain, and train professionals without an increase in the professional rate. I am out in the field, and compared to 10 years ago, the rate of turnover is not only indisputably higher, but unsustainable. This leads to delays in enrollment, delays in service, and a skeleton of what care should be. Our Birth to 3 program will not be able to survive continuing business as usual without an increase. We know the governor has proposed an increase for Birth to 3 in the budget. However, the amount is not enough. The governor's budget needs to be increased by $8 million for Birth to 3 in order for the programs to continue to provide the same service they are currently providing. Early intervention is going to give the state the best return of investment of any program you consider in your legislative career. The National Forum on Early Childhood Policy and Programs found that high-quality early childhood programs can yield a $4 to $9 return per $1 invested. 49% of children that receive Birth to 3 did not qualify for special education, reducing costs for the Department of Education and long-term costs to the state once students graduate. Do not skimp on early intervention.
We are here this evening because we love what we do. We want to continue working with this population and their families, but in order to do this, we need you to increase funding to the Connecticut Birth to 3 program. Please fill the gap. Use taxpayer money for a positive return on investment. Please fully fund Birth to 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Dawn Craco.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dawn Craco, and I'm the Northeast Policy Director for Food Corps and a resident of Marlborough. I am here to testify in support of the governor's proposed FY26, FY27 budget for elementary and secondary education agencies with respect to school meals. I would like to commend the governor for including an additional investment in school meal programs, namely the continuation of no-cost school lunch for students who qualify for reduced price meals and no-cost breakfast for all students. Ensuring all students have access to food at school so they can learn, grow, and thrive is personally important to me as a parent of 2 young children. All our kids need the tools to do their best in school. Many families in Connecticut rely on nutritious meals at school. Funding for more students to access school meals is an investment in each student's ability to bring the best they can to school each day for optimal learning, starting with a nourishing breakfast. In looking at 1 month of data from October 2023, when breakfast was no cost for all, and comparing to October 2024, when it was only free for reduced price eligible students, Connecticut schools served over 103,000 less breakfast meals. Using this one impact in this 1 month, we can expect there to be over 2.6 million less total breakfasts served by the end of this school year. And we have the opportunity to correct this for future years in this budget. Beyond critical nutrition, access to school meals meets other student and community needs, really having a holistic impact. In Connecticut, 1 in 5 older adults are considered disconnected or at risk for disconnection, and school meals really provide nourishment and a consistent and reliable support in a student's day. Students can be motivated to get up and get to school, and they know a warm breakfast is available to them. They look forward to lunch where they can connect with peers in a safe space, and they encourage kids to show up, participate, and feel their best. Increased student participation also strengthens school meal programs, allowing them to invest in higher quality foods and more local and fresh options. Increased participation that results from increased access brings in more federal revenue for the school nutrition departments so they can offer more choice, fresher local foods, and enhance the cafeteria experience. I've heard concerns here even today about meal quality. I think it's important to underscore how slim the margins are for school meal programs and how increased participation actually provides opportunities for better school meals. On average, once you take out or you account for administration, labor, and other overhead, school districts have about $1.80 per meal for food cost to provide meals that meet nutrition requirements, offer variety, and match kids' palates, all within staying within budget, which is a very tall order. Lastly, School Meals for All is a driver in the economic success of our local businesses, especially for farmers. When school food services can count on income for the meals, they can buy more locally produced foods. I'll end there. Thank you so much for your work and leadership and all you do to support many programs and our state's needs.
Thank you. All right, next we have Bernadine Vendito. Bernadine Vendito. All right, Matthew Conway. Matthew Conway, okay. Barbara Vita. Amari Brantley. Yes. Okay. You turn on the mic.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Amari Brantley, and I am the Policy Coordinator for End Hunger Connecticut. Today, I am here to testify in support of the School Meals for All bill, which was included in the governor's budget. On behalf of End Hunger Connecticut, we want to thank Governor Lamont for his support and recognition that school meals have an important role in Connecticut schools and are essential to our students. Success by placing funding for the program in the budget. The first year funds what we currently have, free meals for those who are eligible for reduced price meals. And in the second year, school breakfast will be funded and free lunch will be offered for reduced price students. We urge the committee to allocate funding for the program in both years of the budget and not only for the second year. We believe that funding school meals is about more than just feeding children. It's about equity, dignity, and ensuring that every student in Connecticut has the same opportunity to succeed. Right now, we recognize that there are safety nets for poor people in poor places, but there are no safety nets for those who live in wealthier communities. They are overlooked because they don't live in a district that qualifies for the Community Eligibility Program. Yet they face the same financial hardships as families living in those communities. families with access to that program. Universal school meals ensures that no child in Connecticut is left behind simply because of where they live. We know this model works. 9 states have already implemented universal school meals, including Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont. These states have seen higher meal participation, improved student behavior, and better academic performance. At End Hunger, we call those the pillars, and we believe those are the pillars that the state of Connecticut should stand on as well. School meal participation increased significantly when universal school meals were available, and last year, school breakfast participation increased by 20% when it was available. Feeding kids is an investment in our future. The economic benefits are clear. The Connecticut State Department of Education has found that for every $1 invested, it brings $17 in federal funding reimbursement. This is money that supports our local farms, strengthens our economy, and creates jobs for our loved ones. Families struggling with high cost of living will see immediate relief. For a family with 2 children paying for school meals, it can cost over $1,800 a year. For many, that's the difference between paying rent, paying a car note, or putting food on the table. That's just not right. Beyond the numbers, universal school meals is a basic human need. When kids are fed, their behavior improves, they focus better, and they participate more actively in class. Within this budget, Connecticut has a chance to create a school system that nourishes every child, strengthens our workforce, and boosts our economy. I urge you to fully fund school meals for all, not because it's the right thing to do, but because the children of today are the future leaders of tomorrow. Before I close, I'd like to speak to something that was mentioned earlier today about food waste. Well, in conclusion, I urge you to to invest in the future leaders of tomorrow because they are great and you are great too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Paul Angelucci, I believe on Zoom.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Paul, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Paul Angelucci. I'm the president of the SVFT, which represents the 1,350 teachers at the CTEC system. I submitted my testimony. I won't read it. I did want to take my time to just say that I was in appropriations earlier today when Dr. Pritchard spoke this morning. And I just want to explain the situation in which we're in right now. So I'm in support of the budget. I did check opposed because the ask for additional monies was not met at the level, and I just want to emphasize the need that we be fully funded on the ask. We've been through some hard times these last 2 years. We became our own agency. There were staffing needs. There were some growing pains, a learning curve. We had an executive director who's no longer with us. There was some mismanagement of funds, and we ran a deficit for years. So I am glad to say that Dr. Pritchard is going to take us in the right direction. She's only been with us 2 months. But the additional monies is kind of all like the front of the store items. There are extra SPED monies needed. You know, in our district, the money does not follow the student. Our special ed numbers have increased dramatically post-COVID. And what I want to address today is the shops themselves. So let's say an exploratory plumbing or electrical shop. I myself am a graduate of the system. I was also a plumbing heating department head. So that exploratory budget in the shops has remained the same in 15 years. And inflation on consumables for our shops post-COVID have risen dramatically and the funds have not. We have had shop teachers told to buy toner and things of that nature out of their budget. Our welding shops have to buy gas out of their budget, which they used to buy just supplies, hard consumable supplies. And when you're teaching teenagers, you know, these are invaluable that they have them and we have them the right amount. So my ask today, I thank you for everything you do. But my ask is that the CTEC's initial requests be fully funded because there are many, many things that need to be addressed financially other than the positions for teachers themselves. We needed additional staff at central office and so on, but there's a lot more work to do. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. All right, next we have Bobby Brown. Also on.
Good evening, members of Appropriations Committee. My name is Bobby Brown, and I would like to start my 3 minutes off with a quote. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, by Nelson Mandela. This evening, I come before you today as an advocate and a champion for the children of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Children who are consistently shortchanged by an educational system that does not provide them with the resources they need to succeed. Bridgeport is one of the most underfunded school districts in Connecticut. According to the School and State Finance Project, our students receive thousands of dollars less per pupil than their peers in wealthier districts, despite having greater needs. This is not just a number. It's a direct barrier to success. Flat funding and underfunding schools forces critical cuts to programs, increases class size, and limit access to counselors, social workers, and special education services. How can we expect our students to excel when they do not have the fundamental tools to compete at a level playing field as others? This is not just about Bridgeport. It's about the future of our entire state. When we invest in education, we are investing in safer communities, stronger economies, and more competitive workforce. The data is clear. States and cities that prioritize education funding see lower crime rates, higher graduation rates, and increased economic growth. Yet, year after year, Bridgeport is left behind. To the members of this committee, I urge you to think carefully about the weight of your decision. Will you pass a budget that continues to underfund our students, denying them opportunities that they deserve? Or will you invest in their futures, ensuring that they have the same access of quality education as other students in different districts? Bridgeport is in the middle of making tens of million cuts currently, and it's unfair that our governor is proposing a budget that shortchanged them yet again. Their needs are important, but flat funding education for a second time is not fair to our students, which means we need an additional 10 to 12 million in cuts to pay for inflationary costs, such as staff raises. Bridgeport students don't need empty promises. They need action. They need it now. The budget you pass will determine whether we continue the cycle of inequity or hold and be bold at stepping up for educational justice. The choice is yours. Make it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. Next, we have Diane Houlihan.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Diane Houlihan, and I am president of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut. Today, I testify in strong support of continued and expanded funding for school meals, specifically the governor's proposed budget and the vital funding for school breakfast and lunch programs. We are deeply grateful for the governor's commitment to funding breakfast for students who qualify for reduced price meals this year, and we appreciate your recognition of its importance. This funding has had a positive impact on students' well-being and academic success. However, we strongly urge you to consider expanding this investment to provide no-cost breakfast for all students regardless of income. For 1 in 6 students in Connecticut who face food insecurity, breakfast is not just a meal, it's a necessity for their ability to learn and succeed. The financial sustainability of universal school meals for schools participating in CEP, the Community Eligibility Provision, a federal program that helps schools serve free meals to all students in low-income areas, remains a challenge. While CEP has been a lifeline, the reimbursement rates often leave gaps that local budgets must cover, placing additional strain on our schools. We urge the legislator to allocate additional funding to help districts participating in CEP to ensure that no child in Connecticut goes hungry. This would allow us to maintain and expand the program without resorting to meal debt, reduced meal quality, or limitations on meal access. We ask that you consider making meal funding permanent and part of Connecticut's long-term strategy to support equitable access to education and health. All students, regardless of income, should have access to the nutritious meals they need in school. Breakfast should be viewed as an integral part of the educational experience, as it directly impacts students' ability to thrive academically and personally. Access to nutritious meals should not be a luxury, but a necessity, just like a book or a bus ride, ensuring that every child in Connecticut has the nourishment they need to excel in school and in life. It's important to recognize that even a student from an affluent family may not always have a fully stocked lunchbox, as factors like busy schedules, lack of time, or food preferences can affect whether they are properly nourished. We urge you to continue your great work by securing future funding to provide both breakfast and lunch to all students, making this support a permanent part of Connecticut's education funding strategy. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued commitment to the well-being and success of Connecticut students.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shayna Taylor. Shayna, you can unmute. I know you're on Zoom. There you go.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee public hearing. My name is Shayna Taylor, and I am honored to be here today to advocate for the students of Bridgeport Public Schools in Bridgeport, Connecticut. As a dedicated educator with over 10 years of experience in the Bridgeport School District, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of underfunding of our students. I have seen the struggles, the resilience, and the determination of our young people, and I firmly believe that they deserve better. In addition to my work as an educator, I am also deeply invested in the Bridgeport community. I run a membership program, coach cheerleading, and advocate tirelessly for the well-being and success of our children. I see the effects of the underfunding every day in the classrooms, on the playing fields, and in the homes of our students. For the second year of the governor's proposed budget, the ECS is flat funded, receiving no increase in funding. This is unacceptable, especially considering the wealth gap that exists in our state. Bridgeport is one of the most underserved cities in Connecticut, and it is our responsibility to ensure that our students receive the resources they need to succeed. Connecticut, please do better. The consequences of underfunding our schools are far-reaching. It affects not only the quality of education our students receive, but also their future opportunities. We are not just talking about numbers. We are talking about the lives of our children. They deserve to have the same opportunities as the students in most affluent districts. Here in Bridgeport, we are too familiar with the devastating effects of the school-to-prison pipeline. The pipeline is fueled by systematic inequalities, lack of resources, and adequate support systems. When we fail to provide our students with the tools and resources they need to succeed, we are setting them up for failure. We are digging into a cycle of poverty, violence, and confinement that is attacking communities. Furthermore, gun violence is a harsh reality that our students face every day. The sounds of gunfire, the loss of friends and loved ones, and the constant fear of violence are too common in our city. As educators, we are not just teaching academics, we are also teaching our students how to survive in a world that is often seemed to determine to hold them back. The statistics are steep. Bridgeport has one of the highest rates of violent crime in the state. Our students are more likely to end up behind a jail cell than they are in college. This is not just a matter of personal responsibility, it is a result of systematic failures that we have to attend. By underfunding our schools, we are essentially sentencing our students to a life of limited opportunities and diminished prospects. We are condemning them to a future of poverty, violence, and confinement. This is unacceptable and must change. I urge you to consider the long-term effects of underfunding our schools. It is crucial that we invest in our students' education to create a brighter future for our community. Bridgeport Public Schools deserves better, and our students deserve more. I request that you take immediate action to address the funding disparities and provide our district with the resources they need today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shana. All right, next I have, we have Jessica Pagani. Don't see Jessica online. Ida Garcia. Nope. Nicole Cassidy. All right, 96, Roberto Alves.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, Chairpersons, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Vice Chairs, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Representative Zoom, Representative Paris, Ranking Members, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Roberto Alves, and I serve as Chair of Danbury. I appreciate the opportunity to testify regarding the importance of educational funding and the educational system and ensuring that our students have access to high-quality learning opportunities that are successful futures. While the governor's proposal several initiatives that align with our local priorities, I'd like to highlight key areas where additional funding is necessary to address the increasing needs of our students. One of the most impactful programs in Danbury's public education system is our Career Academy model at Danbury High School. This program is 9th through 12th with hands-on experience, recognized certifications, and direct recruitment opportunities through partnerships with local businesses. A prime example of this success is our collaboration with Veolia North America to address the critical workforce shortage in the water and wastewater treatment industry. According to a 2024 EPA report, 1/3 of U.S. water utility operators will be eligible for retirement within the next decade, making work recruitment and training a national priority. So, in partnership, Veolia supports teachers in obtaining wastewater operator's license, enabling them to guide students toward industry certifications. Students gain industry-specific knowledge and skills in the classroom, preparing them for real-world applications. Veolia offers paid internships in the Danbury Wastewater Treatment Plant, providing students with practical experience and community engagement opportunities, and their financial support is available for students pursuing higher education in the field. As Scott Beanie, Regional Manager for Veolia North America, has stated, Danbury students are prepared and enter the classroom with confidence needed for a career in the field. Coming in with baseline knowledge helps us teach and hopefully find students to fill internships and eventually careers. Work development initiatives like this provide immediate economic opportunities, strengthen community infrastructure, and connect young individuals to high-demand careers. Expanding state support for pathway models like Danbury's Career Academy will allow students to benefit from these valuable programs and ensure our workforce needs are met. Another program, the dual credit program. So just to speak on some of the programs now, enhancing dual credit programs. Our dual credit programs are another critical area where additional investment is needed. These programs allow high schools to earn college credits while completing their high school education, making higher education more accessible and reducing student debt burdens. With increased funding, Danbury can expand its dual credit offerings, giving more students a head start on post-secondary education and career goals. Investing in these programs align with the state's workforce development goals by ensuring students graduate with both academic and industry credentials, ready to contribute to Connecticut's economy. Now, Danbury is facing unprecedented educational challenges due to rising student enrollment and shifting workforce demands. Our city consistently trends upwards in both total student enrollment and our multi-language learners. The MLL population, which now stands at 38%, the highest in the state. Now, for the upcoming school year, the Danbury Board of Education has proposed a $194.5 million budget, a 21% increase from the current budget, to address urgent needs such as staffing for the new Danbury High School West campus and restoring previously eliminated positions. This budget request underscores the necessity for robust state support to ensure that our students receive the high-quality education they deserve. An additional funding for career academies, dual credit programs, and overall educational investments is crucial to preparing our students for real-world success and addressing the workforce challenges of tomorrow. I urge the Appropriations Committee to increase funding allocations in these areas and ensure that cities like Danbury receive the support needed to meet our students' growing demands. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to working together to advance these initiatives for the benefits of our students, our city, and the entire state of Connecticut. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Alpes. Next we have Patricia Perlich. Perlecci? I don't know if the person's online. Sherry Weller on Zoom. Sherry Weller. Sherry, you can unmute.
Okay, there we go.
We hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, distinguished committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to express the need for equitable funding. My name is Sherry Weller. I'm president of AFSCME Local 1522, representing approximately 450 non-certified staff in the Bridgeport Board of Education, which includes more than 300 special education paras, therapeutic support facilitators, and instructional assistants that work directly with students. Bridgeport is the largest school district in Connecticut, yet it reflects nearly the lowest per pupil spending statewide. Lack of adequate funding forces reduced staffing, resulting in overcrowded classrooms and minimized support services. In addition, it limits the procurement of essential and modern learning equipment. Our students, our staff, and the families deserve better. Our students deserve an equitable distribution of funds in order to have the opportunity to thrive and excel in school. They deserve to have access to the tools, resources, and support necessary to achieve their full potential. I encourage you to take the necessary steps to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sasha Douglas. Don't see Sasha on Zoom. Sasha, okay. Callie Heelman. See Callie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify before the Appropriations Committee. My name is Callie Heilman. I am a parent in the Bridgeport Public Schools, and I am also the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now, which is a grassroots member-based organization in Bridgeport that works to increase civic engagement and build a just and equitable city. As a parent in the schools, it's been very difficult this year. Our public schools are facing a $32 million deficit for the current fiscal year that we're in, and an even larger budget hole for next year. Since my son started, my oldest son is now in 8th grade, and he started kindergarten in 2016. And since that time, I've seen the school district make tens of millions of dollars in cuts to a budget that was already dramatically underfunded. In 2018, the Board of Education started to discuss making children walk 2 miles to school before they could receive a bus. In 2019, our school district started talking about closing schools as a way to save money. But then in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and we got $110 million in ARP ESSER funds, which went directly to plugging the holes in our district that had been created. That had been created. And so what I saw as a parent is that the ESSER money made it so that all of a sudden my kids' school had after-school clubs that had never existed. We had a middle school and elementary school basketball program that had never existed before. And we regained essential support staff in the school that had been cut. So kindergarten paraprofessionals, special education specialists, guidance counselors, and social workers and school nurses. What really is frustrating is that wealthier districts that were already well-funded pre-COVID used their ESSER money to make up for learning loss that happened during the pandemic because kids were home and they weren't learning. And I saw my district unable to create programs to address learning loss because all of the money went into plugging the holes that were created in 2016 and 2017. It's just really frustrating to know that the money exists in the state surplus and in the rainy day fund, and to know that we have the ability to give the city of Bridgeport the money that we need for public education. I've been testifying before this committee since 2020. So I just feel like, given that Bridgeport needs between $40 to $50 million of state money invested now, it just feels like it's an emergency situation, and there really is nothing left to cut. You heard members of our Board of Ed say that we've already cut 80 positions, but we didn't have 80 positions to cut. So we're running a shell of a district. So I just ask that the Appropriations Committee find the $40 million that we need for next fiscal year and the following year to give us an increase that matches inflation, so that we can run our school district with some certainty and give our kids, my kids and everybody's kids, the education that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Waleed Ahmed. I think I see him online.
Hi. Dear co-chairs, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley, Kushner, Exum and Paris, ranking members Summers, Anukio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Waleed Ahmed. I'm a student at Southern Connecticut State University. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm a member of New Haven Rising. I'm asking you to increase the K-12 public education budget by an additional $545 million to advocate for updating Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing (ECS) formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. The young people that I organize with talk about how kids are going to school hungry, experiencing traumas like gun violence and evictions. These students have just as much potential as their wealthier white counterparts, but not the opportunities. Finding our students at the same level as Greenwich, which would cost $126 million more, would be a strong start. But that's not equity. Equity would be funding urban districts at a much higher level than wealthy suburbs and towns where most students wouldn't dream of the challenges many of our young people take for granted. I want to be a teacher. I'm currently enrolled in a master's in teaching program at Southern. Tuition costs are really high, thousands of dollars a semester just to be a part-time student. On top of that, I know that my salary as a teacher will be a lot less than what I'm making as an engineer in my current job. But here's a dire need for teacher in the state, and we should be incentivizing them, not making it so expensive and low paid that few can make it. We should pay our teachers what they're worth and attract and retain more teachers who represent their students, Black, brown, and working class. But as Senator Gary Winfield stated, equity requires revenue. Connecticut is one of the most unequal places anywhere. The wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, while the rest of us have to really struggle. Our tax structure is extremely regressive, and working people shoulder the burden, while the rich The richest are shielded from ever paying anything close to their fair share. This only deepens the racial income and wealth gaps. Public education is a right, but between wealth hoarding and segregation that we allow, and the incoming Trump administration preparing to tear down the whole system, this moment requires bold action, or another generation will be lost and our state's economic future along with it. As lawmakers, we are counting on you to listen and see this as the emergency it truly is. Emergencies require action. Find a way around the spending cap and restore critical funds to our public education system for the sake of our students, the teachers and paras who keep our schools running, and the future of our state and its workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have John Prescott.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is John Prescott. I am a resident of Hartford, Connecticut. I'm here to advocate and speak on behalf of the Craig Magnet Schools, Anna Grace Academy of the Art, and most importantly, my 10-year-old daughter and my 9-year-old son. We are recently new members to the Anna Grace community, coming from a different school. And one of the things that I've seen is just an overall increase in the academic growth of my children from being in Anna Grace, a sense of belonging and community. We've recently gone through some pretty serious family changes, and Anna Grace has been there from day one, every step of the journey, creating a welcoming school environment. It really is a community, education community, and a family community that embraces and provides individualized learning. I had a conversation with my kids today, told them I was going to be testifying, and I said, what are the things that you love about Anna Grace as opposed to your previous school? And what my kids said, these are the words verbatim, is they make learning easy for me. They break it down. It's easier for me to understand the things that I'm being taught in school. I'm learning at a faster rate. I feel a sense of belonging and community with my classmates, my teachers, the faculty, the school as a whole. And also that they are enjoying school. In my kids' previous school, I went from, let me take a step back. So my son has a 504. He was diagnosed just under 2 years ago with ADHD. I'll be honest, it has been a bit of a struggle. And so the staff at Anna Grace have been just phenomenal in creating an environment for him where he is able to, he's able to learn and thrive in spite of the barriers of his brain working a little bit different. And so I'm extremely grateful. We met at the beginning of the year to tighten up his 504, make sure all the resources that he needs. The school as a whole, it operates a little bit differently in terms of making sure that all kids feel welcome and that they have the resources to be successful and to excel academically. So I'm asking that you increase your support, your funding for Craig Magnet Schools in support of Anna Grace. They have phenomenal teachers, faculty, administration that are always going above and beyond and providing new activities, experiences, and resources for our children. And so my hope is that not only do you consider increasing the funding for this year, but that you are willing to work and partner to come up with a plan, a sustainable plan to increase funding for Craig Magnet Schools, not just this year, but going forward. I'll close out by saying, paraphrasing a quote from Frederick Douglass, where it says, "It is easier to build stronger children than it is to repair broken adults." Early in my career, I worked in the juvenile justice system, and I saw the cost that comes on the back end if we do not provide these vital resources and this vital funding for our children. And so it's proactive that we put the funding on the front end instead of paying for juvenile programs and mass incarceration programs and policing. We see the investment. I'm asking you to work with us to help build up a system and a plan so that we are paying it on the front end and saving money on the back end. And we're building stronger children that are going to be the future of Connecticut and the future of the workforce for Connecticut. So I thank you again for your time. I thank you for your consideration. And please consider increasing funding to correct magnet schools, as well as creating a sustainable plan and partnership for funding now and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ellen Cupo.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening, co-chairs, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley, Kushner, Exum, and Paris, Ranking Member Summers and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ellen Cupo, and I work as a Senior Administrative Assistant at Yale University. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 34's Executive Board, and I'm the Alder of Ward 8 on the Board of Alders serving the city of New Haven. I'm also a mother of 2 under 6. My son Hunter is a New Haven Public School student, and my daughter Ada will be a pre-K 3 student in the fall. I'm a lifelong New Havener and a product myself of New Haven Public Schools, kindergarten through 12th grade. As a New Haven Public School parent and as an elected leader who talks to parents across my district, I can assure you that our schools are underfunded. My son goes to Elm City Montessori, which is a wonderful school. Even with all the thought and care that is put into every aspect of his schooling, our school needs more resources. Students would benefit from smaller classroom sizes, more slots in the after-school programs, and generally more staff. This is true of the schools where my constituents send their children. And as a movement leader in New Haven, I know that our city has suffered from decades of segregated development, which cannot be addressed without more opportunities and funding for our youth. Sadly, the current amount of resources that are budgeted for New Haven's public schools will work in the opposite direction. We need more than 700 staff members to meet our students' needs. Despite the fact that our schools deal with more challenges than the average school district in our state, the funding per student is less than the state average and less than much more privileged, wealthier school districts like New Canaan. In a state that consistently ranks as one with the highest levels of inequality, our elected leaders cannot underfund schools in poor cities that have a majority of students of color. For these reasons, I'm testifying on the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27 to advocate for the 119K Commission's recommendations to update Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing ECS formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go number 99, Sasha Douglas.
Good evening, honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm proud to serve as the superintendent of CREC's 16 magnet schools and 2 programs, which collectively serve over 9,000 students from more than 90 towns throughout Connecticut. CREC manages these integrated magnet schools on behalf of the state as a result of the landmark Shep versus O'Neill case. CREC's core values of acting with courage and demanding equity align with the steps taken in the last budget to advance sustainable and equitable education funding, including magnet schools managed by Regional Education Service Centers, or RESCs. Today, I urge you to uphold this commitment by fully funding the model initially implemented at $40.2 million in fiscal year 25 to support CREC and the 11 other RESC-managed magnet schools throughout Connecticut. While we appreciate and commend the governor's proposal for student-centered funding for fiscal year 26 and beyond, it is inadequate to ensure long-term sustainability and continues the flat funding we've had for years. We need a permanent and consistent full funding model. If full funding is not feasible, we're requesting an incremental increase of an additional $15 to $20 million for all RESC magnets for each year in the biennium budget. This is necessary to ensure the delivery of high-quality education for students attending RESC magnets in the face of year-over-year cost increases. Our hope is that the state implements a school funding model that allows for sustainability of magnet schools and does not return the financial burden of the state's obligation for chef magnets to our sending districts. The allocation of $40.2 million in last year's budget, coupled with the 58% cap on tuition, provided relief to our sending districts for this year. This funding not only eliminated the need for CREC to increase tuition, but it also enabled us to maintain the delivery of high-quality education, professional learning for staff, and enhanced resources for our students and families. It's evident that a fundamental restructuring of the education funding model is necessary. On behalf of all CREC Magnet School students and families and the over 90 sending school districts, I urge you to advocate for a sustainable educational funding model for magnet schools and the implementation of an additional $15 to $20 million for all RESC magnets for each year in the biennium budget. Additionally, I'd like to thank the governor for supporting CREC's capital improvement bonding request. Unlike traditional districts, RESCs lack a tax base or bonding authority, making this funding essential. I urge you to support the governor's bonding recommendation for our capital improvements to ensure that our schools remain safe and well-equipped for learning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, going back over to our order, Joe Jankowski.
Good evening. Chairs, co-chairs, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joseph Jankowski, and I'm a retired Connecticut high school science teacher. I'm here to comment on the governor's proposed budget, and specifically on the proposal to reduce the state's statutory contribution to the Retired Teachers Health Insurance Fund from 1/3 to 1/4. The history of our state underfunding pension funds in general, and this fund in particular, tells us this is a really terrible idea. From 2010 through 2018, the state of Connecticut did not meet its obligation to fund 1/3 of the cost of retired teachers' health insurance. Combined with the rise in health insurance costs, this intentional underfunding created a crisis, and the fund nearly went bankrupt. Only the introduction of a lower-cost Medicare Advantage plan allowed it to continue. And yet, here we are, 7 years later, and the governor's proposal again underfunds the Teachers' Health Insurance Fund. There are two possible outcomes of this underfunding. One, an explanation used to rationalize this proposal, is that it is only for 2 years, and the fund can easily absorb the $12 or $13 million per year underfunding. Don't worry, retired teachers, everything will be just fine. But Connecticut's pension underfunding history tells us otherwise. The more probable outcome is that when health insurance costs rising, the Retired Teachers Health Insurance Fund will again become threatened. Then the financial burden to keep the fund solvent will be shifted onto the retired teachers and the active teachers who pay their 1/3. And they'll be forced to absorb future cost increases. I grew up in Connecticut, attending public schools. I'm an alumnus of UConn. I taught in a Connecticut public school for 35 years. I've retired here in our state. Like all of my fellow Connecticut retirees, my wife and I live on a tight budget, and we depend on the TRB health insurance remaining affordable. Members of the Appropriation Committee, please do not let history repeat itself. Do not allow the proposed underfunding of the Retired Teachers Health Insurance Fund to take place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Jill Lopez on Zoom.
Senator Harding, Representative Case, esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee. Hi, my name is Dr. Jill Lopez, and I'm a mother of 3 students at CREC International. I'm just so nervous. As a professional with both a doctorate in veterinary medicine and a master's degree in business, I firmly believe that education is the foundation for success. Sorry. I grew up in West Virginia, the state that's always the least educated in the nation, and I saw firsthand how limited opportunities can shape lives. My parents and my grandparents, all my family didn't attend college, but they prioritized my education, knowing that it would open doors to a better future. Sorry, I know I'm laughing. Sorry. Their sacrifices allowed me to earn advanced degrees and build a career where I worked for Fortune 500 companies. And eventually I started my own business where the Fortune 500 companies I used to work for are now my clients. In 2021, my family moved from New Jersey to Litchfield County, Connecticut. We were looking for a healthier environment for our kids to grow up. However, soon I was really surprised to find out that many local families didn't prioritize college for their kids. We saw this all over in our area, the lack of college aspiration in our community. It really worried us. We started thinking maybe we made a mistake moving to Connecticut, even though Connecticut, while West Virginia is number 50 on the educated list, Connecticut's usually in the top 5. But thank goodness we discovered Connecticut's magnet school system. Our kids secured spots in 2024. Their experience there has been transformative. Their school not only prepares them for college, but it fosters global citizenship, mutual respect, and a love of learning. Their teachers are mentors who go above and beyond to ensure that every child reaches their potential. They come home and they tell me things that I don't even know, that I've never even heard of in my life. They tell me details. Today, they told me exactly how the Titanic broke up in the ocean. And they said if it was broken in a certain way, it wouldn't have sunk. And it's amazing. They're in 2nd grade and 5th grade. Magnet schools level the playing field. They offer opportunities that can help break the cycle of poverty and open doors to brighter futures. Without my college education, I wouldn't have been able to create opportunities for myself and my family. Connecticut's magnet schools provide that same foundation for countless children. I urge you to prioritize long-term funding for magnet schools. Investing in these programs ensure that every child has access to high-quality education, preparing them for college, careers, and lifelong success. And I thank you all for your commitment to Connecticut students. Is that it? Am I off camera?
Jill, you were great.
Okay.
All right, I am taking over for RepCon now and will be chairing for the next hour. Thanks, RepCon. Thank you, Jill, for your testimony. Next, we're going to go to somebody who is in person, Christina Gilberti.
Hello, I'm actually on Zoom.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christina Gilberti, and I'm the Director of Birth to 3 Services at Rehabilitation Associates of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the governor's proposed budget. While we appreciate the funding included in the budget, we need your support to address the shortcoming in Birth to 3's current proposed funding structure. We are asking you to please consider the following. 1, please keep the GAP administrative payment at the current rate. Do not decrease the GAP payment. This payment helps to cover administrative costs, travel, documentation, time, and service coordination. 2, please support that the rate increase be maintained in the current tiered professional, non-professional structure rather than the proposed multi-tiered professional structure. Our current rates, as you've heard several times tonight from many other Birth to 3 providers, that they've been stagnant since 2017, and it's becoming increasingly more difficult to retain and recruit qualified staff. And last, please consider having the rate increase begin in FY26. We cannot wait. We need your help now. In Birth to 3, there is no wait list for our services. Since 2017, the demand for Birth to 3 eligibility evaluations has surged to over 40%. Again, I respectfully urge you to advocate to increase the rate while maintaining current professional, non-professional tiered structure, include the rate change to begin in FY26, and to maintain the current gap payment to ensure the stability and quality of Birth to 3 services. Your support will help us provide the critical services to infants and toddlers with developmental delays and their families. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Christina. Next, we have Jonathan Costa. We keep crossing paths.
Yes, good to see you again, Representative Leeper. Good evening, committee chairs and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony, and thank you for your extraordinary efforts to hear from all interested constituents this evening. My name is Jonathan Costa. I'm the Executive Director of EdAdvance, the Regional Educational Service Center serving the northwest corner of Connecticut. Ever since I facilitated the Connecticut State Board of Education's most recent strategic plan, which focused heavily on the need to expand dual enrollment programming and job-embedded work experiences, the staff at my agency have worked hard to innovate programming that addresses this need. The result of that effort is the EdAdvance College and Career Accelerator. This first-of-its-kind program provides opportunities for local students to come to our Regional Learning Center in Torrington and take college credit courses in advanced manufacturing, early childhood education, public health, and public safety during their school day without having to leave their home district's enrollment status. In our first year of operation, the program has been an unqualified success. We are currently serving 70 students from 8 districts. We use our own transportation assets to bring students back and forth and engage daily with career-focused dual enrollment courses for college credit through our partnership with Northwestern Connecticut Community College. This first cohort, starting as freshmen, is projected to save students over $600,000 in college credit costs. Any student who participates fully in the CCA program for 4 years will earn enough credits to graduate high school with an associate's degree and actual job-embedded experiences without having to leave their home district. Growth potential for the program is high, with many additional students and districts interested in joining in our planning year. The CSDE had designated $1.8 million, $900,000 for 2 consecutive years to support the CCA. Unfortunately, that money was reallocated at the last minute in the last session, and because we were planning on the funding support and had committed to districts a cost-free experience, we decided to keep running the program on our own and to carry the costs by ourselves. That is something we can't sustain. EdAdvance is the only RESC in Connecticut that does not receive magnet school funding, and we enjoy no permanent funding from any source beyond our fee-for-service contracts and activities. Because of this, without some external support, we are not going to be able to continue to run this program in the future. While we do have a plan to transition to a fee-for-service model to sustain the program long-term, our request to the committee is to support this bill and provide resources needed to continue the $900,000 allocation for each of the 2 years of this budget so we can continue the College and Career Accelerator. The CCA presents an opportunity to support something that is already in place and working to achieve both the department's goals and the governor's goals for workforce development and dual enrollment credit. Finally, as a member of the RESC Alliance, I would also like to wholeheartedly support the requests of my 5 other RESC colleagues to increase their magnet school funding and continued support for our teacher residency program, our Birth to 3 provider network, and our family resource centers. And as my colleague Greg Florio mentioned, we also stand ready to collaborate to find sustainable solutions to special education service delivery challenges throughout the state. I thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Next, we have Juliana Chen.
Good evening, Representative Leeper and honorable members of the committee. My name is Dr. Juliana Chen, and to start, I'd like to say I had hoped to be there in person today, but I'm currently sick, so my apologies for having to join and speak virtually. I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist and the chief medical officer at Cartwheel Care, a Connecticut licensed virtual mental health practice that exclusively partners with schools, and I'm here to advocate for the mental health and well-being of students across the state. As someone who attended medical school in Connecticut, I'm proud that Cartwheel has begun to partner with schools in the state of Connecticut to provide virtual therapy, critical virtual therapy and psychiatry services without a wait list to students, parents, and school staff. In our conversations across the state and there today, my colleagues and I have heard countless students, teachers, parents, and school leaders describing, often in incredibly moving terms, how their schools simply do not have enough resources to meet the demand for mental health services. You all have also heard various RESCs advocating for funding to help address behavioral health resources, and we echo these calls. Since the emergence of COVID, we know that student needs for mental health services have dramatically increased and that our schools have not had the resources to meet the growing demands, also recognizing that schools were never designed for this purpose in the first place. At Cartwheel, we understand the realities of schools, healthcare, and local communities. That is why the Learn RESC and other schools have chosen to partner with us in Connecticut. They are joining over 70 school districts in the state of Massachusetts, every rural county in Arizona, and nearly 200 other districts across the country. Our services are making a difference. 5% of students engaged in care at Cartwheel seeing significant reductions in anxiety and depression symptoms after 2 to 6 months worth of sessions with us. As a result, I'm here this evening to ask that your upcoming fiscal year 26 budget includes $2 million, not necessarily for Cartwheel, but for Connecticut RESCs, districts, and charters who want to opt into virtual mental health services with licensed therapists and clinicians in the state to better support the mental health needs of their students and community. This $2 million would leverage Husky Health Services and commercial insurance to provide over $7 million worth of care to Connecticut students and families with no limit on the amount of sessions that can be offered. With this relatively modest request, we know that thousands of more students across the Nutmeg State could have access to our bilingual, bicultural care team who understands the needs of our diverse school districts and communities. We want all kids across Connecticut to experience joy in our classrooms and at home once again, and we know this care could make a tremendous difference. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Juliana, thank you so much for your testimony today. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Greg Vickers, who I believe is in person.
Does this work? Yes. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Greg Vickers. I'm a retired teacher, and I retired in June of 2023. And I'm here today to strongly oppose Governor Lamont's proposed reduction of the retired teachers' healthcare subsidy from 1/3 to 1/4. This cut could have devastating effects on retired educators who've dedicated their lives to serving Connecticut's students and communities. For decades, Connecticut's teachers have faithfully contributed to their pensions and their healthcare funds with the expectation that they would have financial security in retirement. However, the proposed reduction threatens that security, potentially forcing many retired educators to pay more for essential healthcare coverage on fixed incomes. At a time when the cost of living, particularly healthcare expenses, continue to rise, this cut could place an undue burden on those who spent their careers investing in the future of our state. Pension and the healthcare subsidy are the primary means of support for many retirees. A reduction of the state's share from 1/3 to 1/4 would likely result in a greater share of cost placed on retirees in the coming years. This could push many retirees into financial hardship, making it difficult for them to afford necessary medical care, prescriptions, and other health care related costs. This cut is not just a financial issue, it's also a moral issue. Our retired educators dedicated their lives to shaping generations of Connecticut students. They deserve to retire with dignity, knowing that their healthcare needs are covered as promised. The state has an obligation to uphold its commitments to those who've given so much in the service to our children and communities. I urge you to reject the proposal and maintain the current subsidy. Connecticut's retired teachers deserve what was promised. Thank you for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for staying in person all this time. Next up is Alex Chu.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I believe he went already as well.
Oh, no problem. Then I have Kate Rivera.
Good evening. So my name is Kate Rivera. I am a mom of 4 children in Bridgeport and a grandmother. And I served on the Bridgeport Board of Education several years ago. And every couple of years, I testify before this body. And it's unconscionable at this point that the state continues to criminally underfund our school system. Our children are suffering. They're being denied the opportunity to realize their full potential and to become their best selves. We are currently not compliant with federal special education laws. We are short approximately 35 special education teachers. We are missing essential support staff, social workers, school psychologists. In short, our children are suffering and it is completely avoidable. Underfunding our schools is a choice. It's a choice that the legislature and that the governor continue to make. It is completely avoidable. Our children don't need to suffer. We have a surplus. I mean, our state has a surplus. So there is no reason that our schools should not be fully funded. The $165 million that Bridgeport needs to begin to have equity should come, and it should come this year. We don't have the time to waste. This current budget is immoral, and you should just throw the whole thing in the trash. I mean, it's really, it's beyond me that we just keep having these same conversations. You know, fund our schools, take care of our kids. And I also can't believe that I have to address that the state is entertaining pulling the rug out from under our teachers and not fully funding the third that they promised to, so that our teachers can enjoy their retirement. I mean, what is going on? And as far as the Birth to 3 program, my son participated in that program, my grandson participated in that program. It provides vital services that save the state and school systems money, because half of those kids that get the services they need from birth to age 3 don't end up needing special education services, which we know are very expensive, once they start kindergarten. So I don't know why we would even dream of cutting birth to 3 services. So in closing, give us the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Katie Marin.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. Chairwoman Senator Austin and Representative Walker, ranking members Senator Sommers and Representative Nuccio, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Katie Marin, and I'm the Senior Director of Growth and Support at the Connecticut Charter Schools Association. I strongly support this committee's effort to make education more equitable in Connecticut and to increase access to high-quality schools for students in districts of highest need. To help us toward that shared goal, I am here today to urge you to help deliver increased weighted funding for our state's public charter schools. This weighted funding is designed to provide additional support to public schools in towns that are considered underfunded. We were encouraged to see that Governor Lamont's budget proposal, HB 6864, would fully fund weighted education cost-sharing grants for public district schools considered underfunded in FY 2026. However, the proposal does not include any increase in weighted funding for public charter schools in those same high-needs communities. Connecticut's public charter schools serve the highest proportion of students from Black, Brown, and low-income families of any schools in the state, yet they stand to receive just 56.7% of their full weighted funding level in FY 2026, while their district counterparts would receive 100% of their weighted ECS funding amount. In addition to there being no proposed increase in charter weighted funding in the next fiscal year, there is no such future increase scheduled in statute. Without action from legislators this session, weighted funding for public charter schools will remain stagnant into the future as costs and student needs continue to rise, and the funding gap between districts and public charter schools would continue to widen. We support investing in Connecticut students from early childhood through college and career, but with a budget surplus, Connecticut is in a position where it can and should invest in all of its students. The legislature has acknowledged that closing the achievement gaps among students is a critical step in ensuring everyone succeeds. In Connecticut, results have shown that public charter schools are among the most effective ways to address those learning gaps. That investment should also include funding for the 7 new high-quality public charter schools that need funding from the legislature to open their doors to families who have been searching for innovative and tuition-free public school options. All 7 of these schools demonstrated significant demand in their communities and had their comprehensive plans approved by the State Board of Education. While 5 new schools, Proud Academy Charter School in Ansonia, Big Picture Learning Academy and Olam Public Charter School in Stamford, and Tano CoLab Charter Schools in New Haven and Waterbury, earned initial approval just last month, Danbury Charter School and Capital Prep Middletown have been fighting for years to bring new educational options that families are asking for in their communities. Funding all 7 of these schools would provide an alternative pathway for students looking for a new educational approach to unlock their learning potential. Both new and expanding public charter schools in Connecticut have access to $24.5 million in federal funds through the Charter Schools Program grant awarded to the Connecticut Charter Schools Association in 2022, the first time these funds have ever been made available to our state. But without initial funding from the legislature, these schools are unable to take advantage of these critical funds. We ask that you help these schools grow to meet the demand in their communities. While this budget takes steps in the right direction, there's more work to be done to support all public school students. We need to commit to investing in our students' futures. Like any investment, the benefits will take time, but when more students are meeting standards, graduating, and setting up successful careers, we will look back and see just how much the money we commit to our students today will help them tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Aaron Cass.
I don't see them online or in the room, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mary Hendrickson.
Good evening, Representative Leeper, Nice to see you and other distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee who may be present tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony opposing the governor's proposed budget for the fiscal year 26-27. My name is Mary Hendrickson. I am a retired teacher. I have testified in front of this committee supporting the rights of retired teachers since 2018, when the Health Insurance Fund, overseen by the Teachers Retirement Board, approached insolvency. I cannot believe I am here today to say that history is repeating itself. It has taken the last 8 years to build up our health insurance account. I was literally dumbfounded when I learned that the governor's budget has proposed reducing the state the state subsidy for the health insurance account for the retired teachers. Because fiscal guardrails have placed constraints on spending, the budget director appears to be rating any account that looks attractive to support other programs without crossing the guardrails. This is not the first time that the state has not kept its promise. For many years, the state did not fund its obligation to our health insurance fund, and that, plus sizable retirements and skyrocketing costs for health insurance, created a crisis for the TRB. So here we are again. The current budget director for the governor may not be aware of this history of our state subsidy. And writing that this will not impact retirees is wrong. Reducing our subsidy from 1/3 to 1/4 places a continuing strain on the account, and it further emboldens the TRB to seek cheaper insurance coverage to maintain solvency. We do not have a union to represent us, which is why it seems we are an easy target to siphon funds for other programs. I cannot protest loudly enough that it is wrong to prey on elderly retirees who do not know this is even happening and they can't protest. So please hear our few voices who are opposing this recommended adjustment to the state subsidy for the retired teachers' health insurance account. But what I would like to bring to your attention this evening is House Bill 5477. This is going to restore the full state subsidy of 1/3 to the full cost for both of the Teachers Retirement Board insurance plans. The ARTC, which is the Association for Retired Teachers of Connecticut, is advocating for the Appropriations Committee to raise this bill. The sole purpose for this bill is to restore equity to the state subsidy. The TRB has designated the low-cost Medicare Advantage plan as the basic plan. The state pays its 1/3 subsidy based on this plan's cost. This means that retired teachers who subscribe to Original Medicare with a supplement, they pay 3 times as much for their health insurance, and they do not receive their fair share of the state subsidy. This bill restores equity in the state subsidy. Thank you very much for your consideration this evening.
Thank you very much, Mary. Next, we have Brian Greenleaf.
Good evening, Representative Leeper and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today regarding House Bill 6864. My name is Brian Greenleaf, and for the past 7 months, I've served as the Chief Financial Officer of EastCon, the Regional Education Service Center serving Northeastern Connecticut. In the past dozen years, I've worked in both RESCs and school districts, and I strongly believe in the regional collaboration this structure brings to the state. This collaboration is absolutely apparent at EastCon, where we truly partner with our districts and communities to provide high-quality services with a historically high value proposition. However, in order for this to continue, I'm here to request a one-time allocation of $4.5 million to stabilize our agency's finances. This is essential to the well-being of our agency, but even more important in the long run to the children and families of Northeastern Connecticut in the districts we serve. Our region is one of collective need, with pressing economic and educational disparities. Windham County has the highest percentage of children living in poverty and the lowest median household income in the state. EastCon has been a staple in the region, providing essential services such as Birth to 3, Head Start, special education programming for low-incidence, high-need students, magnet high school education, as well as adult education and workforce development. We have amazing team members who are capable and willing to expand partnerships with our districts to address their needs. Unfortunately, our flexibility to do so, as well as maintain our current services, is limited by the financial constraints that have built up in the past 7 years. We see two very different futures for our region depending on whether this request is funding. With the funding, EastCon will have the opportunity to flourish in the future. As an agency, we will be able to repay short-term debts such as our line of credit, restore our agency fund balance, and restructure long-term debts with more advantageous terms. These actions reduce our ongoing costs, which will be directly invested back in our districts through lower rates and additional programming. Without the funding, EastCon's financial health will continue to struggle. Even with balanced budgets, we have a significant hole to dig out of. Without investment, we will likely need additional debt to mitigate our cash flow constraints, charge higher rates to districts to generate the same outcome, and potentially close essential programs that are on the financial borderline. The ripple effects on our communities would be profound now and into the future. I'll note here that in addition to the stabilization funds, a policy and funding structure that accounts for the comprehensive costs of interdistrict magnet school education, including operational costs such as facilities and transportation, is vital for sustaining these programs in the long term. As an agency, we're in the middle of a hard pivot on our financial trajectory. This has meant reshaping our programs to reduce costs where possible and to properly charge for services that we provide. This investment would accelerate our recovery and ensure that it is a one-time request. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to the children and families across our state. With your support, we know each and every student, regardless of where they live, will get the opportunity they deserve to succeed. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Lauren Lafferty.
Good evening, Appropriation Committee members and community. I appreciate your commitment to hearing from your constituents until late this evening. My name is Lauren Lafferty. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the YWCA New Britain. I reside in West Hartford, Connecticut, where my two daughters attend school. I grew up in Connecticut and attended UConn for my undergraduate degree. I'm here to advocate for leaving after-school grants as a separate line item in the state budget, which will protect and increase the funding for after-school and grants moving forward. There is an approximate $20 million need for after-school programming in the state, and the current level of funding only meets a quarter of that, with the current amount being at $5.8 million. And combining this line with other programs would cause further reduction. I have spent 20 years of my career focused on after school, first working in after school, and since then supporting after school programs, which is a key opportunity for closing the gaps, both achievement and opportunity gaps for students across Connecticut. I can say firsthand that programming is life-changing for critical access, inclusion, and belonging. When I asked our to share the impact that they see in after-school programming, our elementary director fondly thought back to a trip to the Mystic Aquarium. Students had visited multiple times, but in this case, at our YWCA after-school program, none of this new aquarium. Their awe and excitement. And this is just one of thousands of opportunities that after-school programs provide regularly across the state. Beyond this, our middle school and high school after-school programs play a critical role in shaping students' futures by providing them with essential life skills, mentorship, and leadership. One specific powerful example of this in our programming is a staff member who is our lead teacher in our middle school programming, who went through after-school programming in middle school and high school through the YWCA. Through the middle school programming, they gained confidence, career readiness, and a strong foundation in personal development. While at the House of Teens, our high school program, they cultivated leadership and their sense of community. It not only guided them in their youth, but also prepared them for adulthood to give back to the YWCA by being a current mentoring leader. This is a testament to how the journey of after school can inspire and empower the next generation, and not just supporting students in the moment, but also making a difference long term. I'll end my testimony in the words of one of our community health workers as part of our high school after school programming. I come to the program because it is like a second home. I know that the teachers at the program care about me, even when I'm having a hard time. It feels safe for me. I joined the Community Health Worker Academy for a chance to make a difference. I learned how to advocate for my community and myself. I have a voice and I know that it matters even though I'm still a kid. I have a chance to explore things that need to be improved in my community through programming like Photo Voice. I was able to get CPR and first aid certified, and I've been Narcan trained through my programs. I've been able to take a course to be able to educate younger students in my community about the dangers of lead and lead prevention. I've spoken to a room full of doctors at Yale about my experiences as a community health worker. I spoke to senators at the state capitol about the CHW work and Medicaid reimbursement.
Lauren, please summarize.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I don't know that I would have made it through high school without stability and unconditional care that my after-school programs have provided. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Ashley Carl.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ashley Carl, and I'm a registered dietitian and food service director for Plainville Community Schools. I first off want to thank you all for your dedication because I know it's been a really long day and long week, and I know I'm exhausted, so I appreciate all that you guys do. So I'm submitting testimony in support of the governor's proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget for elementary and secondary education agencies with respect to school meals. I'd like to commend the governor for including an additional investment in school meal programs, and namely the continuation of no-cost lunch for students who qualify for reduced price meals and no-cost breakfast for all students. This funding is critical to ensuring that Connecticut's children have access to nutritious meals, as investing in school meals is an investment in our children's education, health, and future. In particular, I urge the committee to prioritize funding for school breakfast also in the fiscal year 26 budget. The availability of no-cost breakfast for every student is crucial in supporting their ability to learn and thrive throughout the school day. So in the 24-25 school year, Connecticut's projected to serve 2.6 million fewer breakfasts statewide compared to last year. And as of December 31st, 61 districts alone had accumulated a staggering $837,555 in negative meal balance debt. This figure represents less than half the districts across the state of Connecticut. And in my own district, I can tell you breakfast participation has decreased 33% after the decision to stop providing free breakfast for all students. And while data is incredibly important in shaping our policy today, I also want to highlight the human side of this issue and the stories that I've lived and voices I hear as a food service director. So obviously one of the most heart-wrenching parts of my job is hearing from parents in distress. I've received phone calls from parents in tears, like one parent who told me that she's receiving food from the food pantry, like how does she not qualify for free meals? I've heard one single mom of 3 children who makes too much to qualify for assistance, but still is struggling to put food on the table. I've cried with these families, and I believe that we as a state owe it to them to provide free meals for every child here in Connecticut. Earlier this year, I will share a story that 2 elementary students came to the cafeteria in the morning and asked how much breakfast cost. I told them it cost $1.75, and they said their parents couldn't afford it, so they walked away without ever taking breakfast. I ran back in the kitchen and cried to my CAF manager because I believe that no child, especially not a young child, should ever have to make that decision to go hungry because their parents can't afford the meals. The burden that these children carry every day is unimaginable, and it breaks my heart every day knowing that these are choices that they're forced to make. We have the power to give our children something so simple but so vital, and the security of knowing that every single student, regardless of their family's income, will have access to a nutritious meal each day. I want to thank you guys so much for your time and commitment to improving our children's lives, and I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Have a nice evening. Next, we have Jameem Davis.
I don't see him online or in the room.
Thank you. Next is Dolores Bates.
same thing on that front.
Stephen Tatum.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Stephen Tatum. I am a resident of Hartford, a former high school English teacher in Hartford Public Schools, and I now serve as a member of Hartford's Board of Education. It is often said that a budget is a moral document. In the past several months, legislators have heard from educators and school officials that investment in our state's education system are needed in response to the changing educational needs of young people in our state. While these additional costs add significant strain to our state and local budgets, our budgets ought to reflect the highest level of importance and investment in raising all children in the state with the care and attention that they need. Such a significant investment will pay off with high social and economic dividends as students and families enjoy more and better educational opportunities. It is clear that our elected leaders are listening to educators' concerns. I applaud the announcement yesterday that the General Assembly will invest an additional $40 million to address shortfalls in the education excess cost grants for special education in fiscal year 2026. It is an example of how rapidly costs have increased that this substantial investment will still make up less than half of the shortfall projected by districts for this fiscal year. More can be done, but these efforts are greatly appreciated. As the Appropriations Committee considers the governor's proposed budget, I would encourage you to leave in place the magnet school tuition cap as the governor has proposed. Absent more fundamental changes in magnet school funding, that cap mitigates the unintended negative impact of increased educational opportunity for students on Hartford's district, which has seen tuition costs increase dramatically over the past 5 years despite relatively flat enrollment numbers. Students in Hartford Public Schools should not have to endure lower quality education because of Hartford's responsibility to pay tuition for their peers to attend regional magnet schools. The magnet tuition cap is an effective short-term solution to a significant funding challenge. Finally, we know that the educational challenges facing school systems are not distributed equally across the state. Familiar lines of economic inequality that divide cities and rural areas from more affluent suburbs show up on our educational data again and again. I encourage the Appropriations Committee to consider proposing changes to the education cost sharing formula to address these inequities. The foundation amount used in the education cost sharing formula has not been increased or adjusted for inflation. So even if at one time special education costs were thought to have been factored into that foundation amount, it barely covers general education expenses in today's world. Adding a weight in the ECS formula for special education, perhaps as high as 50% of the foundation amount, would go a long way toward providing school systems the resources they need to provide high quality services efficiently. Hartford Public Schools is currently developing its budget, and we are trying to close a $30 million deficit just 1 year after the loss of federal dollars forced us to cut hundreds of positions that had become essential for providing basic level of education for our students. Providing every student with a genuine opportunity to succeed in their careers and in their lives would truly reflect Connecticut's values. I ask that the state recognize and make good on the moral obligation to provide our school systems with the resources that we need to ensure students in Hartford have access to opportunities that are more easily afforded by their peers in other towns. Thank you very much for your time and for your service.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Next, we have Caspian Williams.
I don't see him online or in the room either.
Thank you. Next is Constance Vickers. You are muted, Constance.
Still muted.
Still muted. There you go.
My apologies. Let's try it again. Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, Representative Leeper, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for holding this public hearing on the governor's proposed budget regarding elementary and secondary education. My name is Constance Vickers, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff for the City of Bridgeport, as well as a proud resident of Bridgeport. First off, I do need to recognize the acceleration of the ECS fully fund phase-in to be included in this upcoming biennium budget, although it is flat funded in fiscal year 27. This will bring direly needed funding to our district, yet it is still not nearly enough to bring parity between Bridgeport Public Schools and our urban counterparts and equity between rural, urban, and suburban schools. I echo many of the sentiments that my fellow Bridgeport residents have already stated this evening. Bridgeport Public Schools have been underfunded, both at the local and state level, for decades. Even with the large increases in ECS funding over the last few years, our district remains in perilous condition. Just over the last few months, our Bridgeport Board of Education has had to make incredibly tough decisions to cut over 80 positions, which put our students at an immediate disadvantage. Many of the positions cut can be found in abundance at suburban school districts, where high-value property tax bases are able to ensure the best quality education for those students. Unfortunately, until we change the racist and classist way we fund education through local property taxes, and without substantial investment from the state, our urban districts will continue to lag behind. As Senator Austin stated earlier today, you can't maximize funding if you don't have enough to begin with. All children in Connecticut deserve a quality education, regardless of zip code. I urge the Appropriations Committee to look at this budget through a lens of equity and increase the state's investment in our public schools, including increasing the excess cost share percentage and revising the ECS formula to ensure that it addresses the true needs of high-need urban districts. I also want to echo the testimony made by Mayor Justin Elicker earlier this afternoon in advocating for the recommendations of the 119K Commission, including the requested $545 million increase in statewide education funding. These recommendations will help not only urban students, but students all over the state to fully engage in their education and provide essential resources for our most vulnerable and at-need students. I know that this committee has dug deep over the last few years and has made historic investments in education funding, but I'm asking you to continue to dig even deeper to ensure that true equity in education can exist across our entire state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance. Next, we have Charles Dumais.
Not in person nor online.
Hey, Willie Medina. I see you online.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the Appropriation Committee, thank you for hearing us all. My name is Willie Medina. I'm a husband and a father of 3 daughters, all educated in Bridgeport Public Schools, as my wife and I support Senate Bill 922, 5968, 5771, and House Bill 6752. Right now in Connecticut, one of the richest states in our country, outdated and restrictive fiscal guardrails prevent us from raising funds and spending for the services and take care of our community public schools under these conditions. Progressive tax proposals, an equitable budget, and changes to the fiscal constraints like these in the bills before this committee today are even more important. As an elected member of the Bridgeport Board of Education, I have been seeing so much in the past year in my position as a board member. Teacher shortages, special education shortages, paraprofessional shortages, resource staff shortages, shortages in all areas. And when you look into it all the same reason, funding shortages. This state leadership have not been vigilant before COVID, during COVID, and not after COVID. The governor has failed to consider the community of Bridgeport that we serve, as year after year underfunding and mandates that are not funded have caused more trauma to our community here in Bridgeport. To expect to cross the ocean on a U-Haul truck is impossible or responsible, just as underfunding while expecting higher outcomes. We have a shortage of over 100 teachers, and our classrooms are not at a ratio that is acceptable, while we hold billions of dollars that could support teachers, paras, resource staff, and all schools to service the over 19,700 students and growing. Equitable funding is possible now, while the state is holding between $4 to $5 billion, while Bridgeport is gathering crumbs to hold education in the standard under these underfunded mandates. Our students, families, educators, staff deserve better from our state. Over 5 years ago, held 17 billionaires, 29 millionaires. Let's do better and give equal opportunity to Bridgeport to shine brighter with our neighbors. Bridgeport Public Schools students have been held hostage. We deserve the same type of schools and maximize funding so our children reach their God-given potential. Forsake not our children. Bridgeport merits better pillars in our education landscape. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Willie. Next, we have Ashley Stewart.
I don't see her in the room or in the queue.
Walt Siplinski. Walt, I see you online.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, I did not see those controls till just now. Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity at late night. When I was a kid in Pennsylvania, we used to call them stay-laters. So thank you for being on a stay later. I appreciate your smile, and I won't need my fuzzy slippers and bathrobe. I'm Walt Siplinski, retired teacher, currently co-chair of the ARTC Insurance Committee, where I hear health insurance concerns from many retired teachers. During this morning's TRB agency presentation on HB 6864, the chair asked if retired teachers would be harmed by the governor's budget proposal to reduce the state health insurance subsidy from 1/3 to 1/4 for 2 years. The TRB administrator's no reply was focused only on money and ignored the realities that teachers live. I assure you that teachers both active and retired will suffer harm by this bill. I have 4 brief examples to share why that's the case. First, active teachers are being made to sacrifice $25 million of their own payroll deductions by a TRB administrator without ever being consulted about this donation. How will they be repaid? By whom? Ever? Second, between 2010 and 2018, TRB and state were on the same health insurance slippery slope. The required state contribution was underfunded in 8 of 9 years. The financial crisis that ensued destroyed a universally loved and revered health plan. Deja vu by the next biennial budget, maybe? 3, since 2018, retired teachers on a supplement plan have been burdened with an unfair subsidy. The impact is a high premium cost ever since. The real state subsidy amounts to a 1/6 of all the premium costs. The reality is that the administrator's concession will raise premium costs even more. Fourth and last example, older and disabled retired teachers who need the protections that only original Medicare with a supplement can provide are being priced out and forced into lower cost privatized advantage plans where they are likely to face prior authorizations, denial of care, and network restrictions. What will that cost? Ask me. I get several emails every week of people in these situations. And to wrap up, appropriations can help avoid these harms to teachers in HB 6864. 2 things. 1, See that the state budget includes a required statutory contribution to the health insurance account. And second, restore fairness to the TRB health insurance subsidies by basing the 1/3 subsidy on the cost of each plan. HB 5477 will do this. Please raise this bill, and thank you so much for staying awake to hear these messages. We do very much appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Leeper.
Thank you very much, Walt, for your testimony.
Welcome.
Next, we have Bianca Taveras.
Not in the room nor online either.
Erin Rojas. And
Good evening,
apologies if I
Representative Leeper.
mispronounced it.
No worries, it's Arian Rojas, thank you. Good evening, Representative Leeper and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Arian Rojas, and I am the Director of External Relations and Special Projects at Elevate Charter Schools. The mission of Elevate Charter Schools is to develop and operate high-performing charter schools. Charter schools are free, public, and open to all. We relentlessly provide each child with a rigorous and personalized educational experience, enabling them to reach their full potential in an ever-changing multicultural world. Elevate Charter Schools is the operator of the Danbury Charter School that was approved back in 2018, but remains unfunded. Year after year, Danbury residents have persevered with the support of the Danbury Charter School by pouring themselves into testimonials, petitions, email and letter writing campaigns, and public demonstrations. The Danbury community has risen to the challenge for 7 consecutive years to prove they want and need this charter school for their own children, for their families, for their loved ones, and for the greater future of their city. Even with the constant hope and dreams driving Danbury families to want this school choice option, our supporters are heartbroken that Stanford, Bridgeport, New Haven have had charter schools for years, while Danbury's first charter school remains an afterthought. Our CEO, John Taylor, founded Elevate Charter Schools because of his deep-rooted passion and drive to improve the lives of all children. All children deserve equal access, regardless if their guardians choose for them to attend a public charter school or a traditional district public school. More school choice is more resources for the city, which in turn yields a greater educational landscape for all. To ensure that as many scholars as possible can receive a life-changing education, we need to ensure that the community is supported in their wishes for a global school choice like the Danbury Charter School. As representatives of the Appropriations Committee, your support is crucial in advancing educational equity and ensuring that all students have access to school choice options in Danbury and the state overall. I urge you to vote in favor of funding the Danbury Charter School after all these years and stand with us in our mission to provide every child with the opportunities they deserve. If we are proactive in creating educational opportunities like an international baccalaureate program that offers a supportive and innovative student experience, such as the case of the Danbury Charter School, then we will know that we are successful in our mission to deliver a high-quality education to all children in Danbury. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your dedication to all of Connecticut's students and families.
Thank you so much, Ariane. Next, we have Catherine D'Agostino. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriation Committee for being here this evening. I am Catherine D'Agostino, a retired teacher and legislative co-chair of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. But I'd like to share my personal concerns and opposition to the proposed reduction of the state's promised 1/3 subsidy to 1/4 to our teachers' health insurance account. When I was teaching, just as the present active teachers do, I paid into the teachers' health insurance account with the expectation that it would defray 1/3 of health insurance costs when I retired. And now that I am retired, along with that 1/3 that I put in the teacher's health account, I pay 1/3 of my health insurance as well as the full cost of Medicare and dental. In short, like most retired teachers, I pay the bulk of my health insurance. I look to the state to contribute its 1/3 subsidy to make to make that health care affordable, not just for me, but for all retired teachers, as it promised to do. Now, this is not the first time the state has not made its promise to give its 1/3 subsidy. From 2010 to 2018, 8 years, the state did not make its 1/3 contribution to defray the health costs. And consequently, in 2018, the health account was in jeopardy of insolvency. As a result, teachers' health insurance benefits were reduced and a cheaper for-profit Advantage plan was introduced. The self-insured original Medicare with supplement, which had been provided for teachers for many years, was subsequently burdened with a much higher premium, unaffordable for many retirees. That larger increase essentially eliminated a fair, equitable choice for many of us who are older, more vulnerable, with more health issues. And quite frankly, it did for me. In response to this concern, several bipartisan legislators have recently introduced a number of bills to restore that 1/3 subsidy for original Medicare with supplement. Unfortunately, this unexpected, unfairly proposed reduced subsidy will do the opposite. Now that the health insurance account is fiscally sound, and according to the treasurer, in his own words, he said it was healthy, and it's once again now a target for the budget to reduce the state subsidy from 1/3 to 1/4. Monies promised to the health account, which has been funded by teachers, will go to the state's own discretionary use instead. Please don't make that happen. Please keep the promised 1/3 state subsidy in place, helping me, and not just me, but all retired teachers to have an equitable choice of health insurance plans. Thank you for hearing me, Representative Leeper, and those other members of the Appropriations Committee who are listening. I hope you hear our plea. Good night.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And I'm
Thank
going to
you.
be handing it over now to Rep. DeFranzo, who will be chairing for the next hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. Our next speaker is Christina Mera. She's there. Miss Mera, are you online? Oh,
Hello?
yes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. My apologize.
No problem. You're all set. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Dear Senator, Representative, and Honorable Member of the Appropriation Committee, Honorable Member of the Education Committee, please support Craig Magnet School by expand funding from last year commitment and supporting the development of a long-term student-centered funding plan. My name is Christina Mera. I live in Torrington. I have 4 children. My oldest is Matthew Penaranda, attend the Computer Science and Engineering Middle School. My other children are William, Sophia, and George Penaranda, attend at Anna Grace Academy of the Arts Magnet School. They are greatly benefit in several ways because they attend at Magnet School. I'm so lucky, Mom, to have the best children. However, I want to find something else that will help then develop habits, learn culture, art, science, performance, technology, music, most important values and subjects. As a mother of my 4 children, I'm very happy to give my testimony about the first year of education in Magnet School. I can see a big difference. The dedication and responsibility that the teachers and all staff has is consistent, and every day my children feel motivated and happy to attend their classes. I have conviction that my 4 children will be future engineers. My oldest will be a teacher, and my second child architect, and my daughter will be a doctor. I will continue to support them as long as God keeps me in this world, because a mother's work never ends. From the bottom of my heart, I thank Craig Magnet School for everything, and I have faith that they will continue to provide the best education for our children and youth. Our school needs better funding to give our kids the education they deserve. It is time to make this happen. A long-term education funding plan will help our children, schools, and communities by ensuring every student gets a quality education with the resources they need to succeed. I'm asking you to keep the state promise to invest in our children's future. Please spend funding from last year's commitment and support the development of a long-term student-centered funding plan. Our kids are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mara. Our next speaker is Jill Johnson.
She already went, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Eric Protulis. Good evening, sir.
Evening. Thanks for hanging in here.
We're trying.
Representative
Thank you.
Franco, appreciate that, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric Protulis, and I serve as the Executive Director of EastCon, Regional Education Service Center that provides critical supports and services to 33 towns and 36 school districts across northeastern Connecticut. I'm here today to urge you to allocate a $4.5 million one-time supplemental or appropriation to EastCon. This funding is essential to stabilize our agency's finances, ensuring the continued delivery of indispensable services to students, families, and school districts, and mitigating rising costs for some of the most economically challenged communities in our state. Northeastern Connecticut is home to some of the highest rates of child poverty, highest percentages of disconnected youth, and lowest median household incomes in the state. Our districts remain deeply committed to providing high-quality education, yet they struggle with persistently underfunded budgets and limited local tax bases to support the rising costs. EastCon is a lifeline for these districts. We provide shared services, regional transportation, special education programs, early childhood education, and workforce development that would otherwise be unaffordable or inaccessible to our member districts. EastCon's current financial challenges are due to decisions that left legacy financial decisions and structural funding issues that have accumulated over time. The previous administration's fiscal missteps resulted in the loss of a $4.5 million fund balance in 2018 that has resulted in a $3 million deficit. Since starting my role as executive director in 2022, we've implemented significant financial stabilization measures, including the hiring of a new CFO with extensive experience in risks in school districts this year, restructuring and eliminating multiple departments to reduce deficits, restructuring our entire budget building process to ensure revenues are not outpaced by expenses year over year, eliminating non-essential expenditures and cutting vacant positions, implementing targeted layoffs while attempting to minimize the impact on our direct services that our districts need. Despite these efforts, we were forced to do a mid-year rate increase for districts to close the remaining budget gap in this year's budget, which added a burden to our towns. This one-time state investment would help EastCon stabilize our financial footing, allow us to reduce the costs for our rural districts, and maintain the critical regional services that we provide. This request is not about long-term dependency on state funding. Our agency is working diligently to achieve financial sustainability through responsible budgeting and restructuring. However, without immediate assistance, our ability to keep these services affordable for the communities that most need them is in jeopardy. If EastCon is unable to stabilize its operations, the entire northeastern Connecticut region will suffer. Districts will have no choice but to pay significantly higher costs for private vendors, further straining their budgets. Vulnerable students will lose access to special education and behavioral health services. Workforce training programs that help lift families out of poverty will be at risk. So I thank you for the consideration of this one-time supplemental fee. I do want to also just quickly acknowledge and greatly appreciate the inclusion of the increased funding in the Birth to 3 in the governor's budget. As this is a great way for a mitigation of special education costs over time. State data shows that 55% of students who participated in Birth to 3 programs did not require preschool special education. So we greatly appreciate that funding.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker is Randall Mell.
Thank you and good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I want to first thank you all for your dedication in staying so late to hear all of us as we speak tonight. So my name is Randall Mell and I serve as the Food Service Director for Middletown Public Schools. I'm here to testify in support of the governor's proposed fiscal year 26 and 27 budget for elementary and secondary education and regarding to school meals. I want to first commend the governor for including additional investments in school meal programs, specifically the continuation of no-cost school lunches for students who qualify for reduced price meals and no-cost breakfast for all Connecticut students. I want to start off by including some data from a recent analysis of the Department of Education. An analysis conducted by CSDE found that for every $1 invested by the state of Connecticut in school meals during the 22-23 school year, when all students had access to free breakfast and lunch, brought in $17 more in federal funds. That's a 1,700% return on investment from the state. That created sustainable jobs, supported Connecticut businesses, and increased tax revenue for the state. This funding is vital to ensuring that Connecticut's children have access to nutritious meals. Investing in school meals is an investment in our children's education, health, and future. In Middletown Public Schools, we have witnessed how universal meals transform students' lives. As a district participating in the community eligibility provision, we are committed to serving no-cost meals to students regardless of their income. This initiative eliminates stigma associated with free and reduced price meals, boosts student participation, and guarantees that every student receives the nourishment they need to thrive and to learn. However, the financial sustainability of these programs presents challenges for many districts such as ours. Current reimbursement rates often leave gaps that cause the local school budgets to have to cover these, creating a financial strain on those local school budgets. I urge the legislator to allocate additional funding to support schools participating in the community eligibility provision. Without that financial backing, many schools will have to struggle to maintain these universal meal programs, potentially leading to meal debt, reduced quality, or limitations on the program expansion. Additionally, while the proposed budget includes support for breakfasts of all students, I encourage the legislator to maintain and expand this investment to fund fully no-cost breakfast for all of next school year. Students who start their day with a nutritious breakfast are better equipped to focus, retain information, and succeed academically. Expanding breakfast alongside increased support for CEP districts would ensure that no child in Connecticut faces hunger. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate your commitment to the well-being of Connecticut students and families and urge you to prioritize the funding necessary to sustain and expand access to school meals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mell. Our next speaker is Charles Ortique. I don't see him on the queue there. Let's go to Joel Tolman.
Hi, yes, thanks so much. This is Joel Tolman. I've been a teacher and leader at Commandant High School in New Haven for 22 years. It's my home, and our students are as close as I'll ever have to kids. I'm here to ask for this committee's help to make sure we have the resources we need to educate our students. Over the past 2 decades, I've seen members of this committee help us make real strides towards fair and adequate funding for charter schools and for all Connecticut public schools. The work isn't finished and it's urgent. I'm really glad to see the current draft budget includes a step towards full weighted funding for district schools in high needs communities. Those are our kids too. At the same time, I'm really sad to see that an additional step towards full weighted funding for charters serving our city's highest needs communities is left out of this budget. I asked the committee to please take an additional step towards equitable weighted funding for charters in this year. Our students need and deserve this support. At Common Ground, more than 3 in 4 of our students qualify for free lunch, special ed services, or services for English learners. 85% are young people of color, 3 or 4 live in New Haven, and about a quarter live in public housing. These students are making real progress. Last year, our students made big gains on SATs. They matriculated in college at rates significantly above the rate for other city schools. They beat the state average for Connecticut's official indicator of college readiness. We definitely have miles to go for these students, and I don't think we can do that without an additional step towards weighted funding. Common Ground and other charter schools are particularly precarious right now. Because we don't receive the funding we need from the state of Connecticut, we have to look to other sources like competitive grants from the federal government. We thought we'd been lucky to receive funding from the EPA and US Department of Agriculture for our Green Jobs program and for our special curriculum, but these federal grants are appearing and disappearing from portals where we draw them down on a daily basis. This uncertainty around federal funding means we're facing a $425,000 hole in this year's budget. That can only mean cuts in programs and opportunities and staff. That's the sort of precarious situation that results when public funding for public schools isn't adequate or equitable. Committee members, thank you all for staying late to hear our words. Thank you for all your past work to build equitable funding for all public schools, including charter schools. I ask that you please take another step towards fully weighted funding for charter schools in this year's budget. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Omar Lopez.
Yes, present.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Harding, Representative Case, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee, good evening. My name is Omar Lopez. I live in Connecticut with my wife and 3 children in Winchester of Litchfield County. I'm Hispanic. My wife is white. Our 3 kids are biracial. I'm a child of immigrants from El Salvador who escaped the Civil War in the late 70s and came here to find a better life for their kids. I mostly grew up in Tennessee, where I was the only person of color in my local school district for years. I vividly remember being placed in ESL classes despite being born in the US and speaking English fluently. I trained myself from a young age to work twice as hard as others to account for a lack of tolerance because of my name and because of my skin color. Now I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I help to right the wrongs of our society, particularly when it comes to unlawful discrimination. In Connecticut, our kids started off in a local school district, but the lack of diversity was glaring. Our kids were not represented in the student population, nor were they represented in the staff. Following a successful lottery in the magnet system and a couple of years waiting for spots, all of our children now attend CREC International in South Windsor. The difference between the school systems was night and day. CREC prioritizes social justice, racial justice, and diversity initiatives as part of their curriculum and core goals, along robust academics. CREC's goal is to create global citizens, a goal which is served by the diverse student body and the diverse staff. Diversity to me means that children grow up around other kids from different backgrounds, races, nationalities, abilities, different sexual identity and expression, and religion, among other things. Growing up in a diverse environment ensures 2 major goals. First, a reduction of bias, prejudice, and bigotry, and an increased tolerance of those who are different. Second, the sharing of concepts and viewpoints from a diverse group of children, along with learning to listen to those same concepts and viewpoints. These critical goals are met by the CREC system. Like most of you, I believe that our children are the future, but we today can shape what that future looks like. We should help create compassionate and well-rounded human beings that are adept at working and collaborating with others that are different than them. Kids who are less likely to dismiss viewpoints from those that are different than them. We need that in this world. With this in mind, I urge you to prioritize a long-term, student-centered funding plan for Connecticut, which takes into account the magnet system and the difference that it could make to our collective future. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Don Melito.
Mileto. Thank you, Representative DeFranzo and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Don Mileto. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Alliance of Boys and Girls Club. I represent 14 Boys and Girls Club organizations across 54 club sites serving 32,000 youth in the state of Connecticut. I want to get right to the heart of the matter in opposition to the governor's budget. There's our line item is Neighborhood Youth Center, which has been funded for many years, of which there's 5 other line items that are being rolled together into one funding pot at a 13% cut. We've come together as a group. We've submitted testimony, the After School Grants, the Neighborhood Youth Center, LEAP out of New Haven, Family Resource Centers, Parent Trust Fund, and school-based diversion programs. This was put together by the Connecticut Network for Children and Youth, and we submitted that as a group, stating that doing so would provide difficulties in terms of the number of kids that we serve and the efficiency of the programs. Right now, the way the funding comes to Boys and Girls Clubs, we are able to ensure that each one of our clubs receives that funding for after-school programs, focusing on academic success. We are asking the Appropriations Committee to increase our funding this year. Right now, we receive $1 million. We would like an increase of $1.4 million for a total of $2.4. That additional funding would go towards teens, towards the recruitment and retention of teens within our communities. We know that if we can bring the teens in and provide the types of programs we have and the safe atmosphere that we have a very good chance beyond a year to reach our goal of having every one of those kids graduate from high school on time with a plan for the future. We often hear of a lot of funding that goes towards the younger ages, which is necessary, but that teen population needs to be considered, and we're well suited to be able to meet the needs of that population. So thank you for your time, and more conversations to come as we come through this session. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Sheila Murray, I think.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sheila Murray, and I am the Senior Director of the Stepping Stones Birth to 3 program at HARC in Hartford. All Birth to 3 programs are experiencing a 16% staff turnover rate, given low salaries, extensive training and certification requirements, and high work volumes. In 2018, children with a diagnosis of autism received an average of 37.2 hours of service per month. In fiscal year 24, this has become only 11 hours per month. We need more clinicians to join our workforce. Referrals have increased 36.7% since 2017, while the percentage of children eligible stayed steady. Despite this growing demand, 2 Birth to 3 programs closed for financial reasons, leaving only 17 programs statewide at this time. While we have little control to increase our revenue, unlike other businesses, we operate in a fee-for-service system, but we have been flat funded since 2017. That's years upon years with no funding, and this budget wants us to wait 2 more years. While we are appreciative of the money included in the governor's budget for us, this will not be enough to sustain programs in the long run. The proposed tiered system of reimbursement is also set to be restricted by new certification requirements. This prevents our reimbursement at the new levels the state-funded PCG rate study found to be appropriate now, until staff attain more training. Tying reimbursement to new certification requirements that are still unclear for another 2 years while amid a hiring and retention crisis is frustrating. Additionally, the proposed reduction in gap payment is not okay. This is necessary to help cover unbillable administrative costs that have escalated through state and federal regulatory expansion of procedural requirements in training and supervision. Gap payment helps cover associated non-billable or unbillable tasks such as scheduling, data input, correspondence, and auditing to ensure compliance with state and federal requirements. Please keep our current tiers for payment for each of our service provisions as they stand now amid our professional and paraprofessionals, but increase the rates as recommended in the rate study by PCG and without tying reimbursement to new training restrictions. Our professional rate is advised to move to $167 per hour, as this is what the cost is for providing early intervention services in Connecticut, according to PCG's rate study. Lastly, please keep our GAP or general administrative payment at the current rate of $200 per qualifying child and family service plan. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Ma'am. Our next speaker is Mark Donald. Don't think I see him in the queue there. We're gonna go to Rob Traber.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Representative DeFranco. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Rob Traber. I speak today as a member of the Bridgeport Board of Ed and as a retired Bridgeport Public School teacher, a former Bridgeport Public School parent, and a current Bridgeport Public School grandparent. In 1971, I graduated from a Los Angeles public high school of 5,000 students and came to New Haven to go to college. As an undergraduate, I volunteered in the community working with truant students and a counselor at Troop School named Bill Dyson, who went on to become chair of this committee. Mr. Dyson and I worked with kids in the community, and that's where I learned that the children weren't the problem. The problem was we were failing the kids. He came on to the legislature and I went on to a career in social justice. So here we are 50 years later, and we finally have a chance to address this problem that has plagued our state for decades, what has been called the Tale of Two States. Now we now have a state surplus of over $5 billion. If we use some, not all, just some, for the immediate needs, and if we create a new revenue source, a wealth tax, for long-term needs, we can create we can address the myriad inequities that separate our have and have-not communities. To be clear, most of our distressed communities are our cities, but we must also include the rural communities in our state that we sometimes forget. I'm here today to testify about the educational funding inequity, my passion. I am not asking for the money to enable us to maintain the status quo. I support the call of the mayors and the superintendents as a starting point to address the needs of our special ed students, our multi-language learners, and the rest of our students. We want smaller class sizes, academic interventionists, social interventionists, the ability to recruit and retain staff, the materials and facilities for them to teach our children, etc. We want them to be able to get the same world-class opportunities as the children in our neighboring wealthier community districts. I've heard a lot today of testimony about charter schools, which I consider to be bad social policy. I would urge you not to fund any more charter schools. However, if you're inclined to give any money, continuing or new, to charter schools, they should be obligated to follow the same rules as traditional school districts like us. They should have open admissions, provide their own sped, provide transportation, be fully accountable and transparent, and be required to have certified teachers. In conclusion, I just want to say equitable educational funding is certainly a racial justice issue. We recently observed the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Ed. Many of us asked, what's changed? In the last few weeks, I've heard about several things where those guardrails that we hear so much about were being bent a little. I'm here today to ask you to bend them enough to ensure that we make real change in our state and that we truly have a Connecticut for all. I see that my time is up. I would make one last comment as a retired Bridgeport teacher, that those changes that people from retired teachers have been addressing hurt urban teachers worse than anybody else because we get less from the teacher retirement fund, having earned less working in an urban school district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Hugh Murphy.
Dear committee members, my name is Hugh Murphy. I have lived or worked in the Stamford area for over 37 years. I previously worked for Stamford Public Schools as the finance director, and have some knowledge of the students in the district. I currently live on Long Island, but also work as an adjunct professor for the University of Connecticut in Stamford and also online. And I'm currently serving on OLAM's OLAM Charter School Founding Board, and I'm speaking in favor to fully fund the OLAM Public Charter School in Stamford. The city is a unique location in the state and truly a melting pot of residents and immigrant families and their students. The district is becoming more and more of an education center. From my research, I see that Bridgeport and New Haven currently have 6 charter schools compared to 1 in Stamford and receive around 10 times the amount of ECS funding. And I'm not speaking to object to this, but trying to point out that Stamford could also use help in the form of another charter school. With a per pupil cost of $21,023 per student compared to $11,525 per student in a charter school, the new school would potentially save Stamford taxpayers money, provide enhanced world language curriculum, and possibly offer swing space that would be needed by the public school so they could work on some building remediation issues. I look forward to this opportunity and encourage the state to fully fund the OLAM Public Charter School, and I see it as a win-win situation in our upcoming education center in Stamford.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Dr. Violet Sims.
Good evening. Hello, Representative DeFranco, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Dr. Violet Jimenez Sims. I'm the Managing Director of Academic Programming and Legislative Affairs for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program that I'll call TRP from here on. I've dedicated over 20 years to Connecticut public schools and universities as an advisor, teacher, administrator, and leader in educator preparation. As an immigrant, bilingual, bicultural, and first-generation college-educated woman who entered the teaching profession through an alternate route to certification, I understand firsthand the power of accessible pathways into teaching. Data from the National Center for Education Statistics shows that 3 times as many Black educators and nearly twice as many Hispanic educators enter the field via alternate routes compared to traditional teacher prep programs. So I'm here today specifically to urge you to designate a minimum of $1.5 million as a line item in the state budget to support districts partnering with effective residency programs that are specifically committed to training diverse teachers. It's critical to have a line item that's directly distributed to our program because relying on potential pass-through funds from the SDE has proven to not be efficient for us. As Connecticut continues to address the inequities highlighted by the Sheff versus O'Neill ruling, we can't overlook the importance of intentional efforts to diversify the teaching profession while our student population grows increasingly diverse. I think we know the stats, 11.2% of teachers are people of color, while over 50% of our students are people of color, and the student diversity continues to outpace the teacher diversity, even with small growths that the State Department reports in the past several years. When it comes to educator preparation program completers, the numbers are not good, especially for people of color. About 60% of completers are employed in their first year, and by year 2, fewer than 50% of them remain in the classroom. In contrast, our program, TRP, has placed 135 completers into full-time teaching profession positions across Connecticut since 2019. 100% of our completers are employed in their first year, and our retention rates exceed 92.5% across multiple cohorts, which is significantly higher than the state average. So it demonstrates that our program not only attracts, but also sustains a strong and diverse teacher workforce. This success is due to our unique model that minimizes financial barriers by providing a tuition-free training, paid residency positions, and hands-on mentorship. I'll just say that our success is literally unmatched in all of the areas that the state has set our priorities, increasing diversity, maintaining folks in the classroom for beyond the 4-year mark more than any other teacher preparation program, and diversifying and reversing inequity costs money. So we really have an opportunity here, I think, to make a long-term investment in this sustainable program that is leading to a diverse and highly qualified teaching workforce. So I urge you as a committee to please support something that is not currently in the budget. Last year it was, and then was taken away sort of at the last minute, but support that inclusion of at least $1.5 million as a line item in the state budget, so that we can sustain this highly successful program that is currently relying on private and district funds. We actually had a waiting list of over 20 qualified folks who went through our entire application process last year, and we couldn't place them in districts because of funding. So while other programs are struggling to recruit, we are not only recruiting, we're training, we're retaining, and unfortunately can't even meet the demands of our partner districts just due to funding. So thank you for your time, consideration, and your ongoing commitment to strengthening Connecticut's educator pipeline.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. Next speaker is Wayne Marshall. All right. Next speaker is Yahaira Acosta Arena. No. Yep. All right. Jerry Wiggs. Isabel Geller. Cassandra Perez. Yes, she's on there, right? Yep. Hi, Ms. Perez.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. You're on.
Good evening to everybody. My name is Cassandra Perez. I am in favor for the Danbury Charter School. I am here as a parent because I am originally from Stanford. My daughter went to the Stanford Charter School for Excellence. When we were in 5th grade, we moved to Danbury, and I had seen everything about the charter school. I was so excited for her. However, it never opened. I had to place her in a traditional public school. For my child, it is not the best setting, unfortunately, but we didn't have options, being that she had an IEP, a smaller class size was more favorable. She needed some extra attention in reading and math that unfortunately in Danbury was not possible. So ultimately what I had to do for my child was take her out of the traditional public schools in Danbury and place her in a private Catholic school so that she could get the smaller class size and more attention in the reading aspect that she needed. I am here today because I feel that our children in Danbury deserve the opportunity to have that choice, of where their parent would like their child to go to school without having to think of the money aspect, because I struggled with my child to provide something that was more accommodating to her. I know it's not the case for every child, but also, we all learn differently. We all have our struggles. And I think a charter school is a wonderful option because at the Stanford Charter School, for us, it was like family. She felt welcomed. That small, nurturing environment was something very positive for her versus coming into a traditional public school where there was just so many kids. We have so many kids in the Danbury district, and our buildings are to capacity. The high school, because she's currently at the high school, you can't walk. You can't even have lunch. She doesn't have lunch because by the time she gets her lunch, it's time to go. So there is just no aspect of that family type of environment, no nurturing environment, no smaller class sizes. And it's been a struggle. So I am definitely here 100% in favor, even if my child doesn't get to attend. But I do believe that those families deserve a choice in what type of public school they would prefer for their child. And it's so very important, to have those options for our children. I do thank you guys for everything you do for our Connecticut children. And I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to speak today. Thank you so much for everything and have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Jessica Roman. Tom Daney. Apologize if I said that wrong. He's there. Mr. Daney? Danny? You just have to unmute, sir.
Okay, here we go. Honorable chairs, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members, Representative Leeper, Representative DeFranco, members of the Education Committee. I'm Dr. Tom Danahy, Executive Director of Area Cooperative Education Services, ACES, in New Haven County. For nearly 60 years, ACES has worked with the 25-member New Haven County area school districts to provide cost-effective and high-quality educational programs and services. We also work together as an alliance with the other 5 Connecticut Regional Education Service Centers, RES, acting as a statewide network for the procurement of educational services. I appreciate the Connecticut General Assembly's leadership in advancing a more sustainable and equitable educational funding formula for magnet schools and districts statewide last year. I also commend the governor's proposed student-centered funding budget for fiscal year 26 and beyond. I'd like to share my hopes and four issues for this legislative season. First, the governor's budget proposal essentially flat funds magnet schools' tuition and transportation. This flat-funded proposal does nothing to sustain magnet schools across the state. After being involved in leadership roles at magnet schools for 25 years, we have seen no increase, but for a 2% increase a few years ago. Furthermore, the subsidy for transportation costs has had no increase in all these years. I urge you to adopt an incremental increase of 15 to 20 million per year for all REST magnets in the biennium budget. This increase will continue to shift the financial burden of REST magnets away from sending districts. If this is not feasible, the 58% tuition cap for fiscal year 24 must be eliminated. Second, I hope that the legislature supports $1.5 million for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, TRP, which has demonstrated a successful model for recruiting, developing, and retaining a high-quality, diverse educator workforce. TRP not only requires districts to provide a living wage and benefits to residents, but also offers mentoring and support for these candidates. TRP has successfully placed nearly 135 teachers of color in 35 districts since 2019, with 97% of alumni still teaching. To continue expanding this program, the RESC Alliance is requesting a designation of $1.5 million in a new budget line item under the Connecticut Department of Education to support the efforts of the districts partnering with residency programs certifying teachers of color. This commitment aims to enhance recruitment, training, and retention efforts in collaboration with school districts statewide. Thirdly, the teacher shortage in Connecticut is severe, leaving school districts with classrooms where students do not learn from certified teachers. The problem is worse in urban school districts. That is why the legislature should allow districts to rehire retired teachers to fill these vacancies with no penalty to their teachers' retirement. There is no cost to the state with this change, yet myriad benefits to students who will be taught by certified, seasoned veterans who know the curriculum, have excellent teaching strategies, and years of experiences to deal with the challenges of teaching. And finally, as you continue to talk about special education, I want to remind the committee that ACES and the rest serve as experts in building multi-district and regional programming to support the special education needs of our students and districts, which ultimately saves the state money. We welcome the opportunity to discuss how we can better serve our districts in supporting the special education needs of students. I hope that the excess cost grant for rest schools for students with special needs is funded at a level of 3 times the average per pupil expenditure rather than the present 4.5 times the average per pupil expenditure. This change will save districts more if their students attend rest-based schools rather than private special education schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night. Shemeni Gomes, who I don't see on the queue. Erwin Hurst, also don't see. Shelley Waite. Barbara Duncan, who I do see.
Good evening, dear Chairwoman Austin and Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Barbara Duncan. I'm a lifelong resident, home and business owner in Ansonia, Connecticut. Additionally, I have served as a teacher, principal, and assistant superintendent. I am here today to ask the state of Connecticut to fund Proud Academy Charter School. First and foremost, Proud Academy will provide a safe and inclusive learning environment for LGBTQ+ students and their allies. LGBTQ+ youth often face higher rates of bullying, harassment, and discrimination in traditional school settings. According to the GLSEN National School Climate Survey, LGBTQ students experience higher dropout rates, mental health struggles, and lower academic performance due to hostile school environments. A charter school specifically designed for LGBTQ+ students would provide a safe, affirming space where they can focus on learning without fear of discrimination. Proud Academy will be able to address educational disparities and therefore increase academic performance. Research shows that LGBTQ+ students face unique educational challenges, including higher absenteeism due to unsafe school conditions, increased risk of depression, anxiety, and suicide due to social isolation and bullying, disproportionate rates of homelessness, as LGBTQ+ students make up nearly 40% of homeless youth due to family rejection. By the state of Connecticut funding Proud Academy, LGBTQ+ students will now have mental health support, an inclusive curriculum, and tailored resources to close these gaps and ensure equal access to a quality education. Furthermore, Proud Academy aligns with the state of Connecticut's commitment to equity and inclusion. Connecticut has been a leader in progressive education policies and LGBTQ+ rights. Funding Proud Academy Charter School aligns with the state's mission to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion in public education. It would ensure that LGBTQ+ students thrive academically and socially without compromising their identity. In conclusion, funding Proud Academy will ensure equal opportunity, safety, and success for all students. By investing in an inclusive learning environment, the state would be protecting vulnerable youth, promoting educational equity, fulfilling its commitment to diversity and inclusion, enhancing overall academic student outcomes. This initiative would set a national example of how states can prioritize education, equity, and student well-being in the public school system. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan. Next speaker, Priya Zandaya Prakash, who I don't see in the queue. Jolan Grant. No. Stephen Tracy.
Yes, sir. Representative DeFranzo, thank you. And Senator Austin and Representative Walker, members of the committee, thank you for giving us your time this evening. My name is Stephen Tracy. I am a retired school teacher and Connecticut superintendent. And it was my privilege to chair the task force that the General Assembly established way back in the 1990s when first considering public charter schools. I'm here today as the chair of the planning team for the Danbury Charter School. Our school is among 7 charter schools that have won the approval of the State Board of Education and now await funding from the General Assembly. The Danbury Charter School was approved enthusiastically way back in 2018. And each year since then, we've come before you asking for the funding required to open our doors. We've enjoyed the support of hundreds of families who value the public school choice that we offer, and you've heard from a number of them today. We offer an ambitious curriculum represented by the International Baccalaureate Program. In John Taylor and Elevate Charter Schools, we have a Connecticut partner with a commendable record of achievement success, and we've secured a site for opening this fall. So we are ready to go. Now, some of the folks who have blocked our school argue that the Danbury schools cannot afford to pay for a charter school. But folks, this is the reddest of red herrings. As you all know, state charter schools are funded by the state, not the local school districts. The Danbury Public Schools need not write any checks to pay for our operations. Every other major city in this state knows that as a result of hosting charter schools for years. There is no reason in law or history to think that Danbury will be any different. Now, speaking of money, the stalling of our school has already cost Danbury over $19 million in state funding in the form of the charter school support that would have been forthcoming to the city had we opened back in 2019 when we should have. Now, these dollars are not available to districts that don't have charter schools. Not only that, but the blockage of our school has delayed the construction of a new public school building for over 700 students. A school that, thanks to philanthropy, we are prepared to build at no cost to Danbury taxpayers. And this in a school district that complains chronically of overcrowding. The General Assembly has funded every other public school in the greater Danbury area over the years. Every college, every district school, every magnet school, every vocational school, every public school except ours. It is time for that inequity to end. It is time for Danbury's families to get the school they've been fighting for and for their children to have the education that they deserve. So I encourage you to please include the Danbury Charter School in the coming state budget. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Jennifer Michael.
Hello, good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jennifer Michael. I'm the mother of 2 young children, and I'm also a regional manager at KidSteps by Loomability, a nonprofit birth to 3 program. I'm here tonight to strongly request reconsideration of the governor's proposed budget allocations for birth to 3, specifically the proposed elimination of the general administrative payment and the shift to a tiered system in 2027. I've experienced firsthand the profound impact that early intervention can have on a family. What many people don't know, unless you've lived it, is that birth to 3 is not just therapy for a child. It's a system of services designed to build an entire family's capacity. Goals of services include connecting with the community, learning how to advocate your child now and forever, and navigating the complexities of development with confidence. The impact of birth to 3 extends far beyond the individual child. This is about enhancing family systems and the long-term health of our communities. There's 2 points that I'd like to make tonight. First is that we must preserve the general administrative payment as it is now. The gap is crucial and it offsets critical expenses that are not directly linked to services, but are necessary for the operation of our programs. Some of these expenses include salaries for administrative and leadership staff who manage enrollment, compliance, and program oversight, ensuring our providers in the field can focus on families. It includes upkeep of electronic medical record systems, technology and equipment so our remote staff, who often work from their cars, can securely document services, coordinate with other agencies, and stay connected. Without GAP, these costs don't disappear. They shift directly to the programs, stretching already thin resources, and forcing difficult decisions that could reduce access and quality of care. The second and last point I'd like to make is that, as you've heard from many of my colleagues tonight, the proposed rate increase in 2027 is simply too far off given our current financial strain. Delaying a rate increase until 2027 will continue the strain on our program, further reduce our ability to attract and retain qualified staff, and compromise the quality of our services we can provide. I respectfully ask that you consider these points. Thank you for your time and support for ensuring families in Connecticut receive the highest quality of service possible from our birth to 3 system.
Thank you, ma'am. Maria Mariscal.
Hello, how are you? Good evening. My name is Maria Mariscal. I am a mother of 4. I have 2 of my kids attending Bethel Public Schools, but not for choice. I am here to testify that I am with the Danbury Charter Schools, and I would have to say that I would like for the Department of Education to support the Danbury School, to help them, because it maybe is not for me or for my kid, but I had a firsthand, I witnessed something that happened, and it's not on the Danbury Public School, but it's not because it's because there's so many kids, and I would like for this charter school to open so the teachers and the student will not be so stressed and not be overwhelmed. And I want the kids and the families from Danbury to get an opportunity for small classes, for a one-on-one teacher to answer the question, to help them and everything, not just be a class of 30 kids, 25 kids, and they're all living under stress. Isn't it the future for them for later? So I am going for the Danbury Charter School. Please help them out. Please, I want them. I need them to help them out. This is my first time testimony for something that I really, really want this, because I already saw a lot of things happening, and I don't want them to go. I don't want no more kid to go through what I saw. And why are we waiting for it? The Danbury Charter School has already built and has everything. Why are we waiting for? Why the students are waiting for? Why are you making them wait? Why? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Fran Rabinowitz. All right. Capria Burkett. All right. Amilcar Hernandez. Shaniqua Sturgis Nash. I see.
Good evening. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Shaniqua Sturgis Nash, and I'm the Assistant Director for Common Ground High School. I'm testifying in support of an increase in weighted funding for Connecticut's public charter schools in the 2026-27 state budget. I have the honor of speaking to you from 2 perspectives. First, as a parent of 3 that attended a charter school, and as an educator that has spent the majority of my career as an educator in these schools. First, it's important to recognize that from all of the options my children had to begin their schooling career, the charter schools were what made the most sense. Our charter school of choice was small, which provided more individualized attention and a diversified curricular experience. My children participate in highly rigorous academic programs like the Model UN, Young Entrepreneurs, and Girl Scouts, all built into the school day. These experiences made learning fun and helped my children make real-world connections that have contributed to them being driven towards academic excellence and leadership. As a leader in a charter school, I've been able to serve a population of students that have demonstrated significant need academically and socially. Serving students in this environment has allowed us to uniquely tailor our program to meet the needs of whoever is interested in becoming a part of our school family. We've been driven to take our population, which includes 75% high needs, to their highest potential. Last year, about 70% of our students attended college after leaving high school, and 90% were accepted into higher education institutions. This data is representative of a system designed to support all kinds of learners to become future leaders. Charter schools are notorious for creating a lot of opportunities for students, but are often stretched beyond capacity because of low funding. We receive less money than our neighboring districts and are held to a higher standard with far more scrutiny. I'm appreciative of Representative Walker and other members of this committee for making progress toward fair and adequate funding. The need is great because our students are not expendable. In recent weeks, our system for supplementing what we receive for our students has been impeded by changes in our government structure. The unfortunate fact is that our students' needs haven't changed along with the structural changes in the government. We need more funding than ever if we're going to be able to continue to provide quality instruction that isn't dependent on the ebbing and flowing of the government officials. We currently have a significant deficit resulting from canceled grant funding that was vital to our program. Without more consistent funding, our students will miss opportunities and be less prepared for the world that is waiting for them. Please, I urge you to take another step toward fully weighted funding for charter schools in this year's budget, as proposed for other public schools serving our state's highest needs communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Jamelia Prince Stewart. Wisdom Sharif. Alexis Wolf. Jeffrey Vanderploeg.
Yes, thank you. And good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Vanderploeg. I am the president and CEO of the Child Health and Development Institute of Connecticut. I'm testifying tonight on Connecticut's School-Based Diversion Initiative, or SBDI, and specifically against the proposed bundling of SBDI with 5 other programs with a 13% cut to those aggregated programs. And I'm respectfully requesting restoration of full funding of the $900,000 line item for SBDI under its own line item because it's a proven and essential initiative with great outcomes and an excellent return on investment. And I'll get into some of those details in a moment. I'm honored to be one of the original model developers of SBDI many years ago, along with colleagues at CSSD and DCF. It was initially funded through dollars from the MacArthur Foundation, and I'm grateful to the legislature for 16 years of state funding through DCF, SDE, CSSD, and DMIS. CHDI over that time has served as a statewide coordinating center since SBDI's inception in 2008. And this model was initially developed to address a very costly issue that's faced by many states, and that is exclusionary school discipline in the form of arrest, expulsion, and suspension. And the students who are most affected by exclusionary discipline are youth of color, youth with disabilities, including behavioral health conditions, and youth with IEPs and 504 plans. And those will be the students who will be most impacted by the proposed bundling and cuts to school-based diversion initiative. Arrest and incarceration, expulsion, suspension, as we know, are important targets and priorities for the state, and they have real financial and human costs. But the good news is that we can address them. And a program like SBDI is designed for our favorite 3-letter acronym, ROI, return on investment. And really the headline here is reducing costly juvenile court referrals by 25%. That has been what SBDI has delivered over the last 16 years, an average reduction in juvenile court referrals among participating schools by 25%. The SBDI model was a true innovation. It was really among the first of its kind nationally as a pre-arrest school-based diversion, juvenile diversion model. Many diversion models happen after an arrest occurs, maybe even after a student or a young person appears before a judge. What's unique about SBDI is that it's pre-arrest. We're talking about a program that results in students never having to be arrested at all or appear in front of a judge and avoid that part of entanglement in the system. The model includes training on the impact of trauma and child development, which often, as we know, underlie disciplinary incidents. We provide expert technical assistance on classroom de-escalation, restorative practices. We ensure enhanced access to mobile crisis, which is the state's most effective and rapid alternative to arrest. We also work to revise student codes of conduct that de-emphasize punitive measures and promote accountability through more effective restorative approaches. And we also work to execute MOAs and other agreements with local community-based providers to enhance access. So very quickly, I see that my timer is already up, but let me run through a couple of outcomes. 25% decrease in court referrals, the 24% increase in students who are successfully connected to mobile crisis and other services, We have achieved statewide reach. We've been in 76 schools and 26 districts affecting 80,000 students. Many of those are alliance districts. We actually send 25% of our annual budget for SBDI directly to schools to serve as champions and co-implementers. So that has an impact financially on schools as well. So in closing, let me just say, you have received also letters of support for SBDI from leaders at districts, including New Britain, Bristol, West Hartford, Groton, Windsor Locks, and a few others. And together, we're just asking that the Appropriations Subcommittee recognize the profound impact of SBDI, restore full funding under its own line item. And I thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderploeg. And thank you for sticking with us this evening.
Absolutely.
My name's Representative Delaney. I'll be taking over for these next few hours. Up next, we have Miss Julia Wilcox.
Yes, good evening, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Julia Wilcox, Senior Public Policy and Division Advisor with the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide organization representing the nonprofit sector. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals in Connecticut every year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. The Alliance respectfully requests that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increase and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25 ARPA funding. We ask that you provide an additional $237 million in fiscal year 27, an 8% increase. The increases that you fought to provide in the past few years were deeply appreciated. Unfortunately, providers of birth to 3 services were not included in these increases. They continue to be hit by crippling costs, increase in their costs. For more detailed information, I would encourage you to review the Alliance's white paper on nonprofit funding that is linked in my testimony. And again, you do have my detailed written testimony. I'd like to focus on just a few key issues, if I may. With regard to birth to 3 services, we appreciate the governor's budget increases in birth to 3 funding in Medicaid by $9 million in both years and a net increase of $5 million in OEC to implement the tiered rates that they proposed. We urge the committee to include these funding increases in the first year of the biennium. The rate study is based on data that is now 3 years old. If implementation is delayed, this would render the new rates basically immediately obsolete. The governor's budget proposes to repeal essential general administrative payments, as you've heard quite a bit about this evening. Gap funding would still be necessary with the new rates, especially the tiered rates, and we urge the committee to reject this proposal. And with regard to special education funding, the budget includes a competitive grant program for school districts to begin to offer more special education services in district and reduce the outplacements that they make through the approved private special education programs or the APSTEPs. However, the proposed legislation implementing this program goes further and directs the Department of Education to actually cap these tuition rates. If this proposal is implemented, options for children with the highest needs would be limited. This would lead to increases in out-of-state placements and increased costs for the states. And with that, I will end with a most sincere thank you for your ongoing support and for being there this evening. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox, and for your advocacy and for sticking with us tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Up next is Gabriela Lima. Gabriela Lima.
She's not in the room and we don't see her online.
Yes, ma'am. Gail Nolan.
She already went earlier.
Okay. Kayla Medina.
Yes, I'm present. Honorable members of the Appropriation Committee, my name is Kayla Medina, and both my husband and I, along with our 3 daughters, are proud graduates of Bridgeport Public Schools. For years, we've advocated for more funding for Bridgeport Unfortunately, like many others, my daughters never received the promised funding for their education. Today, I come before you as an advocate for the students, educators, and families of Bridgeport as we face yet another year of flat funding under the education cost sharing formula. This flat funding represents cut in real terms due to rising costs such as raises, healthcare, and other necessary expenditures, which have increased by approximately $10 to $12 million. Over the past decade, Bridgeport has endured significant cuts, eliminating more than 300 positions, including teachers, counselors, and staff. These reductions have led to larger class sizes, fewer resources, and more strained learning environments, putting additional pressure on our educators. Despite their best efforts, our teachers are working with limited resources, and the quality of education is suffering as a result. The state's flat ECS funding fails to address the unique challenges Bridgeport faces. Our district serves a large number of students dealing with trauma, instability, and high levels of poverty, challenges that wealthier districts like Westport or Greenwich don't face. Bridgeport needs more support, including counselors, special education services, and opportunities for our students to thrive. Yet we continue to be left behind as wealthier districts receive far more funding. In 2020, an analysis reported by the Connecticut Post revealed that while Bridgeport was set to receive $37 million in state aid, Hartford would receive $85 million and New Haven $114 million. This disparity highlights a significant funding gap between Bridgeport and other districts. If Bridgeport were funded at the same level as Hartford, we would receive an additional $48 million. This extra funding would help us reduce class sizes, hire more counselors, and provide the resources necessary to better support our students. This economic disparity directly impacts our ability to generate local revenue for our schools, making the funding gap even wider. Additionally, if you visit wealthier towns like Westport or Greenwich or even New Haven, you won't see schools in such dire state. Our community doesn't have the same economic status, yet we are being asked to keep up with the demands placed in our schools. How can we possibly maintain and improve our facilities if we don't have the funds to hire the necessary staff to keep these buildings in working condition? How can we ask our students to succeed when we are stretched so thin that basic needs like safe facilities and qualified personnel are at risk? The lack of adequate state funding has long been a challenge in Bridgeport, but the situation is now reaching a crisis point. With further cuts to staff and services, we only see the stress on educators increase, which will lead to more difficult outcomes for our children. Our teachers are working tirelessly to meet the needs of our students, but they can't do it alone. Our children deserve the resources and support to succeed, and the current funding levels simply aren't enough. I urge you to reconsider the funding levels for Bridgeport and provide the resources we desperately need to ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed. If the state fails to invest in Bridgeport's future, the repercussions will be felt across the entire community, and the inequities faced by our children will only deepen. Please do not allow the promise of quality education to remain unfulfilled. Our children deserve better, and it's within your power to make a real difference. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Medina.
Thank you.
Up next, Mr. Bill Myers. Bill Myers.
He's coming.
Thank you very much. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, the committee members, and the gentlemen and women who have been here in person or leading us from their homes. My name is Bill Myers. I'm a retired teacher from South Windsor, Connecticut. I serve on the Treasurer's Investment Advisory Council. I'm the vice chair of the Teachers Retirement Board, and I'm here to speak about retiree health care. I ask that the budget replace, I'm getting tired, sorry. I ask that the budget restore the 1/3 funding that it always has. That's in statute, it is a law, and not fund at 1/4%. The last time that happened was in 2013, 1/4%. 2014 and 15, 1/4. The state dropped the contribution those 3 years in a row, thinking it was a short-term change. But then in the next 3 years, contributions dropped to 17, 16, and then 15%. And as you heard earlier, by the time we got to 2018, the health fund bottomed out. It was a disaster. The retirement board got down on its knees and begged the insurance companies to hold on. Don't drop us. Let us be insured. Somehow the state will come through with their fair share. And they did. So things are better. And I am a person of great faith. And I have faith that things will stay better. But we are on a slippery slope. History will repeat itself. But you can make a change now. Hold to the 1/3 funding. I have faith that you will do the right thing and follow the law. It is a law in the state of Connecticut that the state share for the health fund is 1/3. Please restore that. Thank you for your dedication, your time, your hard work. I know you do this night after night, and I appreciate that, and I hope every other citizen in Connecticut does.
And thank you for your testimony, sir. Up next, Mr. John Flanders. John Flanders.
Not in the queue and not in person, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. It's Jade Thomas.
Same for Jade.
Say again, Madam Administrator.
She is not in the queue and she is not in the room.
Yes, ma'am. Grace Reyes.
Same thing for Grace.
Ellen Ratelli.
Same thing for Ellen.
Mirielle Discola.
She went earlier.
Sarah Soletto.
She is here with us.
Miss Soletto, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. We're looking forward to your testimony.
Thank you, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Salato, and I'm a mother of a transgender child. I fully support Proud Academy and encourage the state to fund them. My son faced daily challenges simply walking through the door of a school, and as his mother, it was heartbreaking to watch him struggle. My words could be powerful, but nothing compares to those of our students. The following is my son's letter. My name is Cameron. I am 17, and I came out as transgender almost 3 years ago, right as I entered high school. As I approach graduation, I reflect on my high school experience. I went through 4 different high schools before I landed on online school as the best option for me. Every school I tried, I had a bad experience with because I am transgender. Whether it was with students or teachers, it was always uncomfortable trying to explain myself while trying to figure myself out. I constantly felt like I was in the wrong place, and every time I tried to be open about my identity, I was met with judgment or confusion. It wasn't just the lack of acceptance, but the isolation I felt that really wore me down. My experiences took a big toll on my mental health, and it made these years a lot harder for me. I often found myself overwhelmed, stressed, and struggling to keep up with schoolwork while dealing with the emotional exhaustion of navigating my identity in an unsupportive environment. The constant worry of not being accepted or respected by others added another layer of pressure that made it even more challenging to focus on my education. If I had access to a school like Proud Academy, I know I would have been able to thrive academically and take the time I needed to figure myself out and do what I could to help my mental health. A space that would have offered me understanding and support would have made all the difference, allowing me to focus on both my personal growth and my future without fear or pressure. Being surrounded by people who truly understand the challenges I faced would have given me the courage and confidence to fully embrace who I am without holding back or feeling the need to constantly explain myself. I hope that you understand how common my story is among youth right now. You enter high school and are met with a multitude of students who are struggling, each dealing with their own challenges, whether it's with identity, mental health, or the pressures of growing up in an often unforgiving environment. For many of us, high school is not just a place of learning, but also a battleground where we try to find ourselves and navigate the complexities of who we are. Something as simple as having a high school that is a guaranteed safe space, a place where you can feel accepted, understood, and supported for exactly who you are, can make all the difference. It can be a foundation for personal growth, where students can build confidence, discover their strengths, and thrive both academically and emotionally. For young people facing discrimination, bullying, or isolation, having a school that prioritizes inclusivity and safety is not just a luxury, it's essential. Proud Academy has the ability to provide that safe and affirming environment that my son so desperately needed. They are truly deserving of funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for you and your family's testimony, Ms. Saloto, and thank you for bearing with us. Up next, I think we have one more person in the room with us tonight. In person, I think that's Tracy Hansen. Can you please come up for your testimony?
Hello, and thank you, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tracy Hansen. I am the first selectman in the town of Voluntown. I am here on behalf of the taxpayers and students in Voluntown to testify in opposition to the governor's proposed cuts in ECS funding. Voluntown is a small rural town in eastern Connecticut. We are 70% of our land owned by the state of Connecticut, which leaves very little room in our town for business, and our taxpayers, our residential taxpayers, feel the burden of our budget. We are looking at an ECS cut over the next 2 years in the proposed budget of about $250,000, which might not seem a lot to everyone that's been listening today when we're talking millions of dollars in other of the cities in the area. But to us in Voluntown, $250,000 is one mill rate, which puts an immediate burden on my taxpayers. As I mentioned earlier, we are considered a distressed municipality by the Department of Economic and Community Development. We are not a wealthy town, which the ECS formula makes us seem to be. The DECD uses the distressed municipalities are based on the poverty rate and an unemployment rate. So I just would like to, for people to realize that the towns that are considered overfunded and are getting the cuts are not all wealthy towns with affluent taxpayers. As I said, the ECS cuts are hitting us at a time where we're already hitting a lot of burdens from mandates coming down to us. This is based on other things that are going on this budget year, with the difference in the valuations of the motor vehicles, where we're seeing a cut, with veterans exemptions for the 100% disabled, where we're also seeing cuts. And we also just had a reval this year, which my residents are being hit, a lot of them, we had an average 12% increase in their values of their homes. So that's hitting their property taxes as well. So to sum everything up, I am just here to ask that we either figure out a way where the ECS formula reflects the actual tax base of the town. It just doesn't make sense to me that two different departments were distressed in the other and were overfunded and considered wealthy in the other. So I would just like that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, First Selectman, and thank you for advocating for your municipality. Up next, we have Patricia Nicolari.
She went earlier, Mr. Chair.
ma'am. Dr. Royce Avery.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Dr. Avery.
Yes. Greetings, distinguished Appropriations Committee members. Thank you for holding this hearing and for your commitment to funding elementary and secondary education. My name is Dr. Royce Avery, the proud interim school superintendent for the Bridgeport Public School System, representing the needs of our students, staff, and families. While I appreciate the acceleration of the ECS funding, Bridgeport Public Schools remain in severe financial crisis despite this increase. Over the past decade, our district has made millions of dollars in cuts, eliminating essential services and support for students. The depletion of ESSER funds has only deepened our financial challenges, leaving us struggling to meet the growing needs of students. We were already in crisis before COVID-19, and now our students require even more resources and support. Specialized resources is the fastest growing expense, particularly out of district special education placements, averaging over $115 million annually. The average cost of out of district placements is about $108,000 per student. Our district continues to experience a rising number of high need students, including multi-language learners and students experience homelessness. And all of those students deserve an equitable access to quality education. The governor's proposed budget does not include increases in fiscal year 27, even though every district will see rising operational costs in staffing, insurance, utilities, and maintenance. Without additional funding, we will be forced to make even deeper cuts, impacting the quality of education and services our students rely on. To address our current deficit, Bridgeport Public Schools has already eliminated approximately 90 positions and have the potential of eliminating additional positions if additional money is not received. Every one of these positions plays a critical role in providing students with a well-rounded supportive educational experience. The funding disparities between Bridgeport Public Schools and surrounding suburban school districts is unacceptable. Urban districts like Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, and Stamford served a disproportionately high number of high-need students, and yet your people funding remains significantly lower. Last month, I stood with mayors and superintendents from these cities to advocate for $545 million of additional educational funding. Averaging 83% of our students are high needs students within these 5 districts, compared to the state average of 49% of students. Yet our funding does not reflect this reality. I employ this committee to fund public education through a true lens of equity. Every child, regardless of their zip code, deserves access to the same high-quality education as their peers in wealthy districts. Without proper funding, we will not reach parity, and our students will continue to be left behind. I urge you to prioritize Bridgeport students and provide funding we need to support their future. As Senator Austin wisely pointed out, you can't maximize funding if you don't have enough to begin with. This quote highly, specialize, and emphasize the challenges Bridgeport Public Schools has been facing for decades. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'll welcome continued conversations in the upcoming months.
Thank you, Dr. Avery, and thank you for your testimony.
Come on.
Next, we have Ms. Caroline Calhoun.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed chairs and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Calhoun. I have 20 years of classroom experience teaching 5th and 6th grade in Connecticut Public Schools. I am currently a professional learning and attendance specialist at EdAdvance, Connecticut's regional educational service center serving the Northwest corner. I am joining you this evening to share my unwavering support for the Learner Engagement and Attendance Program, or LEAP, the Office of the Governor and the Connecticut State Department of Education's nationally touted flagship relational home visit program designed to tackle the complex problem of chronic absenteeism. I have the distinct honor of serving CSDE as a statewide coordinator of this exceptional program. The Office of the Governor and CSDE launched LEAP in 2021. In the 4 years since its inception, LEAP has redefined how Connecticut tackles the complex problems of chronic absenteeism and student disengagement. LEAP funds 25 districts across Connecticut. Through relational home visits and a proactive, comprehensive approach, LEAP empowers districts to re-engage families, build trust, and strengthen school community ties. Over 4 years, LEAP has conducted 71,000 home visits for 42,000 students. LEAP has been recognized nationally for its effectiveness. Over 100 Connecticut districts and educators from 31 states have participated in LEAP trainings. Its trainings equip staff to shift from punitive measures to positive relationship-focused engagement. Over 3,450 people have been trained in the LEAP approach, centered on the model's cornerstones, including building trusting relationships, flexibility, collaboration, and cultural responsiveness. LEAP's impact is evident. 92% of LEAP districts reduced their chronic absence rates. Chronic absenteeism across the state has steadily declined, resulting in 30,000 more students attending school regularly. In the largest study of a home visit program ever conducted, a Connecticut research collaborative evaluated LEAP data. These rigorous evaluation studies confirmed that 6 months after the first LEAP home visit, attendance rates improved by approximately 10 percentage points for students in grades K through 8 and by nearly 15 percentage points for students in grades 9 through 12. At its core, LEAP is about relationships. As the data reveals, outreach from a trusted school or community partner, presenting as an ally for one's child and family, can be the ultimate difference maker. While LEAP demonstrates the state's commitment to ensuring every child has the opportunity to learn and thrive regardless of their circumstances, funding gaps threaten districts' ability to continue this vital work. The positive impacts on student attendance and engagement are clear. Please show your commitment to our schools, districts, and the families they serve by guaranteeing uninterrupted funding for LEAP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and for your patience, Ms. Calhoun. Up next, we have Ms. Leslie Caraballo.
Hi, thank you. I want to start off by saying that I know Senator Austin is known for asking people to be direct. While I have watched Chair and multiple committee members, while individuals are testifying, have side conversations, giggling, getting up, walking around, vocally expressing people to hurry up and speak, I am respectfully asking for you guys to actively listen rather than passively listening. Connecticut has been disrespected enough surrounding education. My name is Leslie Caraballo, the Executive Director of Accomplishing Real Change and the Assistant Member of Parents Matter in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Allow me to emphasize those appointed and elected by the people for the people, that everyone has a role and a responsibility to uphold. In case you have forgotten, let me remind you, there is a chain of command, locally, statewide, statewise, and federal. For example, the principal reports to the superintendent. The superintendent overseen by the Board of Education, who has a chair that is responsible for leading and informing with full transparency to the board while working with the community to support students, and supervises the superintendent without being prejudiced or biased. The school board is overseen by the Connecticut State Department of State Board of Education, who reports to the Commissioner of Education, in which the governor appoints. After doing my due diligence, funds allocated varies based on factors such as population size, tax revenue, and educational priorities. Connecticut funds public schools through a combination of local, state, and federal tax dollars. Local is responsible for over 56%, state over 35%, and federal at about 8%. Now, keeping that in mind, the data indicates Hartford's population is approximately 119,669, in which about 22,700 is currently being spent per student. Furthermore, Fairfield has a population of approximately 63,500, and each year receives about 23,500 per student, which brings me back to factors on how funds are allocated and prioritized. When Greenwich has an estimated population of 63,500, and each student receives about 28,600, whereas Bridgeport, the #1 largest city in Connecticut, has a population of over 148,000, yet is given about 18,300 per student. Now, based off the factors and educational priorities, this is historically impressive in the worst way possible when the math continues to not math up. If I remember correctly, the governor made a bold statement when addressing teachers in the Bridgeport Board of Education last month, and I quote, "You guys were failed by poor leadership," which is the same leader he endorsed last year in the 2024 mayoral election in Bridgeport. I'm not trying to make this political, but I want to be clear. Decision makers must stop playing politics with our kids' future. Education is a right, not a privilege. Now, I'm asking decision makers and the governor to answer this question. Why does Bridgeport education continue to be severely underfunded? Why continue to place a temporary Band-Aid over a need that needs effective, lasting change? And lastly, how is it that we live in a constitutional state and defunding our kids' education is inhumane and unconstitutional? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your passion and your testimony. Next is Mirna Ortega. Mirna Ortega.
Not online, not in the room.
Ma'am. Sabrina Cordal. Sabrina Cordal.
Name was Sabrina.
Mr. John Lee.
Hello.
Evening, Mr.
Good
Lee.
evening. Good evening, Representative Delaney, Senator Austin, Vice Chairs Hartley, Kushner, Ranking Members Summers and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is John Lee. I'm a member of New Haven Rising and a Democratic co-chair for New Haven's Ward 24. I'm testifying in support of a significant increase in funding for K-12 education and updates to Connecticut's K-12 education cost-sharing formula to ensure more equitable education funding based on student needs. When I worked for the education nonprofit LEAP in New Haven, children often told me they were hungry after school and asked for more snacks. We only had pretzels and animal crackers to feed them. Some of our children told their counselors that being hungry was causing them to disrupt class and get into fights. This really pained me, especially when I remembered that only a mile away were luxurious buffet-style Yale University dining halls where I used to eat my fill and watch plenty of food go to waste. There is an abundance of resources and wealth in our city and state, but it's amassed and sat on by a few institutions and individuals. Because of inequality in our state, the status quo has failed our most vulnerable residents and children. Shouldn't our city and state budgets reflect abundance, especially when it comes to feeding and educating our children? Zip codes really shouldn't be life sentences. Our schools and communities were already in crisis before COVID and Trump. Decades of redlining and austerity have left generations behind. And now we're facing an administration in DC that wants to defund and dismantle public education. Without rapid strategic moves to address these disparities, our children will fall further behind. Equity requires revenue, and now is the time for us to take bold action. I urge you to begin by supporting more equitable cost sharing and increasing funding for all our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next is Sandra Dill.
Don't see her either, and 203 also went earlier.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Larithra Nelson.
I don't see her either.
Grelene Silva. Robert Rader.
He also went earlier.
Miss Jane Wilson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We're ready for your testimony.
Start my video here too. Okay. Good evening, Representative Delaney and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony before you tonight on the governor's proposed budget 6866, in particular, section 618. I am Jane Wilson, a retired teacher who taught in a Connecticut classroom for 38 years. My father, a lifelong Connecticut educator and administrator, gave me the simple advice when I began my teaching career. He told me, always give them more than their money's worth. I lived by that philosophy my entire career and gave my best to my students, my colleagues, and my community. During those 38 years of service, I paid a share of my salary into the teacher's health insurance account. I expected when I retired that Connecticut would stand by its statutory commitment to support teachers with an affordable Medicare supplement choice, so I would not have to worry about my healthcare security in retirement. The proposed governor's budget, reducing the state's contribution towards retired teachers' healthcare, puts the burden back on teachers, who will have to pay a greater share from their teachers' health insurance account, while the state reappropriates a portion of their full share elsewhere. This morning, the Teachers Retirement Board Administrator reported that the teacher's account is healthy and can cover the reduction in the state's share. I am one of those retired teachers who are enrolled in the TRB Original Medicare Supplement Plan. And since 2018, I have been penalized and repeatedly denied the fair and equitable 1/3 subsidy of the full cost of that Medicare-based plan, a subsidy that will cost a very small amount to restore. The state and the TRB need to fulfill their statutory obligations to restore the system to the proper balance it once had, when all Medicare enrollees were treated equitably. Please do the right thing and fix this equity issue first. For many years, retired teachers on the TRB Medicare Supplement Plan have been asking for relief from the burden of this inequity. When are those retired teachers going to get their money's worth? I'm asking the governor to rescind the proposal to reduce the state's share until the basic Medicare supplement gets its full subsidy portion restored. I also urge the Appropriations Committee to please raise HB 5477 to allow a public hearing to restore that 1/3 subsidy to the TRB Original Medicare Supplement Plan before any other adjustments to teachers' accounts occur. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for bearing with us, Ms. Wilson, and thank you for your service. Next, we have Mr. Steven Hernandez.
Good evening. Good evening, Representative Delaney and Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members Summers and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Steve Hernandez, the Executive Director of CONCAN, a statewide advocacy organization that ensures each child in Connecticut has equitable access to a high-quality public education. Recent NAEP scores have again highlighted persistent opportunity gaps in our education system. Despite Connecticut's overall performance being higher than the national average, the disparities between students with resources and those without are alarming. Only 18% of economically disadvantaged fourth graders are on track in reading, compared to 50% for more affluent peers. In math, the gap is 19% to 58%, a 39-point gap. The very premise of a public education is an opportunity for our students to gain social mobility and break generational cycles of economic instability. Our system is not realizing its mission today. To be very clear, this is not a poverty problem. This is a broken promise that we made as a state to provide every child with the public education they need to participate with agency in civic life and the economy despite their zip code. The governor's proposed budget includes some necessary investments in education. However, these investments are a first step. To truly address the systemic inequalities in our education system, we need generationally significant investments that prioritize access and innovation. As the legislature, you hold the power of the purse, and this is now your budget and your moral responsibility. An education budget that meets the moment includes funding for approved charter schools. We must support community-driven, state board-approved public charter schools that promise to serve as beacons of innovation and belonging. The recent approval of 5 new charter schools, with 2 more already approved and awaiting funding, is a testament to community demand. But these 7 expressions of hope need funding to actualize their vision of supporting students to pursue their dream. Student-centered weighted funding, implementing a funding model that accounts for the diverse needs of students is crucial. Special education supports, expanding access, cost funding in 2026, not waiting for 2027, will help address the critical needs of students with disabilities. High dosage tutoring, allocating at least $22 million in 2026 and $26 million in 2027 for high impact tutoring programs will help bridge the learning gaps exacerbated by the pandemic. The State Department of Education has led the way here. Sensible science-based supports for local libraries, providing $500,000 to enhance library resources with decodable text will help families support their children's reading development at home. I share your expressed fear that students may have access to inappropriate text, but I am more afraid that they will graduate high school without being able to read at all. If the pandemic taught us anything, it is the following. With political will and a deep belief in people, we can move mountains. My invitation to you is that you believe in our people as much as I do, and that you consider all of our children too important to underfund and their futures too big to fail. Thank you again, Representative Delaney, for taking the helm of this expression of our democracy at this late hour.
No, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hernandez, and it's always good to see you doing the good work.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Yesenia Martinez. Ms. Ruth Ann Buckner.
She went earlier, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Mr. Michael Fiorello.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Representative Delaney. My name is Mike Fiorello, and I am speaking in favor of full funding of Proud Academy Charter School. With respect to the hour, I will not repeat the arguments you've heard before, the excellent arguments made by Patty Nicolari, by Barbara Duncan, by Bob Rader. I will say that if Kevin Jennings tells you your state needs a Proud Academy, Kevin Jennings, who founded and was executive director of GLSEN, Kevin Jennings, who wrote One Teacher in 10, Kevin Jennings, who is in charge of anti-bullying for the Obama Education Department, and now runs Lambda Legal. If he tells you you need a Proud Academy, you listen. And if the mom of a trans student tells you that the public schools aren't all doing it and we need more for their safety, you listen to them. For myself, I am not your typical supporter of a charter school. In fact, some of my union siblings are probably not happy that I'm testifying today. I've been a union leader locally in Stratford for over a decade. I've taught in Bridgeport and Stratford for 35 years, and I am a veteran of fights to get the proper funding for underfunded districts. So I understand the fears that money for a charter school is somehow taken away from public schools. What I will say is what moved the needle for me is the times we're in now. There are leaders, the most powerful and the richest people on the planet, are invalidating the sexual orientation and gender identity of whole swaths of young adults. The adults, we can fight for ourselves. I've been out as a teacher since the 90s, and I can fight my own fights. But for young people, they need safety. They can't learn when they're fearful. And there are people telling them, they're gaslighting them, telling them, you don't know yourself as well as I do. You don't know your gender as well as I do. You don't know whom you love as well as I do. We need Proud Academy, and it's never too soon, and it could possibly be too late. So thank you for your consideration and your patience.
Thank you for your testimony and for your service, Mr. Fiorello. Up next, we have Ms. Heldy Florian, followed by Ms. Rita Campbell. Ms. Margarita Pereira, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Mary Morninger. Mary Morninger. Ms. Martha Aldaz.
Hi, good evening.
My name is Marta Aldaz, and I am a resident in Haven, Connecticut. The Family Resource Center offers many services, including food distribution, that have helped me and my two daughters at this time. I am very happy with this program and wish for it to continue. My daughter Chloe has benefited from the work that Miss Anton and Miss Ada provide. They asked her before she entered a preschool program, and it provides me with important information about her development that at the time I didn't understand. The staff took the time to explain and help me understand. She has grown so much since this assessment. The Family Resource Center has allowed me to be more involved in my community. They have delivered me clothes and diapers when I was in need of them. Their endless effort to support East Haven has made an impact on my family. If you feel as though our children are important in our future, then please do not cut this program funding. They are important to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Aldez, for sticking with us and for your testimony. We're going to go back to Ms. Mary Moninger. I see that you're here with us. Ms. Mary Moninger, we're ready for your testimony, ma'am.
Mary, you just need to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, good evening, Representative Delaney. It's interesting. It's nice to meet you tonight. My name is Mary Moninger. I'm a widowed retired teacher who served in the West Haven school system for 33 years and who's usually asleep by this time at night, but this is important, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee on this issue. Today, I appear to urge you to keep your commitment and your statutory obligation to an aging group of Connecticut citizens known as retired teachers. Specifically, I urge you not to change the cost share formula related to the retiree health care, not to reduce the state's obligation to subsidize the retirees' health care, as is proposed in the governor's budget, but to continue paying the statutory 1/3 cost of the TRB, Teachers Retirement Health Care. The Teachers Retirement Health Care Fund, which I'll call just the plain healthcare fund from here on, managed by the TRB, is funded by active teachers who pay 1.25% of salary into the healthcare fund. Therefore, the money in the healthcare fund really belongs to the teachers, not to the state. Upon retirement, by statute, that healthcare fund pays 1/3 of the premium costs of health insurance purchased through the TRB for retirees. By statute, the state also pays 1/3 of the premium costs. I believe the state should not be able to go into a healthcare fund that belongs to the teachers and sweep out a portion of their money and redirect it to pay for the state's statutory obligation. Yet that is exactly what they are doing by reducing the state's 1/3 obligation to only 1/4, because it's the healthcare fund that will have to cover what the state doesn't contribute. As I stated, active teachers contribute 1.25 of their salary into the healthcare fund, which provides that subsidy for cost of healthcare for the teachers who are retired now and for those who will be retiring in the future. It is almost like a healthcare savings fund that they invest in, hoping that it will grow and cover the 1/3 of premium costs far into the future. The fund has a healthy growth rate and is doing well. If you allow the state to take the money in the healthcare fund, money that essentially belongs to the teachers to cover the state obligation, it is stealing the retirees' investment return and weakening the healthcare fund. Kind of an interesting thing, as I was preparing for the statement today, what popped up on my computer was a statement I had made back in February of 2013. And it was basically the same issue. It was Governor Malloy's budget that was asking to reduce the state's obligation, which they really hadn't even been paying anyway, but to pay, they wanted to, again, reduce their obligation to pay 1/3 toward the teachers' retirement healthcare fund, which would put a burden on what appeared to be a rather healthy healthcare fund that had been collecting in the TRB. I warned at that time that it would jeopardize the stability of the fund and that they would be somewhere in the future looking to cut into the benefits that allowed teachers to retire with health security and dignity. And sure enough, in 2018, we had a shortfall in the healthcare fund that required a change in benefits and required the change in benefits. And that's when the United Healthcare Advantage Plan was introduced. Cheaper, but not the same level or quality of care. And the Advantage Plan, which I'll call Plan A, the TRB still offers a Medicare Supplement Plan, which I'll call Plan B, which is somewhat more expensive, but provides care that many of the elderly people need. And we need to keep Plan B because of the extended benefits, and also because it certainly makes it easier to negotiate subsequent contracts with our Choice A. So it is great that the fund seems to be very healthy at this moment. I implore you to use anything considered a surplus in that healthcare fund, which again is totally funded by the teachers, not to cover the state obligation, but to benefit the teachers. It should be used to have reserves for the future, or better yet, to actually pay 1/3 of the cost for retirees for whichever plan they choose. I hope we will be discussing this option at a later date this session, and especially when HB 5477 is raised. You've heard other people talk about that tonight, and why that bill is necessary to make it equitable, what the subsidizing of the teachers' healthcare plan. So I thank you for considering my remarks as you do your important work now, and everybody have a good night's sleep.
Thank you, Ms. Moninger, and thank you for your 33 years of service.
Thank you. It was fun. It was actually fun. Very rewarding.
Next, we have Ms. Maria Coquias Menos. Dr. William Rice.
Good evening, Senator Delaney, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. William A. Rice. I serve as Assistant Executive Director at ACES, Area Cooperative Educational Services, a regional educational services center that serves the Greater New Haven area. I am honored to present this testimony in support of allocating the $1.5 million in the upcoming budget to expand residency programs aimed at enhancing educator diversity and addressing the shortage across Connecticut schools. Currently, over 52% of Connecticut's student population comes from a diverse racial ethnic background, and approximately 11% of teachers, educators reflect this diversity. Connecticut has several statewide shortage areas, particularly in specialized areas such as special education, and this shortage, along with the shortage in diversity, highlights the pressing need for an influx of talented individuals committed to educating the diverse student populations. The residency programs have proven to be effective. Notably, graduates of such programs exhibit higher retention rates. For instance, 81% of teachers from residency programs remain in the profession after 5 years, surpassing the national average of 55%. At ACES, we have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of teacher residency programs. Our residents many of them have transitioned from other roles in our agency and utilize the program to fulfill their aspirations and dreams of becoming educators. The affordability and accessibility of the TRP programs have been instrumental in their journey. Looking ahead, ACES is poised to welcome additional TRP residencies in specialized programming of special education as they earn that certification, addressing the critical shortage areas within our state. In conclusion, the allocation of the $1.5 million to the residency programs is strategic and moral imperative. It addresses the pressing need for education diversity, supports proven models of teacher preparation, and directly benefits our students' academic and social development. I urge the committee to consider this investment as a pivotal step towards the more equitable, excellent educational system in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Rice. Next, we have Caitlin Richard. Morris Peckley.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Representative Delaney and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Maris Pelkey, and I am the Executive Director of Birth to Three Services at Creative Interventions, a Birth to Three agency that currently serves over 500 families across Connecticut and employs an average of 150 employees. I'm also a parent whose family benefited from receiving Birth to Three services many years ago. I have dedicated my career to the Birth to Three system and started working in Birth to Three as a special educator 22 years ago. I am currently genuinely concerned about the future of the system. Programs are struggling. There are 17 Birth to Three programs in the state of Connecticut, and we are functioning over capacity without the ability to create a waiting list. 2 programs have already closed due to financial constraints. We need additional funding to remain viable and to continue serving families in Connecticut. As my colleagues have discussed throughout their testimony today, a rate study conducted about 3 years ago showed that the current cost of providing early intervention services in Connecticut is $167 per professional hour, and that's just to break even. Currently, we make $120 per professional hour, and this rate has been stagnant since 2017. Operating expenses have increased along with inflation, while procedural, training, and supervision requirements have significantly increased. I was happy to learn that financial support for Birth to Three has been built into the budget. However, I have 3 concerns about the budget as it stands. The first is that we need funding to begin in fiscal year 26 and cannot wait until fiscal year 27, as that will be 10 years without an increase, and programs need support now. My second concern is about the tiered structure of payment. Stakeholder input was not gathered for this tiered structure, and it would create additional burdens for programs who are already stretched. The way the structure has been developed makes it difficult to achieve that $167 an hour rate that was identified as a break-even rate. As one of my colleagues stated earlier this evening, many of us with over 20 to 30 years of experience would not qualify for the highest reimbursement rate. It's already difficult to pay competitive salaries in Birth to Three, and we don't need additional requirements to achieve that recommended rate. Finally, my third concern is that the budget allocates the removal of funds for the general administrative payment or GAP payment. I know at the OEC testimony today, it was shared that the GAP amount needed by programs could be reduced with the rate increase, but this does not capture the intended purpose of the GAP payment. Birth to Three providers rely on that GAP payment funds to cover required, unreimbursed administrative support for families in the system. Increasing the rate for billable services would certainly support programs overall, but it won't remove the financial burden of these unreimbursed administrative tasks. So in summary, I request that the Appropriations Committee approve funding for the Birth to Three system in fiscal year 26 without the tiered rate structure and with the continuation of the existing GAP payments. I thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Victor Gomez, followed by Maureen Brummett.
I don't see either of them here. And
Diane Silva,
she went earlier,
Thomas Baird.
also not in the queue.
I'm going to skip ahead to Miss Zakia Baker. Zakia Baker.
Hello, I am here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Delaney, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Zakia Baker, and I'm the proud principal of ACES Wintergreen Interdistrict Magnet School in Hamden. I am a living testament of the power behind both magnet school programming and the efforts in our state to diversify the field of education. I am asking that you fully support the items associated with both magnet and teacher preparation programming. Not only am I the graduate of a magnet high school, Cooperative Arts and Humanities in New Haven, I began my teaching career at that same dynamite learning institution, all as a result of the pathways that were created to inspire and train me, not only as a young person, but also as an educator. Each of my 5 children have attended magnet schools, and my 3 adult children are operating in career paths that are motivated by their magnet themes. My youngest 2 are thriving young creatives at the school that I have the pleasure to serve as principal. I want to also share that I went on to administration as a result of an alternate route program similar in practice to the Connecticut Teacher Residence Program. At my current school, approximately 50% of our Black teaching staff have come from TRP. Teachers who have participated in TRP entered the teaching profession prepared for greatness. They are leaders within our school community. We have a current TRP resident and our 4 staff members who applied for the upcoming school year. We know that countless research studies confirm that both magnet programming and representation of diverse educators matter as tools for closing the opportunity gap. Some studies offer evidence that Black children may be up to 3 times more likely to attend college if they have 1 or more Black educator. We also know that all students benefit from robust programming, innovative partnerships, and we also know that that high expectations are key. Why would we deny access to programs that are proven to brighten the future of historically disenfranchised populations? As a partner with the Connecticut Teacher in Residence Program, I ask for your support in increasing educator diversity for all districts and supporting workforce development by designating at least $1.5 million as a line item in the State Department of Education. I appreciate your consideration of this important request, and I encourage you to remember the impact on Connecticut children. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony and service, Dr. Baker, and for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Next, I think we have Ms. Eva Bermudez Zimmerman.
Thank you, Representative Delaney, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. I'm here representing Childcare for CT, a coalition of over 7,000 individual parents, providers, and advocates throughout the state of Connecticut. Throughout the last few years, I want to thank you all for your support on making sure that we have funding for early care and education throughout the system here in Connecticut. We've witnessed positive shift for providers and payment, as well as different programs getting additional funding for additional programs here for early educators and for parents as well, expansion in those programs in the Office of Early Childhood. But unfortunately, it's not enough. In addition to that gratitude, we also acknowledge that the accompanying support and funding is not quite hitting hard the sufficient need for childcare deserts in Eastern Connecticut and other parts of the state that have unfortunately not enough childcare in those areas. The only viable solution that we see moving forward is being creative, creating a system that is not creating a burden on the K-12 education system or expecting that we take money away from programs that are very, very vital here in Connecticut, but being a little bit more unique in how we're finding those funding resources. This is why Childcare for CT is in full-hearted support of 6867, the governor's endowment option for childcare and creating a universal pre-K program. This is a way of creating a defined revenue source that should, in theory, not create additional strain to the K-12 system or create strain for other social programs that are so vital for families. 6867 takes that innovative and sustainable approach by taking that endowment, making sure that it's invested through the treasurer's office, using that interest, and then using the money from that interest to pay for programs through the universal pre-K system. By dedicating that surplus fund, that way the state can gradually grow its investment in early education without, again, placing that immediate burden on taxpayers or other families that need social services. It's forward-thinking, it's creative, it's consistent. However, while we do, as a coalition, support the creation of the endowment and want to make sure that it's shepherded and approved, we also acknowledge that the early care education system needs additional funding and needs to start from the ages 0 in order to make sure that the system is stable and is giving parents an opportunity to continue to be in the workforce from early ages. I do hope that the Appropriations Committee take in consideration when approving additional funding for the Office of Early Childhood, as well as approving 6867, you look into other creative solutions for early education in ensuring that we have a vital system that's long-term. Thank you for your consideration and your critical step towards ensuring that every child in Connecticut has access to high-quality care. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you for your testimony and for your patience. Next is Ms. Kathleen Satolino.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Representative Delaney and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathleen Satolino. I'm the Director of Staff Development for Creative Interventions, a Birth to 3 contracted agency. I'm speaking tonight to support the increase in rates for Birth to 3 providers. While I am a Birth to 3 provider, I have the unique perspective of someone who has not only delivered services for almost 16 years, but I've also been the recipient of services for my daughter. As a provider of these services, the importance of early interventions is invaluable. By providing high-quality, comprehensive early intervention services during the critical window of brain development, Birth to 3 programs positively impact a child and family. As many other before me have stated, the Birth to 3 program continues to be a major cost-saving program for the state of Connecticut. Speaking from my perspective as a director and a provider, I have seen countless skilled, dedicated providers leave to take positions in medical insurance funded centers or in school districts with a large motivation being pay. This turnover results in service disruptions to families, increased workload burden on current employees, as well as increased costs for agencies who need to scramble to find and onboard replacement providers. Additionally, finding new providers has become increasingly difficult as Birth to 3 agencies are unable to provide comparable salaries. If this evidence is insufficient to alert you to the necessity of why we need to pay our providers what they deserve, please consider my personal perspective as a recipient of Birth to 3 services. Our twin children were born 5 weeks premature, placed in the NICU for 2 weeks, and were quite fragile. Our daughter was diagnosed with torticollis, which is a tightening in her neck muscle, and it really impacted her ability to eat and feed and take a bottle, leading to a near diagnosis of failure to thrive. With the incredible help of our Birth to 3 provider, we were able to learn techniques, stretches, and activities to not only help her feed, but thrive in development. My family is a success story. We were able to discharge from Birth to 3 without the need of any additional intervention, therapy, or special education. She now attends a daycare with her twin brother and has everything she needs to succeed. She's even a better eater than he is. She will eat her vegetables before anything else on her plate. Show me a toddler who does that. Without this rate increase, I fear that the committed providers that I work alongside and many other Birth to 3 providers will continue to leave this essential program. Again, this fluctuation in staff leads to disruptions and lower quality in services for family like mine in Connecticut. Early intervention services are essential. Thank you for considering.
Thank you for your testimony and for sharing your story, Ms. Satolino. Next, we have Ms. Cindy Jackson.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee and Representative Delaney. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Cindy Jackson. I'm representing Birth to 3, and I speak as one of the 17 Birth to 3 providers in Connecticut. I also serve as chairperson of the Birth to 3 Interagency Coordinating Council. The Birth to 3 program plays an indispensable role in providing services to infants and toddlers with developmental delays and disabilities such as autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, deaf and hard of hearing, as you heard earlier. In fiscal year 2024 alone, 14,000 children and families received 500,000 hours of services. These services were provided in homes, childcare centers, DCF offices, shelters, and various community sites. These services are cost effective. Nearly half of the participating children, 49%, do not require special education services at age 3, saving both local districts and the state significant long-term costs. Special education has been a focus this session, and adequate funding of birth to 3 is part of the solution. Investing in early intervention yields substantial savings for Connecticut taxpayers. Hartford alone spends about $34,000 per year on a child in special education. If we don't have children going into special ed because of birth to 3, we're saving millions of dollars. Beyond financial prudence, this funding is also ensuring every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Referrals have surged in the last 5 years. We were now 36% increase. 2 programs have closed, however, in recent years due to the fiscal constraints, leaving families with fewer options. The shortage of qualified clinicians is exacerbated by salaries that are non-competitive, contributing 16% workforce turnover rate and inability to meet children's intensive needs. In 2018, children on the autism spectrum got 37 hours. Now they only get 11 hours per month because we don't have the staff to do it. The governor's budget rightly addresses these challenges, but proposes an increase in service rates reflecting findings from an OEC rate study. We ask that rate changes be made as calculated in the study with 2 tiers, professional and paraprofessional level, not how it is currently recommended in the governor's budget. This $19 million investment is not just necessary, it's overdue. Rates have remained stagnant while operating expenses has risen 20%. Without this adjustment, we risk further program closures, service disruptions during children's critical period of brain development. We urge this committee to not reduce funding through the general administrative payment, the GAP payment. Removing this support would undermine the provider's ability to meet increasing procedural requirements, manage rising caseloads, and ensure high-quality services. Eliminating this funding risks creating inefficiencies that could ultimately increase the long-term costs and jeopardize program stability. I urge you to fund birth to 3 in 2026 and maintain the general administrative payment. We are grateful for your past support of our birth to 3 families, and thank you for the attention to birth to 3 in this biennial budget.
Thank you for sticking with us so late this evening.
Thank you for staying as well.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Julia Prescott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We're ready for your testimony.
Yeah, perfect. Hi, thank you, members of the Appropriations Committee, for hearing and staying this late. So, hello, my name is Julia Prescott, and I am a Master of Public Health student at the University of Connecticut. I currently reside in West Hartford, where I grew up. As a public health advocate and resident of Connecticut, I urge you to support and provide the funds for the passage of a universal school meals policy. No one should go hungry, and hungry students can't learn and develop. It is a current and devastating reality that many children in Connecticut are food insecure. In fact, 1 in 6 children in Connecticut do not have reliable access to food. This is deeply sad and should be addressed in the place students are required to attend. Quantitative data, like the number of students experiencing food insecurity, is vitally important. However, I urge you to go farther and deeply consider the specific experiences of children and families who would benefit from this policy. I have talked to anti-hunger advocates and community members who believe that it would make a profound impact on the health of their community. They have cited reasons the policy should be expanded. Some of these reasons include stigma, improving classroom performance, and the potential of this policy to reduce the financial burden that is experienced by many Connecticut families. These voices deserve to be heard and accommodated by the government. Although many may think that the current community eligibility provision and other eligibility guidelines cover the children in need, the reality is that 40% of children who are food insecure have families with income levels above 185% of the federal poverty line. This leaves many students in non-community eligibility provisions districts vulnerable to hunger. Furthermore, families in the asset-limited, income-constrained, and employed category, otherwise known as ALICE, exist across Connecticut. In West Hartford, where I grew up, there is estimated to be a total of 7,000 ALICE households. Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous groups are disproportionately more likely to fall in the ALICE category. Therefore, this policy is also a racial equity imperative. As a public health student, I am aware of the variety of current research that demonstrates improved academic and public health outcomes resulting from universal school meals. Importantly, these outcomes include reductions in stress and obesity. Providing school meals is a necessary and inclusive public health intervention that can prevent many negative health conditions. In fact, if not addressed, these are health conditions that will likely be paid for by Connecticut taxpayers down the line. Instating a universal school meals policy in Connecticut is a pressing moral and economic issue. In sum, please invest in universal school meals policy now. I thank the governor for including free school breakfast and free lunch for students who are currently eligible for reduced prices, but more money should be invested to expand the policy to provide free breakfast and lunch for all. As a state, let's prioritize public health and invest in our children as many other states have done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your advocacy and your testimony, Ms. Prescott. Up next, we have Ms. Susan Flanagan.
Good morning, Representative Delaney and Appropriations Committee. My name is Susan Flanagan. I'm the director of 2 Birth to 3 agencies, CREC Birth to 3, which is a comprehensive agency, and CREC Soundbridge, which provides services for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. We provide quality services through highly educated, licensed, and certified clinicians. Together, we pride ourselves in providing a full array of services to families throughout Connecticut. In 2024, Birth to 3 programs provided 5,010 hours of support to almost 14,000 children and families. Our important services help to identify those infants and toddlers in need of services and provided those families with strategies when their developing brains are most capable of positive change. We appreciate that the funds to increase Birth to 3 rates were included in the governor's budget and request that you fully support the increase in your budget recommendation. These funds will help stabilize Birth to 3 agencies, and as you have heard, 2 agencies have already left due to funding issues. Allow us to offer competitive salaries to attract and retain staffing, which will in turn help to provide faster evaluations, treatment, and more support for families. Provide services during a time when the child has experienced their greatest brain growth, and reduce the need for further services. At a time when special education costs are a focus of the state, Birth to 3 is the first line of defense. In fiscal year 2023, 55% of children who participated in Birth to 3 did not go on to receive preschool special ed. As you've heard, 3 years ago, OEC commissioned a comprehensive cost study. The results showed that the cost of providing early intervention in Connecticut is 39% more than we are currently funding. The funding in the governor's budget aligns with those recommendations. However, it should be noticed the cost study is based on 2022 data and does not have a mechanism to increase funding as costs increase. Legislative assistance in finding a way to predictably increase funding to be in line with cost of doing business would be appreciated. The funding doesn't start until 2027. We've been flat funded for 10 years and programs are struggling to keep up with costs. Waiting another 17 months for funding may cause programs to close. And with the RFP being postponed 2 years, any further closures of programs would put a further strain on existing providers. The proposed tier system as written is not well defined. We recommend continuing with the current tiered system of higher rates for professionals and lower rates for paraprofessionals with a bachelor's degree. Please support the increased funding and continue to work for the future of Birth to 3 in our families. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Flanagan, and good morning back to you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Adrian Manuel.
Hi, good evening. I want to start by thanking the members of the Appropriations Committee for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Dr. Adrian Manuel, and I'm the founder of CoLab Education and the founding board chair of the recently approved Taino CoLab Charter High School of New Haven and the Taino CoLab Charter High School of Waterbury. I'm here this evening to ask for your support to fund these approved charter schools. On January 15th, the State Board of Education unanimously approved 5 new charter schools, including the Taino CoLab Charter High Schools of New Haven and Waterbury. We have heard from testimonies today and all throughout the evening from many of the newly approved schools and their supporters. I ask for your support in funding all 5 approved charter schools as we all seek to offer innovative, diverse, and complementary programs in the communities in which we seek to serve. Without this funding, Taino CoLab high schools cannot move forward, and the thousands of families and community members who have voiced their strong support will be left without the high-quality high school option they've been waiting for. Taino CoLab New Haven is set to open in the fall of 2026, and Taino CoLab Waterbury would follow in fall of 2027. Once fully enrolled, each school will serve 400 students in grades 9 through 12, offering an innovative and high-quality option for families. We're not here to compete with the districts in which we'll be located. We are here to complement the district's portfolio. Our schools will provide students with a future-focused, career-connected education that expands the options available to families while also strengthening the overall educational ecosystems in both cities. At Taino CoLab, we believe that education must prepare students not just to graduate, but to lead, create, and thrive in a rapidly changing world. CoLab stands for community, leadership, advocacy, and building, as well as the power of realizing the individual and collective potential that when we come together to collaborate with one another. At the core of our model is something we call the 4D Quantum Learning Matrix. It's our unique approach designed to cultivate critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. This framework integrates 4 key learning pedagogies: inquiry, design thinking, creative arts, and service-based learning, so that students don't just absorb knowledge, they apply it locally and globally. Our students will have 5 core pathways to study and major in. Those pathways are business and social entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics, biotechnology and public health, media and communications arts, social impact, advocacy, and global leadership. Each of these pathways is a hands-on and project-based approach, ensuring that our students will graduate with industry-recognized credentials, practical experience, and a direct path to economic opportunity. We also believe that our approaches will support a healthy social and emotional environment that will enhance the individual and collective student body. To further personalize and enhance learning, we've embedded artificial intelligence into our full academic model. We'll use AI to inform analysis of student learning patterns, personalize instruction for all types of learners, and ensure every learner receives tailored academic tutoring, mentorship, and robust real-time support. But beyond using AI to just support academic development, we're teaching our students how to work alongside of it as a co-intelligence, applying machine learning and data-driven problem solving to entrepreneurship and community-based challenges. Artificial intelligence is rapidly outpacing teaching and learning practices that have been around since I started my career over 25 years ago. We're in a revolutionary moment not seen since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, and we want our students at CoLab to be ready to meet this moment and to be future-ready leaders and innovators. Another key component of our model is a unique partnership with Arizona State University, which has been ranked the #1 most innovative university for the past 10 years in a row. This collaboration, Taino CoLab is a member of ASU's Prep Global Network of Innovative High Schools, would provide our students with unprecedented access to advanced coursework and industry-recognized credentials in fields like data science, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence. ASU's leadership in educational innovation enhances our teaching practices and ensures that students gain cutting-edge skills and experiences that prepare them for the rapidly evolving workforce and global economy. Through our early college model, all of our students will have opportunities to earn transferable college credits while at our high school program, professional certificates as well, and even an associate's degree if they take full advantage of the program by the time they graduate high school. As an added bonus to the community, we plan to offer these same college courses to our parents during extended hours, and we have external funding for this. Taino CoLab is more than just a school, it's a community hub. Through a robust community school model, we ensure that students and families have access to health and wellness services, social supports, and year-round extracurricular opportunities. Through strategic partnerships with local nonprofit organizations, we will provide mental health counseling, mentorship, career coaching, and family support services, because we know that students achieve their best when their academic and social emotional needs are fully supported. And the demand for these schools is undeniable. We have received over 3,000 letters of support, more than 1,500 in New Haven and in Waterbury, respectively, from families, community organizations, elected officials, and business leaders. These are not just numbers, they represent a clear and urgent need for high-quality educational options that prepare students for the future. As we've heard many students testifying before this committee today, civic engagement and advocacy are critical to shaping our communities. At Taino CoLab, we're committed to cultivating a generation of students who are not only prepared for the workforce, but deeply engaged in civic life. You can expect to see our students in the future working alongside community partners to address challenges that their cities are facing, hopefully in some of these future committee meetings and others throughout the states and localities. Funding is not just about opening our schools, it's about ensuring that the students in New Haven and Waterbury have access to education that's dynamic, inclusive, and future ready. It's about making sure that our public education system meets the challenges of a rapidly changing world and provides real pathways to success. I urge you to support the necessary funding so that we can begin the critical work of making Taino CoLab, New Haven, and Waterbury a reality. Our students can't afford to wait. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony, Dr. Manuel, and for sticking with us this late.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Next, we have Mr. Adam Ockman.
Hello. Good morning, senators and representatives of the Appropriations Committee. I hope you're doing well at this hour. My name is Adam Ockman. I'm the parent of a Craig Magnet School student and a Hebron resident. I've provided some written testimony, but I'd like to provide a little bit of additional background. First, I'd like to ask for your support for a sustainable budget and a sustainable funding source for the Craig Magnet schools. As I'm sure you're aware, Craig Magnet schools are an asset to the region. They meet the specific educational needs of children with specific talents or aptitudes or needs. They have specific programs just at the elementary level for students interested in science, the arts, aerospace engineering, and even the international and IB perspective. Local districts, municipal districts, are have a tough time meeting these specific needs, these specific aptitudes as well. Many of the town districts are small, or some are budget constrained, and some have both issues. Rec isn't able to meet these kids where they are. And by meeting kids who have specific interests, it makes Connecticut stronger in the long run. In my specific case, my child has a great talent and interest in science and technology. And as a student in Glastonbury East Hartford Magnet, he's able to get a much more robust science and tech program than is available in our home district. Second, and in a much more broad aspect, I would like to ask for the support for education writ large and priority areas in Connecticut. My family is very concerned with what's going on with the federal level and how that might affect both the magnet school and home district, and frankly everywhere throughout the state. Here in Connecticut, we value our kids' education. Connecticut is stronger long term if our kids are successful. And it's stronger long term if our kids stay here because they know education is strong here, and then their kids will get a strong education. So my family hopes that Connecticut prioritizes education regardless of what's happening federally. I would also like to remind you that most students today were students during the pandemic. Many are still catching up. So it doesn't serve Connecticut very well in the long term to give these kids a double whammy in their education. It kind of seems like a rainy day. So I recommend funding robust education today, and it will give us and our kids a competitive advantage in the future. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You too, and thank you for testifying on behalf of yourself and your family.
Thank you.
Next, we have Miss Celeste Lesen. I apologize if I mispronounced your name, ma'am.
We would love to hear from Celeste, but she has not accepted her promotion to panelist despite the attempts.
Affirmative. We'll move forward and then circle back. We have Miss Nakia Hall. Evening, Miss Hall. Thank you for bearing with us.
Good morning. My pleasure, my pleasure. Co-chairs Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Good morning. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of External Relations for Achievement First 10 Public Schools. I first want to thank this committee for its commitment to all of Connecticut's public school students. You understand that our children are our most precious commodity, and we are responsible for ensuring they are set up to meet their full potential. 2 years ago, you approved a budget that included a funding increase for public education based on students' needs. That budget also incrementally brought public charter schools closer to funding parity with their peers and other public schools. It was a significant and necessary step toward educational equity. Achievement First serves students in 3 of Connecticut's largest cities, Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. Like other community public schools, Achievement First serves predominantly Black, Brown, and low-income students. We exist only in communities with the highest educational needs and deserve funding that is more closely aligned with our public schools. Our 4,500 bright and beautiful K-12 scholars work incredibly hard daily to overcome the opportunity gap that has criminally persisted in this state for decades. While the governor's budget plan proposes full weighted ECS funding for district schools and high needs communities, it includes no funding increase for public charter schools. It leaves them 40+ percentage points behind district schools in weighted funding. Without an increase in weighted funding put into statute, the state's charter schools will see their weighted funding remain static indefinitely. A commitment to investing in our state's public charter schools means a commitment to delivering high quality education to students in the state's lowest performing districts. Please maintain your longstanding commitment to providing an equitable funding formula for families, regardless of which public school they choose for their children. Let's make Connecticut a shining example of what it looks like when we invest fully and unequivocally in children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your patience. Madam Administrator, do we have anyone else in the queue?
No one else other than Celeste. Perhaps for good measure, we should offer her one more chance to accept the promotion before we close.
I wholeheartedly agree. Celeste, could you try logging back in? Are you seeing anything in the queue, Madam Administrator?
No changes. Celeste, if you could just accept the promotion to panelist, then you'll have the ability to speak. And she declined it again.
Give it one more minute, especially she stayed with us for so long. Are you seeing her logging back in?
No, she's not leaving and coming back. I can just see that she's actually declined the promotion to panelist.
Okay. Can you send it one more time? And then if she doesn't give up, then we'll call it for this evening.
Declined again.
Okay. Well, I just want to give a special thank you to the public for participating in our public hearing and the legislative process, and an extra special thank you to our hardworking and fearless administrators, Taylor, Susan. You guys, thank you so much for sticking with us and keeping us squared away. And with that, our this public hearing should be adjourned.